crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. The friggin' frogs. Gay. Serious crap. Just say
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How are we doing? What's going on? That's all right, Shafiq. No worries. Appreciate you stopping by. Right, where the fuck am I? There we go. There we go. Right there. Right the fuck there. Welcome in, everybody. How are we doing? I'm seeing some faces that I've not seen in a good fucking month because I've been streaming Elden Ring. How you doing, everybody? What's going on? Welcome. Yeah, let's not pay any more attention to the embarrassing individual that is attempting to ruin the stream quite pathetically with these raids. You know, the attention is what they want. I probably shouldn't have mentioned anything about it in the chat anyway, because that's probably going to mean that she's going to keep on doing it, but it's fine. It's one of those things. How are we all doing, gang? Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going on. We got some beautiful people in the chat. Queen, thank you so much for the 9 months. It's a baby. We got a baby. Oh my god, gang. Thank you so much, everybody, for popping in today. Yeah, it's great to see a lot of you. It's great to see a lot of you that I haven't been able to see because I've been streaming Elden Ring. Tajan. And who else is here that I've not seen in a while? Surican, not seen you in a while. I'll say hello to everyone. Surican, JMM, Squidpunk. Please go and follow Squidpunk, everybody. They are a fucking phenomenal individual, phenomenal streamer. Please, please, please go show Squid some love. I absolutely love. I told Squid this the other day, but I love their VTuber avatar. It's real sweet. Really fucking cool. Tajan, it's good to see you. Sam Sphinx, how you doing? Ria Quaza, how are you doing? You're still watching the new politics vid, but jumping in here too. Yo, good to see you. Thank you. Appreciate the support on the new video. Vord, how are you doing? What's going on? JMM says, I got some wonderful news. The telemedical abortion continuation passed by 215. So did the expanded breast cancer access screening bill. All thanks to the hard work of backbenchers. Holy shit, what, is this in the UK? That's fucking great news. I love that. Lilith, I've not seen you in an ages. In an ages. How are you doing? In an age. How are you doing, Lilith? What's going on? Hello, 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 hello. Sorka, how are you doing? I heard that you quit your job yesterday. Let's go. We love to hear that. Husker do. You got your 30-day suspension reversed. Twitch made a mistake on our part, but the strike will remain on your account. Well, that sucks. But welcome back. I'm glad that you're back, Husker. How you doing, Husker? What's going on? Hey, Tartaraclet, not seen you in an age either. How you doing? Welcome in. Yanshafim, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to be able to watch again without Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to stream that for like nine years. My apologies. Almost done with the YouTube video. Really enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. Yeah. Elden Ring and Dark Souls 1 weren't really your thing, but you stuck it through. Sorka, I appreciate that a lot. I really do. Dave, how are you doing? Welcome in. Did not want to get spoiled. Yo, no danger. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Key Bunny, how are you doing? I'm doing very good. Thank you for calling me beautiful. Appreciate that. Sophie from Mars gifting 5 subs. Oh my god. Sophie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes. Yanshafim, Lucky Bensky, Pixelated Cheddar. Oh my god. And Sugary Senpai. And Zadakan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Golden Pie, how are you doing? What's going on? Holy shit, I'm seeing everybody that I've not seen in a long time tonight. What the fuck? Elvaria, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, Pie. What's going on? Yo, Shafiq, thank you for the work that you're doing so far. Can I get a shout out for Golden Pie, please? How are you doing? And Elvaria. What is going on, gang? How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And also, can I get a shout out for Sophie from Mars as well? Boom. So small news, Northeast England will get compensation from cigarette industries. Wait, what? What's that about? Decided you get back to the stream thing. All is good. This end yourself. I'm doing fucking great, Golden Pie. Yeah. People supporting my video, my new YouTube videos a lot. And it's crazy. Like, things are just absolutely popping off at the minute. It's a little bit overwhelming, but it's really good. I'm really glad that people are receptive. There was a new viewer in the chat. Hold up. I just missed that. Give me a second. Leninch97 sending love to you, brother. Loved your recent video on the JK Rowling thing. Yo, appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Lost Sue, what is going on? Hello, Lost Sue. Welcome to the chat. Can I get a shout out for Lost Sue as well, please? Yeah, thank you for doing the shout outs, Shafiq. Yeah, appreciate it. It's okay. I got Elvaria. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Pi. What were you up to? What we got here? Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, Ghostwire Tokyo. Yeah. It's really fun, but you got a lot of frame rate issues. That fucking sucks, dude. That fucking sucks. Yeah, Squid, I obviously can't talk about that guy in the channel, innit, because he's banned on Twitch. So, yeah, I'm sorry, my friend. That's a purge. That's a purge for you. We got to keep the chat clean of that guy's name, I'm afraid. But, you know, it's super funny. Like, one thing that I can talk about is there's one guy from that, like, community who is absolutely fucking obsessed. Absolutely fucking obsessed with my video on the debate guy. Like, literally left about 60 odd comments on the video. Like 60 comments. Like, this person is like so mad that I don't like debate bros and I don't like debate streamers, and I called them out on their bullshit, that they gave me so much engagement. Like, so much engagement. It's absolutely insane when people like think they're being really smart in like like attempting to harass people, that they end up giving them a lot of engagement in general. You know what I mean? I just think it's so fucking funny. It's so pathetic. 60 comments on my YouTube. Yeah, crazy. Hey Data, what's going on? Twitch does not allow you to mention banned streamers. It doesn't. No, it sadly doesn't. There's a section of Sophie's video that I'm gonna have to miss out, sadly. Yeah, obsession bordering on pathos? You mean pathological obsession? I love filing reports. Yeah, appreciate you, Pib. Appreciate you. Gang, please go and follow Queen Pib as well. You might have missed out the shout out for Queen Pib in the chat there, but please go and give us some love. Phenomenal streamer, drag artist. Anyway, gang, tell me about your day. What's going on with your day? What have you been up to? Tell me your dreams. Tell me your fears. Your good memories. Hey, Tanuki, what's going on? Did someone say Pathologic? Oh, that game, yo. I'm so impressed that Sophie managed to... I'm so, like, impressed that Sophie managed to beat that game. It's so ridiculous. Like, what a game, honestly. What a game. I'll try and get you the exact time stamps to skip around talking debag. Yo, that would be so cool, Sophie. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that Twitch gives you a certain amount of good faith in that. Like, as long as you're making an effort to not discuss banned streamers, then it's fine. So it's not too much of a, you know, a thing, but yeah. Finally handed in your final submission for the term. Fuck yes, I reckon. Let's go. That's great. Your house move got delayed and your wife got COVID, so I could be much better, but my son is feeling better. Shit. Let's get some love in the chat for Dave Warnock, everybody. Dave is an absolutely lovely guy. Let's get a shout out for Dave as well, please, Shafiq, because, yeah, Dave is a great streamer too. You didn't expect an immediate high? I do my best. Yeah, I do my best. My nickname on my D&D Discord is Sam is busy playing Elden Ring, so that tells you what I've been up to. You still going with that? Sam has literally played Elden Ring 3 times. So good. Oh, fucking brilliant. Hey, Go-Eyed, what's going on? Hope she gets better. Yeah, I think we all do, yeah. Sending you a lot of love. Sending you a lot of love. Andy from Ohio, welcome in. Long time no see. How are you? Ford says, been reading bullshit jobs, and I love how these Graeber's books explain it all so clearly. You know, that's kind of where I want to go with my YouTube channel, you know? Like, a lot of people have been sending me really nice comments saying things like, yo, I love how concise and short your videos are. Because one thing that stresses me out a lot is this, like, I think that Debate Bros demand that we pick apart every single little thing and, like, watch all the streams and watch all the content and all this nonsense, you know? And then they demand us to, like, work super hard in order to refute their arguments when they don't give us the same grace. They don't give us the same good faith in that shit. So with that in mind, when I'm going to be talking about Debate Bros in particular, I'm certainly not going to be wasting my time trying to watch an entire horrific debate stream where, you know, everybody's shouting over each other and it doesn't really matter. And, you know, fuck them. Really, fuck them. We don't need to debate our ideas because our ideas are the best, you know? That's what it is. Sam from Sam and Cat fame? No, Samurai Sphinx in the chat. Yeah. I don't know who Sam and Cat is. Who's that? You're planning a D&D campaign, but you've been so stressed this week, you ended up snapping at one of your players. Oh, no, Sorka. Yeah, it's always good to step away when that shit starts to happen, for sure. Wouldn't have discovered Graver without Sophie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to be seeing exactly why Sophie from Mars is such a legend in a few minutes when we check out a new video. I'm really excited. Anthony says, I've come to watch videos and eat lasagna, and you're all out of lasagna. That's fucking right, my friend. Welcome in. Let's go. I'm constantly saying stupid nonsense, so quoting me is taking me out of context. Yeah. It strikes me as language grooming, like how they'd redefine racism and other important terms. There's implicit intent in those redefinitions. I agree. 1000%. Yeah. Genuinely convinced that the hate for you and Sophie is just the banned ones being jealous that you all know how to edit and they don't. Yeah, the thing is that, like, okay, so with this one guy that's like, he has sent 60 comments, like 60 plus comments, and is still responding to people like who are being nice to me in my comment section in my you know, Debate Bro JK Rowling video. I think there's like a certain amount of upset that I'm like a cis white guy that disagrees with Debate Bros. I feel like when people get that mad about it, it's like they're mad for a reason. And I think the reason is that, like, oh shit, here's a cis white guy who is not gonna fall for Debate Bro bullshit. You know? I especially enjoyed the bit about queer moments, the overall focus on queer solidarity in your YouTube video. Everybody should go watch it. Yes, I have a new video out. I know we're talking about the Debate Bro video that I did, but I have a new video that came out today. Please go and show it some love. Stick it in your watch later. Do whatever you want with it. I'm not bothered. But if you check out my socials tab and you subscribe to me on YouTube, you will see the new video today. It's about Dave Rubin. I can actually talk about this video on stream because Dave Rubin doesn't use Twitch or is banned from Twitch as far as I know. So yeah, go check that out. It's about why queer solidarity is important, why pick-me gays suck, you know? So I think a lot of people enjoyed it. I'm glad. Like, yeah, the queer moments thing, I really wanted to stick that in there. That, as you can tell, I did that afterwards because I recorded it just voice. I just recorded voice audio for that one part. And yeah, I just wanted to, like, go out and film some bits of the gay village in Manchester. It's ironic, really, because the gay village in Manchester is quite renowned for being really cis, white, and male. So it's kind of ironic, but it's the closest thing I've got to, you know, a queer area. And it does make me think of queer solidarity because I've been there with a bunch of my queer friends. So, you know, it's important. I don't think they're genuinely more mad because of that, but rather because they assume they can convert you and get mad at themselves for failing and project it onto you. Oh, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, Sorka. Yeah. Got it, I can't stay because I really want to watch it with company. Well, listen, as I always tell everybody when I do these React Andy streams, please, gang, I'm going to be watching Sophie From Mars video today with you all on stream, but of course, there are a bunch of people here that would be a potential view for Sophie if you've not watched the video already. So please, go to the channel, go to the link that I've just put in the chat. I'm going to twat that in there a couple of times so that we can all see it's there. Please, 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 go and show Sophie's video some love. Leave a comment, leave a like, watch it, have it playing in the background while you watch it with me. Because, you know, I'm going to be doing a lot of pausing, and you might want to watch it yourself after the stream anyway, to actually, you know, absorb it. Yeah, go watch it 5 times. I imagine it's a video that people will have to watch multiple times anyway, because I think there's a lot in it to absorb, but yeah. For sure. For some reason, I wasn't subbed on your YouTube. I've now rectified that oversight. Rectify! Fuck yeah, Dave. Let's go. Goat says, I was just at your premiere. I really liked it. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's wild, like, seeing the premiere from last week. Obviously, I got Sophie to thank for a lot of you subbing to my YouTube. But I was super impressed that my video on its own got to, like, 1,500 views on its own. I had a couple people, like, retweet it on Twitter and stuff, so it's not just me, obviously, but, like... Then when Sophie retweeted the fucking Debate Bro one, holy shit, it just absolutely popped off. I've nearly got like 9,000 views on it or some shit now. Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, gang. I wish Glasgow was big enough to have a bigger queer area than one street where there's 3 gay nightclubs and a bar. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Half the people who go to them aren't even gay. They just like the cheaper drinks. That's a big thing. That's a big thing in Manchester as well. So, okay, yeah. Huge thing down here. Yeah, gang, I do have an extended dono goal for y'all. If you don't know, I make most of my money here on Twitch. I've started to get a little tiny gathering of patrons on my Patreon, which is really cool. I really appreciate the support on Patreon. It's really dope. But my main money I make here on Twitch, we hit the £700 March dono goal, which means that we had a movie night this month, which is really cool. And also, we hit the main goal, which means we're going to have 2 Trash Bingo streams next month, which, if you can't tell what that means, if you're new, we basically play a bunch of garbage games, you lot play bingo, and you can win games that are good. So, don't forget, that's going to be happening next month. However, if we get to 800 quid, if we get the extended goal, if we get to 800 quid, I'll be doing a drum and bass DJ set for all of y'all. So there is a bonus stream in order that you can actually unlock there. So, gang, without further ado, we are going to get cracking with the knacking. It's here. It's here. We are watching Sophie's new video. I'm going to have subtitles for this. Subtitles are going to be on. Bear in mind, my content warning is I've tried to compress it all for people who are going to be joining after the start of the video who've not seen the content notes here. But basically, we're going to be talking about depictions of war and violence, anti-Semitism, transphobia, fascists, Alex Jones. Yeah, it's Alex Jones. Discussion of vaccine hesitancy, anti-vax arguments, paranoid conspiracy, Nazism, Holocaust, and mimetic cognito hazards. So, without further ado, let's fucking go.
Hello. Let's talk about conspiracy theories. So, it's current year. We've lived through a lot
That's the best intro I've ever seen already.
together now, haven't we? The cracks are really starting to show, and the contradictions are sharpening. I think everyone's finally on the same page. Capitalism's got to go, and it's time to build big, sexy communism. And it's all going just swimmingly. Us commies have firmly cemented our ideas as the hot new thing, the punk rock ideology. Everybody wants a piece. And the good news is, under communism, everybody can have a piece.
That's right.
But being so popular isn't all just a walk in the park. It does come with its own problems. This essay is going to be about growth and division. What happens when social groups get bigger? First, though, let's get some context. In the 60s and 70s in the US, intelligence agencies worked hard to undermine, disband, and destroy leftist organizations. Even mutual aid networks that were just working to give food to the hungry and shelter to the homeless. Groups like the Black Panthers were labeled the biggest domestic threat to national security, and then all their leaders started winding up dead. With leftist revolutionary groups on the retreat, the FBI weren't idle. They weren't happy to just push leftists off the table. They wanted to own the whole restaurant. Is that a good metaphor? So they started writing their own leftist theory to spread in radical circles, encouraging reformist ideas and driving focus away from government surveillance and intelligence and onto the mainstream media. They even made up a guy. The FBI fabricated an entire academic publication history dating back through the 50s and then had their fictitious academic start publishing these subversive books teaching leftists how the mainstream media manipulates the population. This was a huge boon for the intelligence community for a few reasons. Firstly, as previously mentioned, it drew attention away from government agencies as the enemies of the left. It taught people what the media was doing in terms of market forces rather than actively malicious campaign of misinformation. But, and this is crucial, it fit in really neatly with existing conspiracy theories. They control the media. They were banking on there being enough anti-Semites in radical circles that this would cause a huge schism while driving...
These captions are amazing. Are they really bad? Shall I just put the YouTube ones on? I'm just going to put the YouTube auto-generated ones on. Because I don't think these ones are working too well, are they? Thank you so much for the possum tier pledge, Sorka. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting my YouTube channel. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, glad you got some food, AJ. Let's go. No, they were good. Oh, were they good? Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just listening to beautiful, beautiful Sophie.
Energy and attention away from organizing and direct action. However, they knew their academics' credibility would quickly wane without public appearances. So they took all their publications and attributed them to one of their undercover agents who'd already been infiltrating leftist circles for over a decade. An agent by the name of Noam Chomsky. Okay, no, obviously that was all nonsense. Noam Chomsky is categorically not an undercover FBI agent. I was telling you a little story that I made up to illustrate some points about how conspiracy theories work.
How many, right, be honest, chat. Be honest, chat. How many of you, you know, how many of you thought that everything that Sophie was saying right there was true? Because Sophie told me this part of the script about a month ago. I think it was after a Red Planet stream. We used to usually just like hang out for a little bit after the stream and just have a chat. And she said this to me, and I was thinking like, as soon as she said like about the Noam Chomsky thing, like not the Noam Chomsky thing where she says his name, but like where she talks about the book Manufacturing Consent, I was like, oh, okay, all right, yeah. You were squinting your eyes a bit? Yeah. Hello, Cynthia, as well. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I was thinking, I've never heard this. Yeah, that's right. Shocked Pikachu.jpg, yeah. Yeah, some of it's true. Yeah, you do. Yeah, because some of it's true, you believe the rest. This is why it's really important as leftists that we remind ourselves all the time that we are not immune to propaganda, right? So like a really good, I guess a really good example of that would be like the Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine invasion. You know, in terms of like what we hear from various sources, whether it's on, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on, you know, the news, whether it's anywhere, whether you find it, you got to make sure that you know, really make sure that what you're reading and what you're talking about is correct. Like, you know, for example, like Putin is obsessed with this idea that the Ukrainians are all Nazis and shit like that. And it's like that in itself starts with you know, an element of truth. There's a nugget of truth in there. It's like, yeah, sure, like, you know, Ukraine has got Nazis in its military or whatever. But, like, so does Russia. So, you know, that's why it's important to be like, you know, we as leftists, we might think, oh, we know everything and we listen to our people and our content creators and stuff like that. But you've always got to question everything that you read. And that's not in a conspiracy sense. That's in, you got to make sure it's legit, you know? My first viewing, I was falling until she said Noam Chomsky. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me when she told me ages ago. Yeah. When I watched this initially, I was like bullshit. As soon as Noam Chomsky, yeah, I think everybody's getting the same way. Yeah, Yanshafim's the same as well. Yeah. Constantly reminding people the most important things about propaganda are: one, you're not immune, and two, just because it's propaganda doesn't mean it's not true. Exactly right. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like agitprop that leftists put out that is, you know, is true. I only stopped believing when she said her real name. Systemic problems, sure, but blaming it all on this one guy? Yes, absolutely, Sundry Clown Car. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello.
During that story, at some point, most of you realized what was happening, but at what point? How much did you believe up until that point? Some of what I said was actually true. Some of it was based on real things that have happened. Do you know which parts? I'm speaking to tens of thousands of people right now, not to brag, and if I hadn't said this was all made up, some of you would have believed me. Some of you even are smaller content creators who would have cited this video and repeated what I said uncritically. Some people, even now that I've told you it's made up, are at home going, I bet it's real though. She says it's fake, but I wouldn't put it past them. I also welcome criticisms of Chomsky that people...
It's true. There's going to be some big budheads who are just too stoned. Like, the weed is their personality. They'll love this shit. They'll be like, yeah, she's right. She's right. Hey, Vicente, how you doing? Yeah, this is a video about conspiracy on the left. Welcome in. What's the transcription software? It's actually just like, it's actually, it's a plugin on Chrome. Oh no, it's the Chrome. No, yeah, it's the Google Chrome transcription stuff. Yeah. Literally me right now. Oh my god.
Do you have, so that people predisposed to dislike him would be more likely to buy in, and here's a nice, big, juicy, important point. What does buy in mean? I didn't say believe, I said buy in. Because a lot of the traction and momentum that conspiracy theories need to spread comes from people who don't think they actually believe in the conspiracy, just because they don't believe in 100% of what they're told. It works a lot like paranormal investigation shows. Most of the audience sit there going, I can't believe other people are buying this crap. Real ghosts don't even look like that. And only a
That's me. Sophie took that inspiration from me because I believe in ghosts.
Relatively small amount of the audience are at home going, oh, I fucking knew Abraham Lincoln's ghost killed JFK. This show fucking rules.
Oh my god.
Hey, welcome back to Fire Safety Lessons. As many of you know, the anti-fire department has been busier than ever lately. Yes, there have been more fires to fight, but also there's been a huge uptick in new volunteers. Not all the new volunteers are quite as anti-fire as I'd personally prefer, though. Some people say they're anti-fire and turn around and try and recruit arsonists into the department. Some people don't even claim to be anti-fire at all. But most worryingly, some people have been saying that the fire isn't even real. And that is really scary.
That is scary.
Because as much as I love the department, I have to admit, we like to think of ourselves as fireproof. And the truth is, we're not.
Fuck yeah.
Out of the sewer. Literal vampire.
Let's go.
Goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Literal vampire.
Conspiracy theories have been fascinating to me for as long as I can remember. They have this bizarre relationship to reality which makes them just tantalizing. First learning what wacky bullshit some people believe, and then figuring out which parts are gibberish and which parts are true, or...
Okay. I'm gonna have to look at all this shit. I'm gonna have to look at all this shit on the board, because this is some great set dressing, Sophie. This is fucking phenomenal. Like, the Jaffa the fucking Jaffa Cakes. The fucking Jaffa Cakes packet. That's the best thing I've ever seen in my life. and like, oh, it's great. Patreon, anonymous donors, CIA, that's right. Yeah, George Soros woke pronouns, them, that's right. Oh my god. Like, it's just fucking great. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, the set dressing is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Holy fucking shit. They're a part of Big Biscuit, yeah. Some of it's Easter eggs for the video. Some of it is just good fun. That is perfect. Phenomenal. Mwah. Fucking phenomenal. I love it.
At least based in the truth, is like an enticing puzzle. It's like a cryptic crossword where every answer turns out to be Sooner or later, the Jews. Imagine my delight at finding myself being a transgender, leftist YouTuber, simultaneously a member of several groups about which people believe all sorts of nonsense. What a treat! I know lots of you are here to hear about wacky cranks and the funny things they believe in, and I'm looking forward to it as much as you are. But we really ought to learn a thing or two about how conspiracy belief works before we can talk about any of that. So, Richard Hofstadter is a name that comes up a lot in the academic writing about conspiracy theories, and I would know because I've read it all. I wouldn't normally do this much reading for a project, but conspiracy belief is a relatively new and small emerging field, and I read it for fun. I really like conspiracy theories. Hofstadter wrote the OG essay in the field of conspiracy research, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, and at the time, nobody gave a fuck. Because unlike me and my cool friends, no one really cared about conspiracy theories until American conservatives started living in a noticeably different reality to American liberals. America is going to be absolutely inescapable in this discussion, not just because the biggest conspiracy movements are there, and therefore most thought about modern conspiracism is also centered there, but as Hofstadter pointed out, the style of politics that they practice over there across the pond is very nurturing to conspiracy theories.
Definitely. One of your uncles thinks you're on Soros's payroll? Oh, man. That sucks. When I was a kid, conspiracy theories were fun. Well, like, there's so many times on this channel where I've literally said, you know, conspiracy theories, like, or like, literally, as Sophie says, like, conspiracy theories always come back to the same thing, and that is that, like, the Jews are doing stuff. You know what I mean? It always comes back to anti-Semitism every single time. So it's just, like, really fucking annoying when you hear your friends talk about this stuff. Like, I remember I used to be a big conspiracy boy. I watched Zeitgeist back in the day. If anyone remembers Zeitgeist, it's like the big one where they talk about how, like, religion is all made up, and, like, obviously, like, you know, when you're like an atheist or you're, like, you know, questioning your views on religion, that's like, oh my god, yeah, of course, I always thought it was stupid. And then they talk about, like, how 9/11 was fake and shit like that. And then they go into how, like, money is fake and, like, the national debt is fake. And, of course, like, we talk about how, like, the national debt and the economy, the IMF are all, like, real-life conspiracies. We talk about that a lot. And it's all kind of, like, vaguely believable. You know, and I was so into it. I was so into it. Like, and you know, yeah, you just end up thinking, you just end up getting to a stage in your life where you go, oh yeah, like the kind of people who like this shit, they're all just Nazis. They're all just Nazis, you know? It sucks. That's where it all comes down to. It's like, they, like, you know, they start saying stuff like this, and then they start going, yo, it's the Jews, bro. Like, it's the Jews. Like, you know, that's why their culture is so, like, you know, they you know, they don't like anyone else hanging out with them. And it's like, yo, my entire step family is Jewish. What are you talking about? Like, and I feel like because of my experience as having, you know, my step family be Jewish, it's like, and you know, they're like conservative as well. So, you know, it's not even like I agree with their politics and stuff. But, like, I think if I hadn't had that experience with Jewish people, like, I easily would have been taken down the road of anti-Semitism and stuff, you know, easily. So it just really kind of sucks, you know? Really kind of sucks. Ghosts and shit, conspiracy theories. Hey, listen, ghosts are real. Ghosts are real. Don't even test me on that. Ghosts are actually just real. Falk99 says, I remember, Falk1989 says, I remember Zeitgeist. 9/11 was actually a reenactment of the cult of Horus. Oh, yeah. All that stuff, yeah. Introduced the friends to the realization to money and debt are all fake last night, and it broke their brain. Good. That's good shit. Nice. Let's fucking go. That's a new communist. Perfect. We're Zeitgeist, the Time Cube guys. I don't know about Time Cube. Do a search for melting point of steel. That's right.
More on that shortly. Hofstadter's original essay is very good, but I won't be quoting from it extensively here because, as the author notes, when he says paranoid style, he means that the political style of conspiracism resembles the behavior of someone clinically diagnosed as paranoid. And while I think the metaphor is apt, I think the way that he writes, the paranoid thinks this, the paranoid does that, is kind of tasteless. Nonetheless, as Hofstadter writes, style has more to do with the way in which ideas are believed than the truth or falsity of their content. So, let's learn about the ways in which conspiracy theories are believed. In a literature review titled Belief in Conspiracy Theories, Basic Principles of an Emerging Research Domain, Jan Willem Bren-Pruyen and Karen M. Douglas set out 4 things to understand about conspiracism. Take note, intrepid investigator. These are your 4 rules to help you find up from down when you're all the way down the rabbit hole. 1. Conspiracy belief is universal. In other words, there is no demographic that is immune to conspiracy belief. There is no divide in race, gender, or politics that would tell us more reliably who is likely to believe in conspiracy theories implicitly. This one is interesting already, because although you've clicked on this video and you've already watched this far, a lot of you are probably thinking, hang on Sophie, conspiracy theories are for right-wingers. Not so. Conspiracy theories are for everyone. Yay! For instance, about 60% of Americans today believe that JFK was killed by a conspiracy, rather than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone, and that percentage doesn't dramatically change much for any group, including Hillary Clinton voters in 2016 and Donald Trump voters in 2016. There's only a 2% difference between those. And believe me, 2% does not explain QAnon, because when surveyed today, 17% of Americans agreed with the statement, a group of Satan-worshipping elites who run a child sex ring are trying to control our politics and media. 37% were unsure.
Oh, that's worrying. That's like the 17% are like, yeah, we definitely believe it. We definitely believe it. And then, like, you know, that's a lot. 37% who are unsure, they're going to believe it to an extent, right? They're going to believe it to an extent. Or they might be too afraid to actually say it because they believe the conspiracy theory so much. And then you've got the people who won't have taken part in the survey at all. You know? Vicente Amiibo says, that's Americans in it. That's a very dangerous sort of idea to propagate, that Americans are the only people who take part in conspiracy theories. There are plenty of British conspiracy idiots, and if you've not been seeing the anti-vax protests that are going around everywhere, all over the UK, all the fucking time, not just in the UK, but all over Europe, then I don't know where you've been. I literally don't know where you've been.
Okay, because it's a useful example for a bunch of reasons. As I just said, most people statistically agree that it's true. And they're probably right? But unlike me and my cool friends who go outdoors a healthy amount, most people didn't come to that conclusion by reading declassified CIA documents or looking at bullet trajectories. Most people believe that JFK was killed by a conspiracy because... 2. Conspiracy belief is emotional. It can be easy to assume that because conspiracy theorists love to pull out facts and minute details to prop up their theories, conspiracy belief must be rooted in analytical thinking, but actually it's rooted in intuitive thinking, that is to say, emotional thinking. We tend to believe things happened not based on the facts we're told, but based on normative similarity, other people around us think it's true, and historical similarity. It fits in with the things we already know about history. On that basis, leftists should actually be a lot more susceptible to conspiracy theories, because if you know the CIA is responsible for something called the Silent Holocaust, it's not hard to believe they're up to all sorts of horrifying crap. And because of that, we need to be really careful in these discussions to distinguish between things that we agree with politically and verifiable facts.
Okay, gang. Little experiment. Hello, people who've just joined, by the way. Butter Bebop, hello. Gayhawk, Banger Vid King. Yo, thank you so much, Gayhawk. Appreciate that. Pat's Potato, Dionysia. I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome in. Gang, if I said to you, right, I don't know, like if I said to you, let's think of a European country. Let's think of a European country like Poland, right? If I said to you, the CIA stopped a left-wing candidate from getting into power in Poland, I think most of you would probably be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Press 1 if you agree with me, press 2 if you don't. And, you know, you could be honest with me if you want, or you could be like, oh, no, I see what DJ Muel is doing. He's trying to trick me into saying one so that he could berate me. No, I'm not trying to do that. I want you to be as honest with you as you can. Because if someone said that to me, I would believe them. I would be like, yeah, 100%. Because the CIA does shit like that all the time, right? But how often do we hear stuff about the CIA like that and go, oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, they definitely did that. Yeah, sounds about right. You know? Because, and that's what Sophie's trying to get at here. It's like, this is why it can be so easy to fall in to conspiracy theories, even if you're on the left, because a lot of the conspiracies that happen in the world, like actual real life conspiracies, are against leftists and leftist ideas. So it's a really good way to sort of like prop that up, you know?
There's been a whole bunch of interesting writing.
Sorry, not prop that up. That sounds like I'm saying that it's bullshit. It's a real good way to start this discussion,
which we will barely touch on today, about how anxiety feeds into conspiracy belief, but it's more of a psychological approach, and today we need to be more sociological. That said, another reason that JFK is such an interesting case is that you can see a change over time, because when the Warren Commission first released their report, 87% of Americans did
If you told me the CIA made my milk go off, I'd probably believe it.
think Oswald acted alone. If you imagine someone who was a teenager when JFK was killed, who then lived through the next 60 years of American history, the assassination of MLK, the assassination of Bobby Kennedy, the Vietnam War, the whole of the 80s, the rise of the internet, 9/11, some pretty damn turbulent stuff has happened since JFK was killed, and the idea of an alternate reality where JFK got to live out his term and created a safe, happy, harmonious society does appeal to both progressive liberals and modern reactionaries. Now we should think about a mechanism by which the problem gets worse. If you believe things because people around you believe them, and because they fit in with the story of the world that you've been told, what happens when you already believe in conspiracy theories, and a new conspiracy theory comes along, which is similar in shape if not content, and contains many of the same bad guys? And what happens if everyone else around you is in the same media environment and believes all the things you do? This is how someone ends up believing in nothing but conspiracy theories, and it's an important feature of conspiracy belief. Conspiracy theories exist in what is called the cultic milieu.
We spoke about this. We spoke about this on Red Planet. We had a cult expert on to talk to us about cults and the cultic milieu. So very, very cool. This is like it's all cross-pollinating with analysis, research, etc. Really, really good. Yo, go follow Bad Bunny, by the way, because that's where we host Red Planet. 10 p.m. GMT every Sunday. We got an excellent episode this week. If you've not watched my video on YouTube already, we've got an excellent episode on queer care this week, which is going to be really good to speak to the representative from queer care. So yeah, go follow Bad Bunny. Check us out on Sundays.
I don't know how to say this. Anyway, the cultic milieu is a cultural and imaginative space where various conspiracy theories propagate, kind of wiggling around, vibing in the milieu, just feeding off the same audience of people who are really into conspiracy theories. And it's why someone who can be described as a conspiracy theorist is unlikely to only believe in one completely isolated conspiracy theory. As Michael Barkun says in Culture of Conspiracy, and two men called Joseph say in American Conspiracy Theories, America has a particularly strong and vibrant cultic milieu. But that idea of someone whose entire reality is shaped by conspiracy theories is what leads us to the third principle, that 3. Conspiracy belief is consequential. This is how we can start to distinguish between the entire 60% of Americans who believe Oswald wasn't acting alone and the proportion of people we would call conspiracy theorists. 60% of Americans buy in to a JFK conspiracy theory, but for some smaller number of people, they live in a reality where JFK was definitely killed by the deep state, who also faked the moon landing and also started the Vietnam War.
I love how you use Obama for the depiction of the deep state, because that is basically what right-wingers think the deep state is. They think the deep state is any politician that they don't like. They think that Joe Biden's the deep state. Oh, it's just funny as fuck. That's why they think Hillary Clinton's deep state, because she was married to Bill Clinton. Oh, just that's perfect.
because they are reptilians from the Hollow Earth. And if you live in that reality, it is your moral obligation to do everything you can to fight the reptilian overlords and defend humanity. For a counterexample, if you believe that anthropogenic climate change is real, then it is your moral obligation to do everything you can to change the shape of global power to stop it, which
That's
is
right.
why many people who don't want to change the shape of global power choose to live in a reality where anthropogenic climate change is not real or not significant or not stoppable. The point is, conspiracy belief has consequences. Whether those consequences are refusing to recycle, publishing a book calling YouTubers CIA-funded shills, or your wife leaving you because you ask every transgender person you meet whether they're an adrenochrome-huffing demon.
But the way we've been talking about conspiracy theories so far may not line up with people's observable reality. That it is the modern right wing, at least in the Anglosphere, who buy into, believe, and spread the majority of conspiracy theories. And that's why we need the fourth and final principle. That 4. Conspiracy belief is social. I am about to say one of the, if not the, most important phrase in all of the conspiracy theory research I have read. So put your little listening ears on, you cutie patooties. Conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts. In other words, the exact reason that conspiracy theories arise is because two groups are conflicting, and people on both sides don't have a complete picture of how or why. For instance, there is an intergroup social conflict between American conservatives and American liberals, and QAnon is a narrative that explains that conflict in terms that put American conservatives in the right. This is why it features so much projection. Claims that the social justice left are banning and burning books while censoring and banning the exact information literally burned by the actual Nazis. Hyper-focus on the liberal, pedophilic cabal while supporting Donald Trump, a notorious sexual abuser and alleged pedophile who supports other alleged pedophiles. The emotional truth being defended here is, well, even if we're bad, they're worse. When George Bush was in government, the conspiracy theory that 9/11 was an inside job was far more popular on the left than on the right, and far more popular outside of America than inside it.
What?
Like QAnon, this conspiracy theory provided a
What? That's crazy. I can't even believe that. It was more popular outside of America? That's madness. In Germany, Green Party is deep state by definition, according to the far right. German conspiracy nutters are the wildest, do you reckon?
comforting narrative to leftists who saw the terror attacks as a consequence of American foreign policy. 9/11 was an inside job reflects the perspective that America spent decades bombing the Middle East, and the American government is not entirely without blame for 9/11. That's the thing about emotional truth. It doesn't always line up cleanly or comfortably with the reality with which you're being presented. And when that cognitive dissonance hits, a lot of people choose to lie to themselves. And those are the tenets of conspiratorial belief.
About the last 10 standing.
I believe you took conspiracy theory too hot and men.
I don't know. Like Bob Sick said, I trivialize everything. Mass hypnosis. You and I would not be more.
This is fucking great, by the way. Sophie was sending me lots of little previews of these bits of the video. And this, like, I don't know how you call it. It's like automatic animation or some shit, right? Is that right? Have I got that wrong? But Joel Haver, like, literally, I was like, Sophie, how did you do this? And she was just like, oh, Joel Haver just like has a video showing you how you do it. you could just watch his video and just learn how to do it.
That you're a viable human.
Cartoon synthesis, rotoscoping, is that what it is?
Now, which is all Nazi. By the way, the EU was set
Hey,
up by the Nazis.
Splutnu, by the way.
Volkswagen, I'm not against Volkswagen itself, but that was literally drawn, the first Volkswagen by Hitler. Audi, the Olympic symbol. I mean, Hitler was a really bad dude, but he literally, so much of our world's governed by him. NASA, everything. So they've got to start getting it going now with governor, physicians, and people to go, because the nurses are freaking out. Mm-hmm. And they're saying, we're keeping babies alive, and they get put in a van and drive away. What's going on? They're like, well, we didn't keep them comfortable. It's passed into a special ward with doctors that make a few million a year. And the little flesh ball is kept alive and comfortable until all the orders come in, the planes land, and they take the organs, and they take
Joe's face.
the blood, and they take the skin, Joe. You see how it works? Now
Dude,
you
you're
know
freaking
why.
me out with his voice.
No, but see, it's a southern loving.
Yo, you legit like you added the cowboy hat. That's crazy. I love that shit. That's so good.
You see, my dad knew organ harvesters in Dallas.
The cultic milieu is called a milieu because a milieu necessarily implies structurelessness and chaos. And that's one of the first things that researchers into the conspiracy space realized. It's incredibly chaotic. Conspiracy theories don't typically have one standardized narrative and may not even contain the same characters. And as I said before, way more people typically buy in to some element of a conspiracy theory than actually wholeheartedly believe them. And besides people who believe and people who buy in, there are also people who see conspiracy theories as a means to an end. Not to say that people who have something to materially gain from spinning conspiracy theories believe nothing. After all, it's a lot easier to convince others of something you yourself believe, but there are people who cynically exploit conspiracy theory audiences for their own ends. Enter George Galloway.
Why don't you have anything to say to us?
Oh no, this guy. Oh no. Oh, he's such a piece of shit. I fucking hate George Galloway. Holy shit. Welcome in, Lefty Himbo. How you doing? Steely Hands as well. Hello, Mr. Danks, the Dacus. I struggle to believe Alex Jones is a real person. Seems like a comedian playing some sort of horrifying character. I mean, look, he is a grifter, right? He's a grifter. That's what it is. He doesn't believe all of his own bullshit at all. Yeah, his fans do. That's the dangerous thing, yeah. Yeah, soy makes you feminine. Buy my supplements, which contain soy. There's bare people in Germany that think Hitler's still alive on a secret base, either on the moon, or the North Pole, or inside the hollow Earth. That's funny as fuck. The countdown is the timer for the blue fella. Yeah, don't worry about that. Nothing horrible is going to happen.
Don't speak to fake news.
All right, okay.
It's all fake news.
George Galloway, talk show host, former British politician and proud Fedora owner, was a member of British Parliament, so there's a fucking red flag, for Labour from 1987 until 2003. From very early in his career, he declared himself a socialist, a revolutionary, and an anti-imperialist. And here's where we're going to start running into something that's going to stay with us throughout this journey. There is a certain type of electoral politics Marxist within the imperial core who describes themselves as an anti-imperialist. And, in 1994, on a trip to the Middle East where George Galloway met with Saddam Hussein, Galloway told the Iraqi president,
"Sir, I salute your courage, your strength, your indefatigability. I can honestly tell you that there was not a single person to whom I told I was coming to Iraq and hoping to meet with yourself who did not wish me to convey their heartfelt, fraternal greetings and support." Meow.
So quick thing. What?
That fucking meow. That's so good. Oh my shit. That's perfect. Yo, who doesn't know about the meow? The meow is the best thing. I think Sophie actually talks about this in the video. What was I gonna say? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. Kiri, I'm so sorry to hear that you got COVID. That absolutely sucks. Can I get some love? If you've got love emotes in the chat, let's get some love emotes for Kiri. I hope you get well soon, lovely.
Fuck. Look, George, just because a group call themselves socialists doesn't mean you have to be friends with a
Thank you for the follow.
genocidal maniac. Saddam Hussein killed over 200,000 people. I mean, that's still fewer Iraqis than Tony Blair killed, but who's counting? Not him, apparently. Not yet, anyway. Sadly, most people seem to remember George for being kind of cringe on Celebrity Big Brother one
Here it
time
is.
and pretending to be a cat.
Now, would you like me to be the cat?
It was just disgusting. It just gave me the creeps. It was just like a shiver all down me. It was gross.
But Galloway has a long history of walking this weird line between
being kind of rad, like calling George Bush the world's biggest terrorist, and being extremely cringe, like trying to justify a gay man being executed by the Iranian government.
Oh,
Two
whoa.
things can be true at once. A regime can be committing horrifying and indefensible abuses, and Western politicians and journalists can be using those abuses as a pretext for invasion and more imperialist wars. That doesn't make everything you hear about the regime false, and it doesn't make the regime good. This is a kind of binaristic logic, which, when combined with a kind of person who is desperate for attention, is very...
Yeah, British TV is just that and Doctor Who. Yeah, that's right. I would like to officially announce that the furry community denounces George. Good, good, I'm glad. The furry community are good in their anti-fire action, I have to say. You know, big up the furries.
very dangerous. I heard it's popular to do foreshadowing in your videos now. That was foreshadowing.
While we might be tempted to think of George Galloway in more forgiving terms than Joe Rogan or David Icke, he has been a guest on Alex Jones's show several times, including once in 2005 when Galloway had recently been expelled from the Labour Party.
Out of the White House. Okay, enough of Mr. Galloway's earlier statements and my comments. Mr. Galloway, it's a great honor to have you joining us.
It's a great pleasure, anytime at all.
Galloway keeps insisting that the attention on him when he's opposing an illegal war is the mother of all smokescreens.
And with a charge sheet like that, it's no wonder that those responsible are throwing up what I call the mother of all smoke screens.
Yeah, it's a bit clunky, but I guess I get what he's going for. He does say it like 6 times, though. Galloway does try to keep his hands clean and just court conspiracy theorist audiences, but now and then he slips up and really shows his cards, usually manifesting as anti-Semitism, which has led George to losing multiple jobs. Galloway, like lots of modern anti-Semites, works hard to give himself plausible deniability by always couching his attacks in criticisms of Israel, Zionists, international finance, etc., but
It's motherfuckers like this that do absolutely nothing for, like, Palestinian rights, by the way. Like, this motherfucker loves to be like, yo, free Palestine, but also, you know, it's not just Israel, it's like every Jew. He's a piece of shit. A piece of fucking shit.
he'll still say things like a criminal cabal runs the country, or that there are no Israel flags on the cup because Liverpool beat Tottenham at the football. Tottenham is a neighbourhood in London where historically a lot of Jewish people have lived, and anti-Semitism around the Tottenham Football Club goes back decades. Even though Tottenham Hotspurs don't actually have statistically more Jewish supporters than any other club. Nonetheless, here's George showing his whole ass. Then he and his defenders can smugly pretend they're just complaining about big finance in politics or sport, and like, no, George. Leftists hate global capitalism. Leftists hate the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Leftists hate neocolonialism and the occupation in Palestine. You hate Jews. Also, a family member of mine died at Hillsborough, so on behalf of the fallen 96, go fuck yourself, George.
Yep.
Nowadays, Galloway has a talk show produced by Russia Today called Moats, or Mother of All Talk Show. Christ on a cracker, George. He's also the leader of the Workers' Party of Great Britain, a reactionary pseudo-communist party that, much like Galloway, spends most of its time getting more irrelevant and more bigoted. The deputy leader of WPB is Jyoti Bra, who Wikipedia describes as an outspoken critic of transgenderism, but I would describe as a rancid little worm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Don't these guys tend to not be overly fond of Muslims too? Yeah, well, they'll use Muslims to justify their anti-Semitism for sure. That's a thing that happens. Yeah, quite often. Galloway might be a good study about how populist rhetoric can swing so easily from left wing to right wing. Oh yeah, for sure. I imagine that's why Sophie's included him in the video. Yeah. It's such a treat to see you watch this. Oh, Sophie, I fucking love it. It's great. It's fucking great. I love it. Like, we're only 24 minutes in and it's fucking perfect.
If you hadn't guessed, George Galloway's opinions about trans people, they're not great.
This transmania has gone far enough.
Good pussycat, yes. Good pussycat.
I honestly felt
This is the best. This is absolutely the best. Cause it's like I love it. It's like George showing his ass, like directly next to this like absolutely fucking hilarious moment. Oh my god, it's perfect.
Physically ill.
Look, in case I'm waffling here or mincing my words, you know, here's a picture of George Galloway with Nigel Farage. And here he is shaking hands with Steve Bannon. Galloway is a good example of someone who buys in, but doesn't necessarily believe. He didn't build his platform on sharing much explicitly conspiracist content, but you only have to look at his audience to see that the people George is speaking to are picking up what he's laying down. His comments are constantly full of mentions of globalists, the Great Reset, a popular conspiracy theory among anti-vaxxers, and oh shit, I can't say the name of the horse paste on YouTube, but people also complain when I say horse paste, so let's say Mr. Chips' patented apple jelly. Galloway is a kind of socialist who thinks that appealing to bigots, reactionaries, and conspiracy cranks helps him appeal to the real working class, and he's getting exactly the audience he's been at.
I think this is perfect, because if you don't know about this video, Sophie goes into talking about people who are doing what George Galloway did and has been doing for like the last, 20 years. But they're doing it nowadays as if it's like a fresh, cool thing to do, And it's also interesting that when I, on stream, was learning about Nazbols, for those of you that remember, I have a sort of bit of a shitty video of that on YouTube where I was trying to figure out where Nazbols actually came from and shit. And, Caleb Maupin is just like sat there with one of the main Nazbol guys. It's just really fucked. Just really, really, really fucked. I'm sure Sophie mentions that in this video, but it's like, it's just crazy that like, these guys think they're doing something really smart and funny by, being leftists that believe that leftists that are doing better than they are on YouTube, or they have like a better following or a better whatever, that they're like funded by the CIA and shit like that. It's just crazy. Just crazy.
Asking for. Speaking of Seabiscuit's secret source, someone who's been increasingly conspiratorial for a long time, who recently took an anti-vaccine turn, is Jimmy Dore.
Why is that study taking so long? They could get the vaccines to you in 90 days or whatever it was. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't a long
National
time.
bullshit.
But they can't figure out if another drug treats it? For 2 fucking years?
Sean already made a great video unpacking Dore lying about Shadowfax Froobs, so I'm not going to retread the exact
Shadowfax Froobs
same ground here. Jimmy Dore made a name for himself online through the Young Turks, but for as long as Dore has been doing politics in the public eye, he's always tended towards conspiracism. In much the same
Hey, you know my video today? Do you remember my video from today where I talk about Dave Rubin leaving the Young Turks? I feel like Jimmy Dore was also part of the Young Turks. Is that right? Have I got that wrong? Hang on. Is that a link up? Is that a link up thing? Jimmy Dore Young Turks. I might have got that wrong. He used to be on the left. No. Yeah, he did. Did he? Oh, he was affiliated with the Young Turks around about the same time as Dave Rubin as well. Interesting.
Same way as Galloway, Dore has repeatedly tried to deny the horrific crimes of dictators like Bashar al-Assad, who Galloway also vehemently defends, by saying that the mainstream media is lying about war.
Yes, Jimmy Dore is a fascist right-winger for money. That's correct. Just like Dave Rubin. Yes.
Crimes and human rights abuses.
Also Hassan. Yeah, but Hassan for the right reasons, because Hassan's politics went like further left. Like he realized that his uncle was just like a lib. And that's pretty fucking funny. So,
Comes from this place where folks on the left get a lot of validation and recognition for pointing out where the mainstream media and the government lie about stuff, that everything promoted by the mainstream media must be implicitly untrustworthy. Here's a clip of Dore appearing on the Last American Vagabond podcast.
I thought the Young Turks were moderate liberals. Yes, I don't know why you're surprised that Jimmy Dore turned out to be a fucking grifter. Because of hanging around with liberals too much, who that's what happens. That's what happens when libs happen. Liberals make excuses for fascists all the time.
on an episode titled The Shifting Political Landscape of the COVID-19 Deception.
You know, I think that's what all of this is showing us.
Yes, you're just repeating propaganda because you're a coward and you go along with herd mentality.
Yes.
And I can't blame regular people for thinking that
Clip Clop Calpol
is some kind of redneck drug that people are in horse paste because everybody tells them that. Well, it's just amazing that won't show up on her Wikipedia page.
Right.
But
hey Val,
but
by the
even
way,
when I get something right, it'll follow me around for the rest of my life. Like when I was right about this Syrian gas attacks being false flags, and now they still say Jimmy Dore's a conspiracy theorist because he says that the Syrian gas attacks are false flags. Well, it's been proven true that was.
Exactly.
The OPCW whistleblowers have proven that were true, but they'll never take that off of Wikipedia, and that'll never follow MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, Joy-Ann Reid, none of the people who pushed that completely 100% false story. And by the way, the only thing you had to do to debunk that story was call the hospital. Nobody did it. It was reported by everybody. And by the way, Rachel Maddow never took down her tweet about it.
Exactly.
So and so when censorship is selective because they'll never censor the establishment. They're only going to, again, it's never, if you lie at the behest of the
they'll never censor the establishment. This guy is like unhinged.
Establishment, never a price to pay. If you tell the truth that upends a lie by the establishment, you will be censored.
I think what's really interesting in that clip is how you can see him shift from using language that acknowledges incentives and
like what he's talking about in terms of like the establishment. He's on about like COVID. He's on about COVID misinformation. He's saying that the establishment are doing COVID misinformation, but it's like he's saying, oh, no one will ever censor that. But like Fox News censor it all the time. Do you know what I mean? And Fox News are like clearly establishment. They clearly are the establishment. Like Donald Trump was still president when COVID was getting about, you know?
dynamics to language that calls all the people he disagrees with his enemies. Let's look at the transcript again.
You're just repeating propaganda because you're a coward and you go along with herd mentality. And I can't blame regular people for thinking that
Nay, Rafen.
is some
These are fucking quality.
neck drug that people are, and horse paste, because everybody tells them that. And now they still say Jimmy Dore's a conspiracy theorist because he says that the Syrian gas attacks are false flags. But it's been proven. It's been proven.
It's not. That's my eyes were squinting when he was saying that, because I was like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Syrian gas attacks were false flags. What does that mean?"
Flags. The OPCW whistleblowers have proven that were true, but they'll never take that off Wikipedia, and they'll never follow MSNBC.
They. And I guarantee this guy doesn't like gender neutral pronouns. I guarantee it.
So Rolling Stone, Joy-Ann Reid, none of the people who pushed that completely 100% false story. And so, censorship is selective because they'll never censor the establishment. They're never gonna, again, if you lie at the behest of the establishment, never a price to pay. If you tell the truth that upends a lie by the establishment, you will be censored.
His language becomes not only more hostile, but also more conspiratorial. He's attributing malice where incompetence and a systemic perspective would explain much, much more. The way that Jimmy Dore argues against vaccines is, typically for a conspiracy theorist, by sharing studies that show how alternative treatments could be good, maybe, but the mainstream media will never show you these studies.
Right.
It's all selective reading. If it could be spun to agree with his narrative, it's a good and useful fact. If it disagrees outright, it's more mainstream media disinformation.
Yeah.
From one angle, it's tempting to go easier on Jimmy Dore. He's an older guy, he was already more vulnerable, and from what he describes, it sounds like he got COVID after getting vaccinated, which does happen, but it's understandable why that would be a scary experience. I've had COVID. It sucks!
However, what I obviously can't sympathize with or make any apologies for is spreading dangerous medical advice to vulnerable people who are looking for any excuse not to get vaccinated. The problem with Centaur shampoo isn't that it doesn't work in any case for any course of treatment. The issue is that people who look to popular figures for guidance and advice will take as much of the stuff as possible, way beyond the amount that would be prescribed under any conditions, and just poison themselves. I actually know someone who caught COVID, and because they still live with their parents who are MAGA conspiracy theorists, they were forcibly given this fucking dewormer while already sick with coronavirus.
That's fucked.
I guess what's really interesting here is how Jimmy Dore approaches journalism and the search for truth. He says he's not a journalist and he comes from comedy. Though I've never actually seen him tell a joke, he just makes that face he makes after what he assumes will be a provocative statement. And I think
this face. Oh man.
The joke, he just makes that face he makes after what he assumes will be a provocative statement.
His little cheeky grin. He thinks he's being so smart. Oh, Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore. Yeah, that shit's abuse. Yeah, being forcibly given fucking ivermectin. That's fucked. Need to get that Centaur shampoo. Sounds like a good hair product. Jimmy adorable. Yeah, that's right. When you'll try and disprove them by telling them just to look at Fox News TV ratings, they'll say this is because people are starting to wake up. That's true. That's right. That's right. Oh, God. In Germany, the Young Turks would pass as right wing of the Social Democrat Party. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Social Democrat Party in Germany isn't even that good. That's crazy.
And I think it's important to understand Dore isn't a journalist, even though he's trying his best to wade deep into issues of credible sources, cover-ups, manufacturing consent, and mainstream media disinformation. His main argument in that clip for why you should believe him about pony porridge is that Rachel Maddow lies about things, in particular a Syrian gas...
Yo, you know what I just realized, gang? I'm still in Just Chatting. Should we spice things up and go into the politics category? I'm not waiting for an answer. I'm doing it. Let's get some Caleb Maupin fans in here. This will be good.
He says was a false flag, and he actually does this all the time. For instance, discussing the mainstream coverage of the gas attacks with Aaron Mate of Grey Zone Media, he said,
"How can you ever trust that news agency ever again? I can't. And what is the implications of that? What is that? What does that say?"
Let's get spicy.
Clearly for Jimmy Dore, once a news outlet has been caught lying, they can never be trustworthy again, which certainly has a lot of populist appeal as an idea. As someone who would like the media to tell the perfect truth 100% of the time, I find it very noble. But what Jimmy is calling a proven lie is actually a lot messier than he would like to make it seem, and we're going to have to get into that. However, we're running into the problem we were always going to have talking about conspiracy theories on the left. Namely, well, you tend to validate things based on the history that you already know, and I know some people by now are at home going, if you know about Operation Gladio, none of this is really surprising. And some people are at home going, well, clearly it was the Area 51 stealth plane program testing their transgendification gas, and then they faked the reports to make it look like chlorine. Okay, no, but seriously? There are people at home thinking, Sophie, false flag attacks are a real thing that happens. And you remember the weapons of mass destruction hype from the 2000s. Manufacturing consent is done all the time, and you can't take either side at face value during a war. And yes, a comprehensive understanding of history and American imperialism, and especially the intelligence community and geopolitics today, does require knowing some things that seem like crank nonsense to other people. Before we get any further, we're gonna have to confront the question. What about when conspiracy theories are true?
Oh no! What about when they're actually true? Holy shit, she's right, and she should say it. Yeah, SMH Muel thinks politics is a game. My haters will say this about me. That's true. That's true. I think TERF will become synonymous with transphobe over time. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I think some people are just transphobes without being, you know, radically feminist about it. I think some people are just like straight up, they don't give a fuck. They're just going to be transphobes. They're not even going to try and paint themselves as wanting something progressive out of it, you know? But yeah, I think it pretty much already is, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Did I miss? I feel like I missed something in the chat. I heard someone called Jimmy Dore a TERF recently and wondered aloud, Jimmy Dore is a feminist? No TERFs are feminists. They're not feminists. Not at all. Okay, I think I got most of the stuff in chat.
Corrupted and co-op. I'm reporting on this thing. I'm not saying it. I'm just reporting it. I'm not giving anybody.
Literally have an alien base, and they are literally communicating, and they've got like astronaut level.
Yo, let's not talk about that website, just in case, Bunny, okay?
People taking super hardcore levels of drugs and going into meetings.
It's like one of the most dangerous things. Like, don't go and Google what Bunny just put in the chat, please.
These things and making intergalactic deals.
It's important to know and it's important to talk about, but there's just a lot of bad shit. Just don't get involved with that website. I don't want to talk about that on here.
Following a robbery of FBI offices, documents.
It's okay. Don't worry. It's one of them
in
things.
An illegal surveillance operation, monitoring, infiltrating, and even manipulating radical political groups in a counterintelligence program known as COINTELPRO. This sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's true. I'm breaking no new ground here. This is all on Wikipedia. The same documents revealed the assassination of Black Panther Fred Hampton had been a coordinated effort by the FBI and Illinois police. The history of neoliberalism itself sounds like a conspiracy theory. Milton Friedman and the Chicago School, a bunch of hyper-capitalist libertarian fanatics who wound up advising government agencies all over the world, using the CIA to enact coups to implement free market capitalism.
Yeah.
If you know about this history, actually, a lot of the stuff Alex Jones and others say about the intelligence community suddenly become apparent references to real things that you know took place. That's one way that traveling in the milieu of stigmatized knowledge can lead you to conspiracism. How about something which I'd call a conspiracy theory, which is not verified by any official sources, which I also believe to be true?
And the FBI killed Martin Luther King!
Is a conspiracy theory, in that it is not verified by official sources, it serves a purpose in the conversation, and in that context, it reflects an intergroup social conflict. The American government is racist as hell. However, King's...
Is that Nat? I love Nat so much. The soccer's on the board! The soccer's on the board, holy shit. Yo, Astro Annie, what is going on? Can I get a shout out for Astro Annie, please, Shafiq? How are you doing? That's right, alien conspiracy theories. It's all your fault, Annie. It's all your fault. I can't believe you would just be in space and creating conspiracy theories. Holy shit.
King's family have been saying that James...
Please go follow Astro Annie. She's not an alien. She's just really cool and plays lots of Elden Ring.
Ray was framed and that the FBI killed King since literally the day he died, and there is plenty of evidence to back that up, though most of it's circumstantial. Again, I believe this, but I'm not telling you to believe this. I'm not telling you this is true, because I think I have a responsibility to communicate when things have not been proven. When you start to read through the literature around conspiracy theories, it becomes clear there is a division among scholars. The division largely comes down to this question. What about when conspiracy theories are true? It isn't about how to react to true conspiracy theories, or anything so prescriptive. After all, these are academics. But rather, how to define the truth. It's kind of a big question. It's been perplexing philosophers, morally ambiguous politicians, and people coming down from heroic trips for literally thousands of years. What, even is reality? Man? In classic rhetorical style, I will outline the side I disagree with first, tell you why they suck, and then tell you the side I prefer. But I encourage everyone to go and read about it because it's a complex subject and really interesting. The first approach you often encounter is to look at conspiracy theories as a deviation away from something called reality. What is reality, and how can we tell what happens in reality? Well, official sources tell us. What they say on the news is true.
Yo, Key Bunny, can we just, chill out enabling TERFs by saying that, no one is enabling TERFs in this chat. You're in the chat and you're saying that TERF has been redefined and globally accepted as trans-exclusionary radical fascist for a couple of years now. I've never even heard of that. I understand what you're saying. They're not feminists. I think everybody knows that. You know, I think that this argument that we're trying to do right now is a little bit like, I don't know, it just seems really unproductive. Like, you know. Wow, okay. All right then, yeah, how about you cool off? How about you cool off for a fucking date? How about you just cool the fuck off?
And if they make a mistake, which they do sometimes because they're only human, eventually they'll let us know and we can update our understanding of reality.
Globally accepted by who? By who? By who? Globally accepted by who? What are you talking about?
Conspiracy beliefs, the authors cite Keith Harris's definition of a conspiracy theory, saying that the following criteria make something a conspiracy theory.
1. It posits an explanation for a target event or set of target events that is alternative to the official account of the events. 2. Claims that the events was or were brought about by one or more conspirators. 3. Posits that the architects of the events are involved in promoting the official account. 4. Has greater explanatory power than the official account.
The authors go on to say,
we define conspiracy belief as the subjective conviction that a small group of powerful actors is secretly working together to produce an unlawful and/or harmful outcome for others in society.
Yes, imagine if a small group of powerful people were making society worse on purpose.
There are official accounts of events, and when people differ from those official accounts, claiming that an alternate set of events took place, and that the architects or beneficiaries of those events are covering it up, that is a conspiracy theory. When that belief is internalized as an outlook on life, that is conspiracy belief. Here's my issue. According to Keith Harris's criteria, we can point to all sorts of things as conspiracy theories that are categorically not, and not just because they're true or happened in reality. Various historical genocides meet all of the criteria, or met all of the criteria at the time they were happening. The genocide of Palestinians by Israeli forces meet the criteria today. Marx's critique of capitalism isn't just beloved by lefto-commie radicals like me, but serves as the basis for much of modern economics. And yet, thanks to registered passenger on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane and Margaret Thatcher's greatest achievement, Tony Blair, being a Marxist is a political death sentence in the UK today. It would be fair to
being a Moxic? What the fuck? Come on, captions. Holy shit.
say Marxism meets all the criteria. Operation Legacy, a program by the British government to destroy evidence of crimes committed by the British Empire, has been admitted to by the British government. However, the crimes being covered up will never be admitted to, because they destroyed all the evidence. So Operation Legacy doesn't meet the criteria for a conspiracy theory, but the crimes do. Do you see my point? They are treating authority as truth, and I think that is neither logical, safe, nor productive.
For instance, the Iran-Contra affair is described like this.
What is known as the Iran-Contra affair was initially an unproven conspiracy theory. Over time, however, the evidence showed that the US government had secretly sold weapons to the Khomeini government in Iran with the goal of funding the right-wing Contra Nicaraguan guerrillas in violation of the Bolen Amendment. Thus, unproven conspiracy theories are sometimes subsequently convincingly supported.
And to me, that just seems buck wild. The approach that I prefer, as discussed at length in Michael Barkun's Culture of Conspiracy, is to make a distinction between what we call authorized knowledge and stigmatized knowledge. What is true or untrue, that's down to the facts. But the mainstream authorities, the government, the media, academia, etc., authorize certain knowledge to be accepted as true and stigmatize other knowledge to be disregarded. I think this paints a much more accurate picture of the state of knowledge in our society. As Michael Barkun describes it,
stigmatized knowledge, the broader category in which conspiracy theories nest, is that set of knowledge claims rejected or ignored by certifying institutions. In other words, by authorities of some sort. To advance stigmatized knowledge claims is to challenge authority.
Which I think is pretty interesting given the world that we live in now. This, of course, didn't escape Barkun's attention either. He goes on to say,
the movement of stigmatized knowledge into the mainstream therefore tells us something about the relative strength of authority.
Is Michael Bacon related to Kevin Bacon? No, AJ, it's Michael Barkun.
The stronger authoritative institutions are, the greater their capacity to separate stigmatized knowledge to the fringe. The prevalence of conspiracy theories and other forms of stigmatized knowledge, such as ideas about the year 2012, constitute a barometer that suggests a weakening of authority. The resilience of such recent features as the birther theories that strike at the heart of the presidency and the 9/11 theories that implicate the national government in an attack on American soil are...
No, Steely Hands. I know AJ very well. AJ has been, if you can see there, from their founder badge, subscribed to my channel for 44 months. I know AJ very, very well, unfortunately.
Are further indicators of this weakening.
So I appreciate you trying to stick up for him, but, you know, I know the score. I know what's going on with it, AJ.
So, what really is a
Maya, what's going on? Welcome in.
conspiracy theory? I've left it deliberately vague until now.
No, you're not dumb. You're not dumb. You just got a different way of thinking about things. That's all it is.
Now, and the only definition I offered, I then argued against. And the reason for that is that I'm kind of ambivalent on the exact question we're discussing. If a conspiracy theory is true, is it no longer a conspiracy theory? I don't think so. I think conspiracy theories are sometimes true, but I think the more important distinction to make is that a conspiracy theory is a form of stigmatized knowledge. People often think that conspiracy theories can be debunked by picking away at particular facts or claims, like pulling out the bottom of a house of cards, bringing the whole thing down. But to a conspiracy theorist, it's a lot more like an impressionist painting, and debunking does little more than smudging a brushstroke, leaving the overall impression unchanged. Conspiracy theories have this bizarre relationship to the truth because conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts. And so, even if you could say that conspiracy theory, broadly speaking, is true, it might mean radically different things to different people. Take, for example, the popular modern conspiracy theory and internet meme, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. To some, this statement implies the involvement of Hillary Clinton and other liberal politicians. To others, Donald Trump and conservatives. But crucially, the truth has very little bearing on the narrative. The veracity of the statement that Epstein was murdered by a conspiracy doesn't change the statement really being made, that members of the ruling class had provable ties to Epstein, which might implicate them in his death, or might not. But very few people choose to implicate the ruling class broadly when discussing this narrative, choosing instead to implicate their perceived enemies and vindicate their perceived allies.
Yo, see you later, Shafiq. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thanks for all your help earlier. I appreciate you a lot. And hi, Galaspar. Welcome in. You watched this with Keffels last night? That's pretty based. I'm glad that Keffels watched this. That's pretty sick.
In actuality, the social conflict here is between the public, who deserve public servants who are accountable and won't have ties to child sex traffickers, or at the very least, a justice system that will take power away from those people if they do, and the ruling class, who want to remain unaccountable. So let's talk about Jimmy Dore and Syrian gas attacks. In 2018, in the city of Douma in southern Syria, a gas attack killed between 40 and 50 people and wounded hundreds of others. A week later, after outraged news coverage and expedited political consensus from Western politicians that the attacks must have been committed by Assad's government against their own people, the US, UK, and France carried out a series of military strikes against government sites in Syria. In the months and years that followed, a fact-finding mission and report by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons found that the gas used was, and I'm not saying this as a scientist or weapons expert, basically chlorine gas. Syria and Russia responded to the events by claiming the US and UK had staged the attack and faked videos and reports in order to justify a military strike, dismissing the OPCW report published by Bellingcat, which the Russian government has claimed is funded by the American government to smear Russia. Bellingcat has documented extensive use of chemical weapons in the Syrian civil war, a UN investigation into which Russia vetoed earlier in 2018. The gas attack conspiracy theory, here referred to in the singular, but like all conspiracy theories, extremely plural in its diversity of narratives, facts, and characters, it quickly exploded among self-proclaimed anti-imperialists such as Jimmy Dore, George Galloway, and the staff at the Grey Zone. So when Jimmy Dore says in that clip that OPCW whistleblowers have proven that the attacks were a false flag, what he means is that WikiLeaks shared reports from within the OPCW casting doubt on whether the gas canisters had been dropped by helicopter, implicating Assad's government, or placed manually, implicating the Syrian rebels, White Helmets, or whichever intelligence agencies you'd prefer to believe were involved. I say it like that because between them, Dore and the Grey Zone have tried to cast doubt on whether the attacks took place at all, whether chlorine gas was used, who was responsible, and why. All these pieces are fungible because the truth of what happened
doesn't matter. What matters is that Rachel Maddow is a liar who...
I got a conspiracy for you all. Why does Jimmy Dore use Comic Sans? Why does he do that? Does he think that we don't know? It's like Comic Sans, but italics, right? Why is nobody talking about this? Nobody's talking about this. I don't know why.
Can't be trusted. The problem is that just like with COVID, Jimmy Dore's coverage isn't motivated simply by uncovering the truth, but a conspiratorial...
Comic Sans is a very good font. I know it's good for dyslexia. Actually, it was invented for dyslexia, right? People to be able to read better? I don't know. I don't think it helps people with dyslexia, but...
motivated logic instead. When Dore talks about the gas attacks, the consistent elements of his conjecture are that the US government was using the attacks as a justification to bomb Syria, and that the mainstream media, usually Rachel Maddow specifically, are untrustworthy liars.
We got told by a college teacher that using Comic Sans was an auto-fail, no matter what, in what context. What?
Unlike Jimmy Dore, who you can trust. When CNN called Jimmy Dore a conspiracy theorist, Dore retorted that
CNN is not there to inform you, they're there to make money.
Again, the people Dore is discussing here have a documented history of helping to manufacture consent for American imperialism, and in the case of these gas attacks, that's literally what they're doing as well. But what they're saying doesn't have to be false for them to be using it toward imperialist ends. To extend the comparison to COVID, lots of COVID conspiracy theories point to, for example, heightened police powers as proof that the pandemic was manufactured.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't invented for dyslexia then. So what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? Because I've heard of a font that was invented for, like, to make it easier for dyslexic people to read, right? It was created by Microsoft to be a fun font on their original OS, is that right? Oh, it is for dyslexia. Oh, the research is weak surrounding that? Okay, well, I think it, you use the dyslexia. Is that like a different one? The open dyslexic font. Ah, okay. People mock Comic Sans for looking silly, but it was literally made to make software look more appealing to young people. Ah, okay. Oh, it's dyslexia font? Is that what it is? There was one whistleblower from the Microsoft Front Pack team, or MFPT, that Comic Sans was designed to send subconscious communist propaganda to young children. That's correct. Trans Jane Dare. Welcome in. And I think it was intentional. I've heard of folks finding it easier to read. Right, that makes more sense. Yeah. Uh-huh. Dyslexia font is good for you. I've heard it came from comic book styles. Yeah, that's right. Oh, you're right. Comic Sans was used in comics. Yeah, you're absolutely fucking right. Sorry, that's my brain.
To allow governments to implement authoritarian policies. The observation is true. The policies are real. It doesn't require the crisis to be manufactured for it to be true. Governments the world over, but especially under the neoliberal project, love to exploit crises occurring organically or instigated by them to tighten control on the population. But this is where conspiracy theorists use motivated reasoning. It's demonstrably true that the government is using the situation in the way they are pointing out is bad, but that isn't as good a story as if the whole crisis was manufactured. The story isn't proportional to your fear and outrage and betrayal at the government cynically exploiting a crisis. It isn't proportional to your feelings of stress and helplessness. So what's the answer? Well, believe what you will, but act safely and proportionately. If the government is surveilling radical groups, organize with the people you're most sure you can trust using appropriate OPSEC practices. If the government is implementing authoritarian policies using the pandemic as an excuse, you don't have to become an anti-vaxxer to oppose their policies. If the media is manufacturing consent for war, it will only damage your credibility to try and build the case that everything they say is false beyond all available evidence, when you could just question whether more bombs will help Syria anyway. You know what?
Yeah, it's right, and she should say it. Hey gang, do you know who did a whole 3-hour discussion on InfoSec and OPSEC in which my brain nearly exploded because it was so dense? That's right, Red Planet, and you can check out Red Planet. The full episodes, you can check them out on Bad Bunny Official Clips, the channel on YouTube. I'll stick a link to that in the chat real quick.
What they say, where there's smoke, sometimes someone is just burning their food, or smoking, or really bad at ironing.
I needed recovery time for my brain, yeah.
We need to talk about the economics of conspiracism a little bit. The first thing to understand is that grifters and scams are an absolutely essential part of a successful conspiracy theory. You have to have full-time, professional, paid evangelists if you're going to grow your scam into an MLM, or your MLM into a cult, or your cult into a religion, or at least neo-reactionary fascist sect of Christianity. At the risk of repeating myself, it's not to say that people who make money peddling conspiracy theories are only in it for the money. For example, for Jimmy Dore, it seems to be much more about the power trip of being taken as the only legitimate source of anti-imperialist news coverage, looking at the alternative sources that the mainstream media will never tell you about. Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally selling equestrian edibles to her audience. Alex Jones tells his fans that his pills, which are literally full of lead, will keep them safe from globalist mind control. It actually maps directly onto the relationship that their audience...
He's selling lead pills? How did he get that oh, I was about to say, how did he get that past the FDA? But then, like, yeah, okay, the FDA is pretty shit when it comes to looking after the health of the everyday American, right?
Have to their content. Mainstream media, authorized knowledge, is poisonous, and it will kill you, or make you a slave, or put you back to sleep. So buy my patented Jimmy pills. 100% guaranteed truth. Side effects may include selective reading, aversion to science, and pulling the face. This is why outlets like The Grey Zone exist. The Grey Zone, founded in 2015 by Max Blumenthal and Ben Norton, set out their original mission as fighting for a multipolar world, or rather...
Hey Morty, how you doing? Supplements don't have to be evaluated by the FDA? What? What? It's Texas, probably talked about how the lead was American made and the FDA cried and proceeded to kiss his knees. Right, okay. Okay.
A world not just ruled by America. However, they were identified as conspiracy theorists when they started denying chemical attacks in Syria, trying to expose any critics of Russia as Western state-funded stooges. In February 2020, Blumenthal wrote, Reuters, BBC and Bellingcat participated in covert UK Foreign Office-funded programs to weaken Russia, leaked docs reveal. An article which is a small piece of internet history because it was the first to ever receive the Twitter warning, these materials may have been obtained through hacking. This is actually interesting from our perspective because that is a cut and dry example of the process of stigmatizing knowledge. Hacked and leaked documents by definition can't be verified unless the people they were stolen from admit they are legitimate. The documents Grey Zone published certainly implicate Reuters and the BBC.
There was a big kind of Nazi-looking flag right there, wasn't there? Yeah. I don't know if it was exactly the swastika, but I think it was a pretty yikes flag.
See, as working with the UK government to promote British propaganda around the world, but their relationship to Bellingcat is tenuous at best.
Why are US right-wingers pro-Russia? I don't get that. Because Russia is right-wing as fuck. That's why. Because they love the fact that, Russia stands up to the woke agenda. The woke agenda being, trans rights, civil rights, for all marginalized people. Like, Putin hates those. So that's why. That's why.
Bellingcat did workshops on journalistic standards and verifying information sources with the Zinc Network, a commercial research and marketing business who also bid to be involved with the UK government's propaganda project. This is how the Grey Zone operates a lot. This party has ties to this party who worked with these guys, therefore, etc. In the article, they claim Bellingcat is funded directly by the UK government. Once you start seeing what they're doing as conspiracy logic, it's obvious how it shapes everything that the Grey Zone does, and it leads to headlines like the one I just read, which, I don't know, is that libel? I don't know enough about the law here, but I think writing your headline that Bellingcat participated in covert UK Foreign Office-funded programs to weaken Russia, and then putting no evidence that that was the case in your actual article is, at the very least, low-quality journalism.
Yeah.
For their constant denial of war crimes, not to mention their recent anti-vaccine turn.
Yeah, what is this here? What is this flag? This is like the black and red flag.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follows, gang. Appreciate it, by the way. What is that? What is it? A telesur? What is that? This in France or something? We got like a black and blue mask here. Oh, what is 4 million Nicaraguans. Oh, this is Nicaragua. Oh, okay. So I don't know. I think they're probably reporting on something from Nicaragua. It might be I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think this is probably... I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is.
Grey zone is a deprecated source on English Wikipedia. Deprecated sources aren't exactly banned, but Wikipedia won't let people use them as a source if there is any alternative available at all. Grey zone is in great journalistic company as a deprecated source alongside The Sun, The Daily Mail, Jihad Watch, Breitbart, bestgore.com, and of course Russia Today. And I have to say, I find it pretty funny that Max Blumenthal is determined to prove that everyone else is funded by national governments and has connections to the political elite, because Max's dad, Sidney Blumenthal, was a presidential aide to Bill Clinton. When Hillary Clinton's emails were leaked in 2016, a bunch of them from her time as Secretary of State were Sidney Blumenthal emailing her Max's articles and her responding with things like,
"Please congratulate Max for another impressive piece. He's so good. Another smart piece, as usual. Max strikes again. Good stuff. Where is he now?"
Am I saying all this to show a sinister connection between Max Blumenthal and the Clintons? No, I'm saying he's a spoiled trust fund kid, born into the American political elite and desperate to prove that everyone else is as well connected as he is. Max strikes again! When Grey Zone was...
Yeah, for sure. Funny how that works, huh? I'm starting to get that this video is pretty good. Gang, what do you think? You think this video is good? You think Sophie from Mars' video is good? You know? What do you think? What do you think? Crobisaur says, "Hello, I found you on YouTube. Thank you for calling out misogynist debate bros. Glad to see some cis folks actually helping." There's definitely a lot more that cis folks can do to help trans people, that's for sure. But you know, I think the debate bro, I think that actually Sophie from Mars worded it absolutely correctly, and that the debate bro problem is actually a cis white male leftist problem, and it's up to us to call this out and sort it out. And I agree. So yeah, thank you for the support. Appreciate that.
Was launched, it was...
Yeah, it's above average. Yeah, you're enjoying it. It's excellent. Extremely good. I've seen better. Just kidding. It's really good. Yeah, that's it. This is at least your third time watching this. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. Hey, Niekanoids, what's going on? Welcome in as well. How are you?
Trading on Max's journalistic credibility, which he used to have because he did lots of good reporting about Israel and, yes, about Syria, but then he started getting more entrenched and binaristic in the way he talked about these complicated situations.
Okay, sorry to keep pausing. Pause champ, you know, pauses, all that kind of stuff. Right, listen. Steely Hands in the chat says, "Sophie's videos are the reason I'm scared to make political videos on my own. Why paint after seeing the Sistine Chapel in person?" Let me tell you right now, right? As someone who very, very highly values Sophie's videos and all the other, you know, great video essays that are out there, I will tell you straight away, don't let that stop you from doing video stuff. Don't let that stop you from doing videos, because we need more and more people with the right opinions, with the right politics to make videos. Like when we do Red Planet, we talk all the time about how we want people to do Red Planet. We want people to copy us. Like, even if you just literally say exactly the same shit that we've done so far, like tell people to join a union, tell people to know about OPSEC and InfoSec, tell people to support sex workers, you know, all this stuff that we've done already. Even if you copy us word for word, we don't care. We want you to do it, because the more and more people who are out there spreading the right message, the more and more powerful our movement becomes. And that's just how it is. I don't know if you were joking there, but maybe there are some people who are actually thinking that, you know? That's right, yeah. Make content to offset the hegemony.
Disregarding any...
Yeah, the Sistine Chapel is good. There's always room for Bob Ross, though. Exactly. That's a great way of putting it, Dionysia.
Criticisms as mainstream misinformation. In 2016, he started spreading claims of false flag attacks by Syrian rebels manufactured to justify a supposed American invasion which didn't happen. I think it's really important to keep remembering that people who lived through the weapons of mass destruction craze and witnessed the American media manufacturing consent for war in Iraq aren't pulling these claims out of nowhere. They're at least partially primed by real things that did happen in recent memory. The capitalist media is a hideous leviathan, and the...
What do you think about the fact that Sophie's dad is Michael Aquino? I think that people who are doing that are transphobic. I think they're pieces of shit, and I think it says a lot about the conspiracy left that all they can do is comment on a trans woman's appearance rather than actually talk about all the amazing things that Sophie talks about in this video. How is it transphobic? It's transphobic because I fucked your dad and you can't chat in the chat anymore. See you later, pal. TTK, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. It's a banger video. It's a banger video. That's right.
The ways that it manufactures consent for inhumanity and violence, both immediate and systemic, are horrible. Journalistic organizations driven by profit are at least in part controlled by media oligarchs like Rupert Murdoch, and stick to a line not dictated by speaking truth to power, but rather by the interests of powerful parties deeply invested in not changing the status quo. However, overemphasizing the control that these parties have over the media misses the larger problem. That an organically evolving system of incentives is open to abuse by the rich, and the only people who could intervene to keep the media truly free benefit from the way that it is biased. And that is a bigger and more serious problem than the media being controlled by a small, sinister cabal, because it cannot be solved by defeating a guy in a room somewhere. Public personalities like Dora Galloway
and just remember that, chat. That is exactly what is going on with these motherfuckers, right? When they have something where, someone directly... I'm sorry about pausing on this face, by the way, Sophie. Still beautiful, by the way. Anyway, when it comes to these conspiracy idiots on the left, when it comes to these Caleb Maupins, these Peter Coffins, these disgusting fucking idiots, they can't actually talk about the points that she makes in the video because they're too good. The only thing that they comment on, and the only thing that they have been commenting on, is what Sophie looks like. And, I'm sure there's worse stuff out there as well. And it's very telling that these people immediately go for a trans woman's looks than what she's talking about. Right? Just think about that. If any of you are in the chat are kind of thinking, okay, I'm not sure how I feel about Caleb Maupin or Sophie or anything like that. That's what I want you to think about.
Outfits like the Grey Zone, however, don't exist in a vacuum where they're able to pursue pure, noble, journalistic truth. Independence in the entertainment and journalism industry means either being beholden to wealthy sponsors or the whims of your audience. And the most surefire way to capture an audience in the kind of media market we have is to convince them that every other source of informational nourishment is poison. Proving that other outlets are untrustworthy is the name of the game, and that's why they spin their wheels so much, trying to show that everyone else is either state-funded or backed by some wealthy benefactor, which probably makes this a great time to say that this video is sponsored by Boxu.
Nice one. Sorka, you are absolutely fucking goddamn right. The reaction to Sophie is like the counterexample of how these fuckers have been treating me. When they try and recruit me, they mock and belittle Sophie. Right, exactly. Sophie's going to talk about it in a bit. Debate bros are on the same level as the conspiracy left. Debate bros actually align a lot with the conspiracy left. They talk about how idpol is a waste of time, and you just because a trans woman says something doesn't mean you're not allowed to be transphobic to a it's so ridiculous, but it's legit. These fuckers have a crossover 100%, and they come from the same playbook. They come from the alt-right playbook. It's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And if a cis white man like me, says something the guy that I just banned, that's a great example. Instead of being if they were going to treat me in the same way that they would treat Sophie, they would focus on my queerness, right? But my queerness isn't exactly obvious straight away. So maybe now that they learn this, they'll start calling me the F slur. Maybe they'll start saying, "Oh, he's one of these queers. He's one of these bisexuals." Do you know what I mean? Or that they might start attacking my bisexuality. But because just on the face of things, I'm a cis white man, they start to try and debate me. That guy was like, "How is it transphobic? Why would I give you the joy of debating me, bro? You know what I mean? Why would I do that? It's just one of those. Ridiculous." That's the thing. Her insults in this are so incisive, cutting to the core. What these leftists pretend to talk about, pretend to, sorry, what these leftists pretend to care about, and Paul Casket is talking about eyebrows. Right, exactly.
Boxu is a premium snack subscription service which sends you monthly packages of snacks from Japan, and this season's box is my favorite color, pink, to celebrate the cherry blossoms. As well as snacks, Boxu always includes a tea pairing, and with all the sweetness in this month's box, they've included this delicious, savory, spring gold green tea. I'm going to enjoy these little cookies with my tea. Delicious. But honestly, I'm most excited about this fruit jelly from Canada.
Hey Andy, what's going on? I'm a bit confused by your comment here. How is commenting on Sophie's appearance phobic? Because whether or not Sophie passes is not exactly... it is exactly as phobic as discussing what is or isn't in Sophie's pants. Don't understand what your comment is there, bro. To be honest, I don't really know what you're getting at. Yeah, I think I might need you to expand a little. Because I know you're not being a piece of shit here, but like, yeah, I just think you might have worded that a little wrong.
Kanagawa, which has cherry blossoms inside it.
I want to see you eat it.
I won't be eating it on screen.
How does that
I
even
can't
work?
I cannot put footage of me eating jelly on the internet.
Out of a little bag.
It can't be done.
Eating
It
jelly
cannot
out
be
of a
done.
bag. It's so pretty.
So use my code MARS10 or the link in the description to get 10% off
Hey Twitchy Sauce, how you doing?
your subscription to authentic Japanese snacks from Boxu. Don't miss out on this amazing snack journey through Japan.
If you want to see war against tyranny, if you want to see commitment, if you want to see 10 new reporters hired, and you want to see us even more effective, hell, you've seen what we've done with all the other great reporters and the Millie Weavers and the Caitlin Bennett's and the Owen Schroyers and everything we're doing, then energize me. Because I want to throw my fist. You ever have those dreams where you want to throw your fist at somebody, but you can't hit them hard and it just doesn't do anything? Here's my fist, ready to ram down the throat of the globalist and tear their heart out. Only you can take this fist from not being able to move to focusing and getting ready and then energizing. And I'll reach right down their throat and grab their heart and I'll tear it out even as they shove a sword into me. I want victory over them. We will crush their spirit with Jesus Christ's power. We are unstoppable, but you must loose it now.
I guess the core appeal of
Lose it!
Alex Jones, or someone with that exact it factor that Jones has, is the kind of energy he brings. Everything he says is a kind of self-selecting filter, right? Where every new sentence you're tested, asked, are you really this guy?
These edits are great, by the way, Sophie. These edits are so good.
Do you really believe what this round, red, wet man is telling you right now? And if you decide that you are, and you do, it just becomes this sublime noise. He's always screaming all.
Oh, you were responding to the guy in the chat, right? Okay, Andy. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, you gotta make that a bit more obvious in future. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, dude?
The time begging you to just wake up to the complete paradigm of absolute control, wake up and understand the satanic scum selling baby body parts to the Democrat organ harvesting labs. You know, it's wake up all the time. It's surreal. It's like being in a dream sequence in a horror movie. His delivery fills you with this energy. If you imagine that the people he's talking about are all the people you dislike, it actually becomes kind of cathartic. It feels good in a very juvenile.
Johnny Socialism in the chat says, critiquing bad research is literally just bigotry. Why don't you just come out and say that you hate stupid people? Jeez. Wow. You know what, Johnny Socialism, you got me. Like, you got it. That's what it is. Fucking hell. Pack it up, everyone. Pack it up. Johnny Socialism in the chat. That they got us, man. Oh, fuck. I can't believe it.
Way to hear that the bad people are irredeemably evil scum who have to be destroyed for the sake of humanity. It makes me think of, just bear with me for a second here.
That's it, stream over. That's it.
Batman. People like to talk about Batman being a fascist, and there are clear-cut examples of fascist dudes writing Batman stories as fascist propaganda to be enjoyed by fascists, but that's not really what people usually mean.
I just want to be able to skim Wikipedia and call people anti-Semites without any proof. Yeah, like, you know, that's definitely what's happening here, and it's definitely not something that has been corroborated multiple times on multiple occasions. Actually, nothing to do with skimming Wikipedia, to do with reading people like Caleb Maupin's book, where he literally asks the Jewish question, and there is proof in this video. So, you know, Yeah, funny that you're calling it bad research. It's almost like you just don't want to look at the research. It's almost like you have like connected your identity with a political idea. It's crazy. It's like it's almost like you're doing it's like identity politics. It's just weird. Like what this thing that you're doing here. Wow, that's so crazy.
By the broader take, Batman is a fascist, is it? When people say that, they tend to be talking about how Batman's response to crime in Gotham is to put on a bat costume and punch poor people in the face, when he's a literal trust fund billionaire who could instead write a check for unimaginable wealth for every person he's putting in the hospital or sending to jail. He could help people in a meaningful way, but instead he approaches social ills with the attitude of a military assault.
No, Tanuki, you can all caps rant about that shit as much as you like. That's fine.
Because he's a fascist, right? But that ignores a pretty important aspect of Batman's story.
The hate watchers who've come here to repeat verbatim the things their daddy told them so they can be good little boys for their daddy are in serious danger of actually watching my video, which would be an interesting first. I know. I wonder if Johnny Socialism knows how dangerously close he is to shaking his entire ideological position. I wonder.
Namely, that Batman's
Hey
world
Nestor, what's going on?
As the Jokester, Doubleman, Dr. Cold, and the Puzzler, and all of them are dangerous, highly capable, and sometimes even superpowered serial killers who will...
No, he's saying that what we're doing is when people criticize Sophie's video is call them bigots, which is not what's happening.
Only kill more people in nefarious, overcomplicated, and silly ways, so Batman has to stop them any time that they aren't already in prison, and sometimes even when they are. So I guess what people mean when they say Batman is a fascist is, if he existed in the real world and also acted the way he does in the comics but without supervillains to fight, then he would be a fascist. We don't live in Batman's world. But if you take everything Alex Jones says at face value, you might think that we do. Hillary Clinton is poisoning the world.
This is great, by the way. Is this like an AI-generated fucking... This reminds me of those, like, they were getting about on Facebook just before the pandemic. Or, like, maybe a couple of years before that, where it was, like, they would be titled, like, I don't know, a cat in a supermarket, and it would just be like loads of cats, and it just looked like a supermarket kind of thing.
Water supply to turn the frogs gay. Obama kidnapped the mayor, and he's gonna turn him Muslim unless he gets $1 million. Space aliens are infiltrating the government and control... Sorry, shit, I just realized that's a thing Alex Jones actually said, which is literally a comic book plot. That's the Skrulls. Shit. I think that when we talk about conspiracy theory grifters and what they're trying to do, it's really helpful to think about what kind of world they're projecting. What does someone who believes what this person says think the world is like? How does that person act? It's worth thinking about. Let's talk about Russia Today for a second. I make fun of RT for the worst content that they put out, and I won't stop doing that, nor do I think it's a bad thing to do, but I want to be totally clear that I think the shutting down of RT America is wrong. We'll talk about the war. Trust me, the whole conspiracy left fucking exploded when Russia invaded Ukraine, but I don't want anyone to misunderstand me here. I think this kind of censorship is wrong. It's really important to get your news from a variety of sources, especially from different places around the world. Al Jazeera, for instance, which was also censored in America during the Iraq War, does great reporting on stuff around the world in ways that you wouldn't get from American, British, or European news sources. However, Al Jazeera is also owned by the Qatari royal family, so their reporting on Qatari interests might not be as good. Every news outlet has its bias, and you can still get something from it if you know what that bias is. The reason RT is worth our concern isn't that RT is Russian, it's because of RT journalist Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin is one of the most prominent conspiracy leftists active in the Anglosphere today, and out of the people we're discussing, he's probably the most advanced in terms of his level of conspiracist nonsense. Maupin is also very well connected in the world of shitheads who call themselves communists, making a whole YouTube series with pseudo-communist transphobe Jyoti Bra, and appearing at a conference in 2018 with Alexander Dugin, one of the founders.
That's the guy that I speak about in my Nazbol video. That's the guy. That's the guy. This is what started it all.
Of Russia's National Bolshevik Party.
But I find this moment to be somewhat pivotal for me. To be sitting here next to Alexander Dugin. You know, the first time I heard the name Dugin, it was thrown at me as an epithet. And it was in 2014. A number of people began to denounce me in left-wing circles. I was called a Nazbol. I was called a Strasserist. And one of the favorite
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why people called you those things, Caleb.
Epithets that people began throwing at me was I was called a Duganist. All throughout the United States, they are tearing down Confederate monuments, right? And the Confederacy was an awful thing. I mean, not just for African Americans, but for white people. I do not defend the Confederacy, but they're not replacing those statues with anything. Because the notion on the political left is not just that it's wrong to have Confederate statues. The notion is that it's wrong to have statues of anything. One shouldn't be worshiping anything.
No one said that. No one's ever said that. There's like maybe a couple of people, like maybe a couple of people on the left have said things like, "Oh, we shouldn't idolize people. We shouldn't idolize heroes and stuff like that." Like, yeah, like, that's a thing. That's a thing that maybe a few people have said. Like, it's an idea that goes around the left, and like, yeah, it's worth discussing, right? But there's nobody on the left who is saying like, "Oh, we shouldn't have statues of like Martin Luther King," or "We shouldn't have statues of Malcolm X." You know, no one's saying that. Nobody is saying that.
That you have heroes that you aspire to become. This is wrong. That's the message that's coming out of the modern left that is very carefully funded and controlled. You can go back to the 1950s with the...
Yeah, that is weird. That is weird that he shoved in there that, oh, the Confederacy was bad for white people too. Like, what? How? Like, I don't understand.
Congress for Cultural Freedom, but there's a much more recent examples of their activities. I mean, at this point, the Institute for Policy Studies, the Rockefeller Foundations, the Ford Foundation, most people in the United States who espouse what appears to be a leftist ideology are being subsidized by the U.S. government, whether directly or indirectly.
It's very clear that Maupin, just like Jyoti Brar and George Galloway, is working hard to make communism cool and exciting to reactionaries and bigots. But something that's very funny about this, which comes across in his writing, and I really am sad about how much of his writing I had to read for this project, is that he doesn't think much of his audience's intelligence. Everything he writes is incredibly patronizing, like...
Hannah Arendt, a favorite of the partisan review milieu, composed a book entitled Eichmann in Jerusalem, which was widely praised. In the book, she put forward the widely celebrated concept of the banality of evil, arguing that genocidal Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann was just an ordinary person, essentially making the case that all populism and mass mobilizations are fascistic in essence, because deep down, ordinary working-class people are Nazis.
Which is just a nightmare statement, because not only is it misrepresenting what Hannah Arendt said, not only is it glossing over tons of history in simplistic terms, but also at the same time as he misrepresents Arendt, Maupin is showing that he understands what she means, right? The banality of evil is so horrifying to Arendt exactly because ordinary people did carry out not only the Holocaust, but every little bit of the Nazi regime, and every inhuman and vile thing that human beings have ever done to one another. The complete revelation of the face of evil, the ability to gaze into the eyes of the architect of genocide and see a real human person with internal thoughts and dreams, is exactly what's so scary about the Holocaust, because ordinary people did turn in their neighbors, their colleagues, their fellow human beings to the Nazi extermination machine. And Caleb is incensed by this observation.
So, let's no, we're keeping Johnny Socialism in the chat, like 100%. Yeah. 1,000%, until like he attacks like people in the chat or like says something absolutely unforgivable. But yeah, like in terms of like Johnny Socialism saying straight there, Hannah Arendt was Nazi Heidegger's lover and worked for the OS, despite the fact that Sophie correctly says that Hannah Arendt was actually disgusted and horrified by the fact that, like, you know, Hitler was just like a guy, just like a standard guy. You know, like literally like like you know, debunking what you're saying straight away, like in the chat, right? It's crazy. Not only did Hannah Arendt did not say this, was being misinterpreted here. The banality of evil can literally be found in the psychological assessments done by doctors, consulting those held at the Nuremberg trials. The results of the doctors were scared to share for decades. Yeah. Have any of you idiots ever read a book, or is it just YouTube videos about nebulist, Orientalist conspiracies? Okay, that's a ban. Yeah, that's a ban, because that's pretty fucking racist.
Because he believes in the sanctity and purity and...
Nah, chat, if we get a guy like this, like, don't bother trying to, like, debate them or anything like that. Just don't bother. Like, it's not gonna work. Not gonna work. You know? It's not gonna work. When they're doing this, like, you see, okay, so let's talk about debate bros. Let's talk about the conspiracy left and the kind of stuff that they do, right? So when they come in and they say these like insane things, they're doing it to get that rise out of you. That's why they're doing it. Because that's what they're taught by their dads. By their conspiracy left dads. Do you know what I mean? It's about derailing the conversation. It's about getting people to disengage from the conversation and hopefully convert them into being, you know, their kind of fucking, you know, their kind of socialist, right? Their kind of leftist. So we have to remember when they are attempting to engage us in, you know, debate or like, you know, saying like, hey, you idiots haven't even considered this. Like, they're trying to get an emotional rise out of us because at the end of the day, we know that we're right. You know what I mean? Mostly, we know that our positions are correct. Intersectional leftism is the best. It's just, it's when you realize it, it's like, oh, okay, it's pretty obvious and it should be pretty obvious to everybody. So there's no need. There's just literally no need. We don't need to debate their ideas because we know their ideas are idiots, basically. But yeah, do not engage with them. Johnny's a follower of Coffin. Yeah, it's fun to dunk on them, but yeah, when it starts getting problematic, when it starts getting bad, that's when we get rid of them. So just so you know, gang, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna like just ban people who say they don't like this video. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't like, you know, you just can't be hateful. Like, I don't mind. If someone's gonna come in and say, oh, this video is just bullshit, it's like, all right, well, you should probably, you know, stick around and realize why you're wrong. But as soon as it gets like, you know, we're not right, that is an arrogant statement. We're just the best available. Okay.
Supremacy.
Yeah, you got me. You got me. I'm arrogant. Shit. Welcome to my stream. It's like Murphy's Law. Don't argue with a fool. People might not know the difference. Right. Yeah. Debate does not work the way the Debate Bros says it does. That's true. Yeah. I don't know if this question is you. How do you not fall for the bait? It's just about learning the sort of signs as to like how they come for you and stuff. Like, you know, if you know that someone is arguing against an idea that you are absolutely certain is fucking based and poggers, like Russia sucks and it's imperialist, and, you know, if you know that that position is correct and someone's turning around saying, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory nonsense, you're making your own QAnon and rah-ta-ta, you know, yeah. Then you know that they're not taking it seriously. You could dislike the video without being a garbage person, of course. Yeah, absolutely. It's the incredible lack of self-awareness to accuse your chat of only watching YouTube conspiracies while espousing YouTube conspiracies yourself. Right. You mean the chat, yeah. If you can talk about why you don't like the video in a mature way without being a bigot about it, you're fine to stay. If you're arguing in bad faith, you can fuck off. Exactly, yes. Correct. I'm not saying we're wrong. I'm simply a humble person. Look, right? There's a way that I communicate on stream, right? There's a way that I communicate with the chat. I've got ADHD. Sometimes the things that I say them because it's how I say things. You know, I'm not trying to say that our information is infallible, etc., just because I said that we're right and we know that our stuff is right. You know, it's just a way of explaining to the audience what's going on. You know, there's no need to get bogged down in pedantry regarding this stuff. You know, I don't have to explain every single thing that I say to someone. Like, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's good to be humble, but you know, come on. There's no need to you know, say that I'm arrogant. Like, you know, in that way. Like, yeah, I know I'm arrogant, but not in that way.
Of something that he calls ordinary working class people. This is exactly why Caleb Maupin is so slippery. He says things like, I'll never disavow other anti-imperialists, and I'll never disavow other anti-imperialists is exactly how a fascist, using the aesthetics of leftism, signals to other people who aren't welcome among the left because they're bigoted or insensitive or support genocidal regimes, that they have a safe place with him. I would say that, though coded, what Maupin says there about Arendt amounts to soft Holocaust denial, which shouldn't be too surprising given the company that he keeps, and the fact that Maupin is an anti-Semite, trying hard but not doing well at hiding it. In 2015, Maupin wrote an anti-Semitic screed called Satan at the Fountainhead, the Israel Lobby and the Financial Crisis.
I'm so annoyed we had to ban that guy before this. Like, I'd love to see him defend this, you know?
Which is a title that sounds bad for a book which is somehow worse. Though Maupin has tried to hide the contents of the book from readers by making it out of stock, he says he can't delist it for some reason.
Right, I think it's incredibly important to recognize that Nazis were just like normal guys. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, we have to realize that the Nazis, like, fucking actually managed to get regular people to do the horrific things that they did. I think that's really important. You know what I mean? Of course it is. Like, that's how we prevent things like that from happening again. He's whining on Twitter about being banned? No, shut the fuck up. Yo, give me a link, Anthony. Give me a link. I want to stick the link in the chat. I want to see it. I want to see this. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Okay, that's fair enough, Cynthia. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Okay, yeah.
Someone has uploaded all of the book sans a couple dozen pages online. And if those dozen pages are Maupin saying, the rest of this book is a satire of what an extremely anti-Semitic person would say, then I sincerely apologize.
The book is written in Maupin's usually dry and condescending style, as he lays out the connections between America and Israel, both historically and in the modern day. But rather than seeing Israel as a settler colonialist project, receiving support from the American ruling class, most of them not Jewish but either fundamentalist Christians who view Israel as a part of an accelerationist mission to initiate the rapture, or...
That's right, by the way.
Supremacists invested in Israel as an outpost of American and European power in the Middle East, he paints a picture of an America that would be good if it weren't subverted by the nefarious forces of...
It's in a reply to your tweet about the stream? Hold up, does he say slurs? This account owner limits who can view their tweets. I can't see it. You're gonna have to screenshot it for me. Oh no. I think he blocked me.
The Israel Lobby. As the title implies, he is describing the tail wagging the dog. He links back the 2008 financial crash, private prisons, the lowering of class consciousness, and just about every problem in society to Zionists and international bankers.
Christianity, Islam, and almost every other religion has condemned the practice of usury. The reason is simple. Lending money for interest is predatory.
Why? What could he... What could he mean? Almost every other... Ayn Rand, who...
It's in Mod Squad? Let's have a look. Let's see what this guy's saying. Let's see what this guy's saying. Wow, banned from chat for asking why criticism of Sophie is transphobic. The proletarian patriots have won. Is this that guy? Is this that guy? You said we can't debate the points in the video. Interesting comment considering there's an entire response to every point in her garbage, poorly researched video. And now you just said anyone who questions BreadTube are AI generated bots. Yeah, but I didn't say that though, did I? I didn't actually say that though, did I? Huge victory in the marketplace of ideas. I was banned from djmuel's Twitch chat. Oh, that's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. It's not even what he was banned for. That's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Yeah, Morpin's gonna retweet that. Yeah.
Morpin refers to by her birth name, Alyssa Rosa.
It's so funny. Like, okay, so I just want to point out, gang, right? Like, so I'm a cis white guy, right? These guys will like cry and shit their pants and come and, you know, rage and spit and scream about like why I don't agree with them, basically. But they won't like harass me in the same way that like Sophie gets harassment or, you know, a person of color will get harassment. So I just want to remind everybody that while I'm making light of these, you know, I'm making light of these guys getting mad that they got banned from my Twitch chat and stuff. What happens to Sophie is, and other people, other marginalized people, more visibly marginalized people, or more openly, you know, openly, I guess you could say openly known, like if they're women or, you know, if they're a person of color, you know. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Sophie's just sent us an example, extremely vile harassment, transphobic harassment. You want to know why I'm calling the harassment from Caleb Morpin and Peter Coffin transphobic, you creepy little fucks? You want to know why I know they wish they could just say what they're really thinking because their fans say it all the time? This is fucking disgusting. This is fucking disgusting. This is what happens when you're a trans woman on the internet. This is what happens. For me, it's going to be a little cheeky laugh where we go, oh, look at this fucking loser. Like, he's, you know, like crying that he's not able to get in the chat or whatever. But this is what happens to Sophie. You know? And people will ask me, you know, or like people might wonder, like, you know, why are you starting beef with Peter Coffin on Twitter at 2 a.m.? It's because this shit is directly their responsibility. Directly their responsibility. I know Peter Coffin is any/all pronouns, but yeah, it's directly his responsibility. Piece of shit cunt. So yeah, fuck Peter Coffin. Fuck these nerds.
Rosenbaum comes up a lot in the book because she's Morpin's prime example of an evil person. I'm not here to defend Ayn Rand. I really resent being made to defend Ayn Rand. She was a shitty person. But I don't think I have the same reason for disliking her as Morpin, who asks at one point in the book whether Rand has any right to say what is a core American value, since she is, after all, a Russian-born Jewish atheist. He also says that there is no Marxism in Israel, which is absurd. It's a whole fucking country. The book ends with the inspiring lines,
"People in the United States who are awakening in these increasingly turbulent times must begin to envision a new country for themselves and their children. When they do this, they are not alone. Almost all of humanity is now rising with the same aspirations and fighting the same common enemy."
And if the rest of the book is anything to go on, it's pretty clear who Caleb thinks our common enemy is. I'm front-loading talking about Morpin's anti-Semitism here because I think it's the first thing people should know about him, but also because it's part of what sets him apart. He has specific conspiracy theories he likes to spread. Don't worry, we're getting there. But his conspiracism is more advanced. It's conspiracy belief, not just conspiracy theories. He makes this distinction between imperialists and anti-imperialists like Galloway does, but he also likes to say that globalists is the word right-wingers use to mean imperialists. But then in later books he just says globalists himself, so I guess globalists means exactly what you think it means.
It is conspiracist logic which facilitates this completely binaristic worldview. It doesn't matter if my heroes are part of the ruling class, it doesn't matter if they're capitalists, it doesn't matter if they're warmongering genocidal maniacs, because my enemies are worse. Either you are with me in my anti-imperialist crusade against the globalists and against vaccines, or you're part of the conspiracy as well. Grey Zone is a hub for people who think like this.
And did you see exactly how that guy in the chat spoke to us regarding this stuff? He was othering all of us. He was like, you're all part of this QAnon, you're making your own QAnon conspiracy. Right? That's exactly how he reacted when we tried to literally explain to him and give him a chance, you know, to like watch this video and kind of learn a bit of stuff about why the people that they follow are pieces of shit, you know?
That have learned too many leftist ideas to just be a MAGA chud. People like Morpin are trying to be politicians for these people to support. Everyone I like are good Marxist-Leninists. Please disregard all the Marxist-Leninist groups who have disavowed me for being a reactionary loser. And all the people I hate are imperialists. And that's how you wind up with the Grey Zone publishing an article calling PhilosophyTube a paid operative for the royal family, and Morpin writing an entire book about how BreadTube are CIA. But wait a second here.
Quite a different agenda. Modern art. I was called Nazbol. I always felt very odd in left circles. And I do not have any idea what imperialism is.
So what I'm telling you is,
huge rat jam.
China has no rules. 20 years ago, they had cows that produced human milk. 20 years ago, they had spiders that produced body armor, spider goats, okay? They have human-animal hybrids 30 years ago. They've got giant human tissue farms. You know, you hear, oh, your Achilles is torn. We've got grown in a lab a tendon. It's not a frickin' tendon grown in a lab. It's a frickin' deal humanoid. These aren't humans. The way they get around it is they make them.
Wait a minute.
They make them a few.
We're saying so many things.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan makes me laugh so much because he's like you could sort of like gather this kind of like okay, whoa, what the fuck? We're saying a lot of stuff. Like just say one thing. Just say one thing. He's down to like entertain one conspiracy, but not like 20. You know, not like 20. Also, this looks like a reference to Twin Peaks, by the way. Very cool. Very cool. Very gay. Very cool, by the way.
They're real.
I believe they are. But you say so many.
It's spider goats. It's spider goats again. Yeah. I know. We can't escape. We can't escape from the spider goats. We just can't.
Different things without stopping. It's hard
because
for
I'm
people
reporting
to
the government agency, so they'll listen and investigate. I'm decompartmentalizing.
Okay, but
this will be studied.
Okay, hang on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Was that tiny Alex Jones?
I'm reporting to the government.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
An agency, so they'll listen and investigate. I'm decompartmentalizing.
Okay, but
this will be studied for years.
BreadTube is, or many people would say was, an online fandom bubble that developed in 2016 between the audiences of Lindsay Ellis, ContraPoints, HBomberGuy, and PhilosophyTube. A huge part of the origin of BreadTube can be found in responses to new atheism content on YouTube, and more specifically to the hangovers from the mass radicalization and
Tiny Jones
campaign Gamergate, with the original content creators making lots of content responding to, debunking, and countering.
This video will be studied for years, that's right. There's going to be so many things that we've missed already.
The most egregious of the far-right personalities on YouTube. And then eventually moving on to talking about broader societal issues as the rise of the online far-right blended into the broader rise of the far-right around the world. In political terms, it's important to understand the formation of BreadTube in the context of progressive left liberal politics reacting to the explosion of neo-reactionary movements online. If BreadTubers could be broadly said to have one sense in common, it's anti-fascism, although because the tenuous existence of BreadTube came out of a group of content creators, some of them friends, sharing an audience, and then that audience creating the r/BreadTube subreddit, there is no consistent set of beliefs to which BreadTubers subscribe. Not all BreadTubers are even socialists, let alone the same tendency, and pretty quickly the original creators started disavowing BreadTube, pointing out that they hadn't chosen to be BreadTube, and had no control over what it supposedly was.
Now, of course, the training materials are available, but a lot of people have to learn on the job. We're all volunteers here, after all.
There is no body behind this. The algorithm drew together creators making similar content for a similar audience, and their fans celebrated the emergence of a new space for leftist content. It's really important to understand that most, if not all, of this has been driven by fans in order to understand what happened next. As new
Crobosaur says, my only question for Sophie is, were these visual gags planned or were they added in during the boredom of editing and production? Well, I have good news for you, gang, because I am incredibly privileged to have Sophie from Mars as an actual friend. She will be joining me on stream at some stage. I don't know when she's going to join us. It might be tomorrow. So if you want to save your questions till then, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer them. We're going to do a bit of a question and answer bit during that stream as well. So, yeah. Sophie says, the subtle detail of this video is that while Abby's firefighter, talking about Steve Bannon, faces to the right, my firefighter faces the left. Ooh! See? I would go to say as much as that everything in this video was planned. It's almost like Sophie is very fucking smart. I don't know, gang. I don't know. Just a little feeling that I got. I think Sophie isn't letting on as much as she could do about how smart she is. I think she's really trying to, you know?
New content creators popped up making leftist content, and the politically engaged audience sought out new creators to label as BreadTube. Fans started paying attention to Destiny, a popular political debate streamer that BreadTube fans were excited.
I gotta skip past these bits. Is it this? Is it here? Is it here? Can I skip past this bit? Yeah, we can't talk about these. We can't talk about these two. Sorry. It's just like 5 seconds. Oh, okay. Brilliant. Thank you. So let's
information into thoughtful, considered content. However, both sides have equal claim to the title BreadTube.
Yeah, we can't talk about banned streamers on stream on Twitch, Crobosaur. Yeah, sorry about that. I gotta make a what appears to be a concerted effort to moderate the mention of banned streamers out of my channel. So yeah.
Either being creators from the original cast or having emerged from the fandom, and also both sides have ambivalent relationships to the term, so neither claim it outright. So, in lieu of better names, let me suggest Cringe Angry Bros and Cool Tube.
She's right, and she should say it.
I've made it clear I'm not doing this video to make any friends. The conspiracy left.
We have...
Sorka says, God, Twitch sucks. That's right, and that's actually a really good point, because it's getting to that point in the video where I mention that my... my income at the moment is mostly from Twitch. It's what I use to pay all of my bills. It's what I use to, literally survive and stuff like that. But I am also asking you to sub off Twitch for a couple of reasons. As you know, you can subscribe and you can give bits on Twitch. 50% of that money goes to Twitch, the company. And Twitch, as it is probably obvious to a lot of you, have not made it that safe for marginalized individuals on this site. There are a bunch of hate raids that trans people, women of color, literally most marginalized people receive on a almost daily basis still despite it being an issue for a long time. And in sort of asking my community to support me off Twitch and via the Streamlabs PayPal link, we are trying to make a little bit of a gesture against Twitch in trying to get them to do better, essentially. It's kind of like a little protest, you know? So yeah, please consider it. If you're financially able to support the stream, if you're enjoying it, please consider subbing off Twitch. If you can't sub off Twitch, don't fucking worry about it. You don't have to pay me any money to enjoy this stream. I would just ask you to consider retweeting the Go Live tweet, which I have a link to here in the chat.
Have enough context now to examine some of the statements being made.
Apple Chips, thank you so much.
Take Bezos money.
For the Prime Gaming sub. Of course, Prime Gaming subs are like totally legit. You can subscribe and you can give bits as well if you want. by the way. That's absolutely fine. Anthony, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Of course, like, if you want to sub to the channel, you absolutely can. Cynthia, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. And we've got Hype Train already. Holy fucking shit. But yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate all the support. Of course, as I said, subs and bits are still very, very much appreciated. But of course, if you directly donate to the PayPal, that means that Twitch don't get their hands on any of your money. But yeah, thank you so much for the support. Anyway, yeah, we got to 700 at the end of Elden Ring on Monday. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that.
Made by Morpin.
The command is, Andy, sorry about that. The command is this. There you go.
In Grey Zone. Abby is funded by the Queen, BreadTube is CIA, but we still need a bit more history before we can really get into it.
The rise of BreadTube wasn't entirely copacetic, of course. As with any social group, there were people who became infamous with the core community for being a bit of a shithead. Real heads remember the guy who called himself an anarchist but publicly defended chattel slavery.
One such figure in the early days of the BreadTube community was Peter Coffin, a former comedy YouTuber and Bernie bro who, like many people, had moved further left during and following the 2016 election. Peter was producing video essays mainly focusing on the attention economy and social capital, concepts popular among situationist Marxists like Guy Debord. Most people involved in early BreadTube, myself included, interacted extensively with Peter, or even called them a friend, because Peter was very excited about and centered themselves in trying to organize the project of BreadTube to raise class consciousness via the internet. However, through a series of public outrages and toxic fallouts with other creators, Peter essentially fell out the bottom of the community. First,
they weren't invited on H-Bomber Guy's trans rights stream, and they got really mad about it. That's what I heard. That's just what I heard, allegedly. I don't know, but they got really mad about that. Did you see the timestamp that I said? Oh, no, sorry, Sophie. Just give me a sec. Let me have a look at that. 1 hour 21. Okay. 1 hour 21:06. Appreciate you. Thank you. Really? I don't know. It's something I heard. I don't know if that's the reason, Richard Doom. I don't know. I heard something. Source, just trust me, bro. So look, we're doing conspiracies. We're doing it now in the stream. Can you believe it?
First working with the most notable creators, then burning bridges and calling them all liberals, then making connections with newer, growing creators in the space, then burning bridges and calling them all liberals, and then eventually blocking the entire community, but continuing to talk about them from behind the block and calling us all liberals.
I'm sorry, but you need to read this. Call it BoJack to avoid tripping the censors.
Now Peter is a minor player in the conspiracy left, using their platform to promote BoJack, The Great Reset, and other popular
Peter Coffin retweeted the ban complaint. Fucking brilliant. Brilliant. If they can focus on me rather than any of my friends, I'm down for that. That's what I want. I probably shouldn't say that when there's going to be hate watchers watching me. They're going to now get back to them and say that. Fuck. Fuck!
Conspiracy left narratives.
I virtue signal too hard. But I will admit, that's what I want. I would rather them focus their hate on me than my friends. Because when it affects my friends, it hurts them. Way more than it hurts me. You know? It hurts me that my friends are getting hurt, but, when I'm getting hurt, a bit of hate.
Peter, much like George Galloway, clearly sees conspiracy theorists as a potential base for leftist politics, which is why they often repeat Great Reset talking points. The Great Reset is a narrative that the World Economic Forum and other New World Order globalist organizations are planning to reshape the economy post-pandemic to disenfranchise the majority for the benefit of the few elites. The phrase you'll hear people like Alex Jones and Peter Coffin repeat.
No, Sorka, it's bad etiquette to sort of mention how many people are watching a stream, because if it's too many people, it's gonna give the streamer anxiety, and if it's not enough people, it's gonna depress the streamer. So it's just generally speaking not really the done thing to be like, yo, we got 1,000 viewers, holy shit, Just, yeah, try and keep that in mind, yeah.
Repeat often,
yo!
Which they attribute to...
Andy from Ohio, thank you so much for the £6. Thank you for supporting the stream, and thank you for subbing off Twitch and making a statement with all of us. Thank you. No, that's all right, Sorka. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just try and keep it in mind, innit? You know what I mean?
The globalists is you'll never own anything and you'll like it.
So this is weird because conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts. And
Mr. Dank, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rain Trigger Yellow. Rain Trigger Yellow, enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes. Thank you for getting me to a Hype Train Gang. What are we on? Level 2? Level 1? Thank you so much for the level 1 Hype Train Gang. I appreciate that a lot, honestly. Thank you for supporting the stream.
And what the Great Reset reflects is the effects of neoliberal capitalism. But you have to offer that systemic understanding as an alternative to talking about the globalists. Talking about the globalists is not a viable communist position. So now I want to make note of the phenomenon of cancelling because it's going to be relevant from here on. It may shock you to hear this, but as a woman with a following online, I have a bit of first-hand experience with random angry weirdos getting mad at me for no reason.
Paranoia begets paranoia, and fundamentally, the shape that mass cancelling takes is an incredibly paranoid one.
Yeah, I will talk about what Squid and am I saying this right? Lao-Tzu philosophy, is that right? In the chat are saying, I'm going to be honest, I never like Peter Coffin's videos in an effort to reassert how intelligent he is. His videos don't sound like they're going to appeal to any common working class folk, i.e. me. I'm a dumbass factory worker. Yeah, like, and okay, so the opposite end of that is what Lao-Tzu philosophy says, which is, to me, most of Peter Coffin's video documentaries are still pretty fire. Critiques of capitalist culture. It's a shame he's associated himself with baseless conspiracies and shameless opportunists like Morpin. That's the second thing I agree with. There are lots of working class people that can understand theory, right? It's not whether someone's working class or not. It's Cynthia, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Andy from Ohio. Thank you. Appreciate that. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes. What I do think, however, is that there's an element of education there. Like, so we have the problem with education, right? Lots of working class people are well educated. It's the system that fails them in their working classness. I think that it's about the education that a working class person receives. Like, you could get middle class people who are stupid as all hell. You know, like, they've got no fucking idea about theory. Like, if you tried to explain to them about the, the theory of labor value, they would just fucking tune out straight away. You know what I mean? Not having the time or the energy to read theory, right, which is why it's important. It's what I said before about, like, I think it was Steely Hands talking about wanting to do YouTube videos, but not wanting to because there are sort of a lot of really good video essays out there. It's important to actually get, like, content that is more concise, and that's kind of where I'm going with my channel. I want to promote sort of a concise look at how you can understand theory. Like, you can understand anarchism, you can understand communism and stuff like that a lot easier in a sort of a concise format sometimes. And that's what I'm trying to do with my YouTube channel, you know? The Communist Manifesto is easy to read. Right, sure, yeah. It's not all-encompassing, though, is it? You know what I mean? It's easy to read, but it's not all-encompassing. I think that's the only issue with it, you know? So yeah, my sort of take on the Peter Coffin video stuff is that, like, yeah, I agree with Lao-Tzu philosophy. Like, it actually sucks that he's turned into such a piece of shit. Like, not just a shameless opportunist, but actually, like, a serial harasser. You know? A serial harasser. Needs to sort their fucking head out.
Stories based on suspicions, based on hearsay, are repeated about a person, and the easiest thing in the world when you see people saying these things about you is to feel like everyone is out to get you. Because for as far as you can see, there are people who are angry at you saying things that seemingly come from nowhere.
Obviously, not all cancelling is created equal, and more often than not, what people are really getting cancelled for are unspoken frustrations, cognitive biases such as bigotry, or just being kinda cringe. Actually, let's restate that more clearly.
clearly. Most of what is called cancelling is either someone from a marginalised community or someone that the internet has deemed cringe becoming the main character of Twitter for a day because according to at least some people, they did something morally bad. People who are condemned by part of a community often lose viewers or followers, but people who respond to all criticism by saying, "I'm the real materialist here, you fucking liberal woke posers just don't understand real Marxism. Read Society of the Spectacle, then you'll understand how you're reinforcing the hegemonic mode by doing this to me!" quickly drag themselves out of the community altogether. And this dynamic was repeating itself over and over and over and over, because in a space with no formalized system for dealing with—
Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Oh, Sophie, that was fucking so sick.
Social fallout, people turn into cops and abuse ideas of social propriety in order to police each other, allowing the loudest and most arrogant people who just ignore anything people are mad about to get away untouched perpetually. And the people who react to upset by acknowledging the upset in any way get the worst reactions. On the fringes, you have people who have been pushed out by a constant stream of cancelling and recancelling, and people who have self-exiled from the community because they are outraged that their favourite creators won't apologise for every perceived sin the fans have decided they committed. So, crucially here, the rise of BreadTube created a current of anti-fans and a collection of excluded personalities looking for an audience. The line between these is incredibly blurry because of the modern state of social media, where everyone is expected to act somewhat as a brand manager, and everyone is told that their access to a website gives them a platform. Let's go back to Michael
Yeah, she's fucking right, and she should say it.
to understand the dynamic at play here.
The rise of conspiracy theories also appears to closely track larger trends in public attitudes towards government. Surveys by the Pew Research Center demonstrate declining favorable public feelings toward a wide range of political institutions: Congress, numerous federal agencies, and the two major political parties. In general, levels of support have declined, sometimes dramatically, at least since the 1990s. The surveys also picked up a doubling from 2000 to 2010 in the proportion of respondents who considered themselves to be angry at the federal government. This group grew from 10% to 20% in the course of a decade. There were also predominantly negative views of financial institutions, large corporations, the national news media, and the entertainment industry. This is not to say that all those who distrust or are angry with government also believe in conspiracy theories described here. The decline in levels of public support for political institutions is a complex phenomenon with multiple causes that are separate from conspiracism. However, this phenomenon unquestionably provides a background that lends a surface support and credibility to conspiracy theories and to political skeptics to seek those theories out.
This is an important distinction to make. Conspiracy belief cannot be assigned directly to certain topics or communities as cleanly as you might necessarily think, and often conspiracy communities exist within larger ones. For example, Bakun also writes,
"While believers in space brothers have sometimes been conspiracists, they have more often simply awaited the ET's arrival without positing an evil cabal in opposition."
So as we already covered, the cultic milieu sits within a broader realm of stigmatized knowledge, and when you have a community that broadly organizes around mistrust of the government or the current worldwide politico-economic system, it's somewhat natural for conspiracist communities to exist within it. What the rise of BreadTube did was create a space for people who shared fundamentally almost all the same beliefs, but for various reasons define themselves in opposition to the larger community. And
okay, I gotta just boop, and we're done. Discord DMs. Okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the select linkage. I did forget about the select linkage. Okay, listen, gang. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm just gonna go for a bio break. AJ, thank you so much for being here. You're lovely. I'll see you soon. Yeah. Look after yourself, stretch your legs, take your meds, all that stuff. Have a wee, have a poo, whatever you want. I'll be back in a tick. I won't be long. But we're going to watch some select links that Sophie provided me with from when we got mad with Peter Coffin. I almost missed it. I almost missed the moment, but that's what we're going to look at when we get back. Okay. Oh. Okay. Pee pee poo poo time. That's right. That's right. Some choice links. Yeah, there's some choice links to check out. Hey Chimera, what's going on? Time to watch this video for the 3rd time? Fuck yeah, that's what we like. That's what we fucking like. A wee and a poo at the same time is called a wee poo. That's right. That's correct. That's the look of someone asking to speak to the manager because they're trying to return something without a receipt. Caleb looks like a 2003 Newgrounds joke. Careful now. PP Poo Poo is a China affiliated news network. That's right. That's the big meme going around Twitter at the moment, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, pretty fucking funny. I've never seen this video, by the way. I've never seen this video. This is apparently... So I've seen the Skyrim rap that Peter Coffin did. That's cringe. But this is the BioShock Infinite rap. I've never seen this. This is supposed to be one of the most cringe-inducing things known to mankind. So I would just advise everybody, put your welding mask on. Put your... My fight or flight response has kicked in. Put your radioactive suit on. There's plenty more to be mad about at Peter for this video, by the way. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, well, we got another video to check out when that happens, for sure. Oh, yeah, I've seen Peter kick his own groin. Yeah, I have seen that, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Picky bow, picky bow, picky bow, picky bow, shot infinite. The name is Booker DeWitt. I got old debts, but this song's a hit. Keep seeing tears where time just splits and songs from the future.
Peter Coffin is the nostalgia critic of Omniscience.
Seem to admit, was a Pinkerton, was it wounded knee? Sick crows on you if you mess with me. Down diggers won't believe my abilities. You'll think, when did I take LSD? Oh, you bet I'm quick to test you. Elizabeth, I need to rescue. Take Skyline if you need a great view of Columbia, but careful, don't fall through. Roll a rocket from the ground to here, but rest assured
I think like that's like one of the main things that you know, that you have to remember about like this time in the internet is that like this shit was like so normal. People were making so much cringe in like 2013, like 2011, 2013, yeah, 2009. Yeah, I'm glad Machinima's dead. Yeah, they fucked over a lot of people, but they did. Yeah. Hi, Dim Tim. What's going on? Yeah, why make this? Why make this? I think people make stuff like this because they're desperate for content. I remember when I first started doing YouTube in like 2013, 2014, and I was a victim of that. I was desperate to get content. Do you know what I mean? Wait, did he say the N-word? Does he say the N-word? Oh my god. 2000 to 2019 was pure cringe. Culture nearly ended forever. That's actually the most correct take about culture. Yeah, you're right. Listen, you just have to reference a video game and you get an easy 200,000 views. Yeah, Squidpunk's right. That's what you do. That's what you do. Yeah, people were like legit just making stuff that they thought was like super funny. They were like, yeah, video game stuff, make a video game reference, do a rap about a video game, and it's just embarrassing. Like, you know, it's when content creation first started getting monetized, so everybody was like, make everything, like make everything. I'm cringing so hard my anus is in my own mouth. Oh sweet, you'll be able to bong rip a fart out your own ass. Nice.
Ain't a rocketeer, my dev time got extended a year to be the best when I finally premiere in a stylish vest. Save hostage in a stylish vest. Rip time in a stylish vest. Civil War in a stylish vest. Yeah. I'm looking great, to this stylish vest. I'm looking great, to this stylish vest. Now.
He doesn't even look into it. This is this feels like someone's got a gun to their head. I seriously feel like if you look at the way that he's sort of moving and shit, Yeah, I don't think he's into it.
Once upon a time in the sky, steampunk world's fair city in the sky. Girl held captive and we don't know why. Metal bird got a weird look in his eye. Vox Populi, the founders and the songbird. About to hear from this false shepherd. The lines of time about to be blurred. It's a perfect time to be a nerd. I'm a gnarly dude, yeah. I'm radical, but Comstock's not on.
You see, I think like a lot of this. I'm not making apologies for Peter Coffin, by the way. I'm just like this is what's happening now. When my brain is seeing this, it's like it's giving me that like awful nostalgia of these times. And it's like at this time, this is like pre-Marvel Cinematic Universe times, right? I feel like maybe, or like just about the time that it started getting like insufferable, you know? Where like instead of nerds being like, you know, lame and like not that cool or whatever and shit like that, right? And this was like at the time where on YouTube, nerds were actually cool. Right? Nerds were like, they were becoming cool. Right? No, I don't mean the Marvel Cinematic Universe as like when it started being a thing. I mean like Marvel Cinematic Universe's fan base. Sorry. I should have made that like very clear. Like this is when like, you know, it started to become cool to be a nerd. And so everybody was like, yeah. So this is like around the same time. This is all like around the same time as well. You know?
Sabbatical, he wants to keep his power up at full, and that's why me, Booker D, gonna call his bull. Don't look at me like it can be done. Devil's kiss paired with a shotgun. You best look at me like a champion. Ain't the West, this is how the best was born. Stylish vest, save hostage in a stylish vest. Rip time in a stylish vest. Civil War in a stylish vest. Yeah. I'm looking great, to this stylish vest.
Yeah, the like nerdist / source-fed period. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I think everybody knows what I'm on about. 2012, early 2010s. I'm so glad that I was just doing like a lot of drugs at this time. I think the cringiest stuff that I watched was Markiplier. And Markiplier's not that cringe, you know?
Gold! That's gold like I'm the king of England. Comstock House. It's a cakewalk. Elizabeth?
Let me see you just bounce.
Yeah, we don't need to hear the rest of this. Or do we?
Bounce with me, just bounce with me. Take a walk with me, take a walk with me. 2 steps to the left, clap, clap, clap. Now Gangnam Style, do the Harlem Shake.
You were telling me in my fucking chat, we don't need to hear the rest of this, and they just dropped the best line in this entire fucking video. I've actually got to pull that back. I've actually got to pull that right back.
With me, 2 steps to the left, clap, clap, clap. Now Gangnam Style, do the Harlem Shake. Remember, figures are permanent, and you need lots of salt to be using it. You'll be needing help, or you're gonna get slammed. Elizabeth proving she ain't just a lamb. Stylish vest, save hostage in a stylish vest. Rip time in a stylish vest. Civil War in a stylish vest. Yeah.
Wait, did they forget to green screen him then?
Rip time in a stylish vest.
Did they forget to put the key on? They forgot to put the key on right there. Transgender says this is like a time capsule full of bees.
To this stylish vest, I'm looking great. To this stylish vest, looking great. To this stylish vest, I'm looking great. To this stylish vest.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. There you go. All right, let's get back. Let's get back, you know? Let's get back. This is actually physically painful to listen to. Yeah, I'm about to get banned for inflicting actual physical pain on my audience right here. Oh, okay. All right, we're jumping back in. We are jumping back in.
From the channel Thought Slime, Peter Coffin saw them as an ally and immediately invited him on their podcast. Peter Coffin at this point has become completely hitched to Caleb Maupin's star. They are very much in his orbit, and despite everything about Maupin, this isn't unique. Maupin has actual honest-to-God students, Maupinists, followers of Maupinism.
I am to LA what Ra's al Ghul Mr. Gotham.
Here he is. Here he is. He literally, oh man, Haz is like, he's easily the funniest guy. He's easily the funniest guy. Oh my god. Like, how do his chat just like not know? Like, how do his chat just like simply not know? Like, they're just enabling this. It's so bad. Is Haz banned? I don't think so.
Other video I can't get into now. Much to the chagrin of people who would rather pretend BreadTube was never real, and a larger group of people who are sick of hearing about it, myself included, in 2021, Caleb Morton published BreadTube Serves Imperialism. The book is highly praised by Max Blumenthal and George Galloway. Holy shit. It looks like Blumenthal's quote for the back cover wasn't even proofread. He spelled attention at attention, and they just put it on the book. Okay, you know what they say about judging books by their covers. Maybe we should get into this thing. The basic thesis of BreadTube...
No, Haz is not banned, unfortunately.
Serves Imperialism is that the American ruling class is at war with itself, split between the isolationist, white supremacist Trump faction and the imperialist, warmongering liberals. This does reflect some amount of real observable truth.
Yeah, I tend to be like on top of who is and who isn't banned on Twitch, because... you kind of have to be when Twitch is your job.
Because America is clearly very divided, although both factions are equally warmongering and imperialist. This thesis is very much in line with the talk about internal divisions that you can see on Fox News, or in its most extreme form, on Alex Jones's shows. In the fully sci-fi world of Alex Jones, the breakaway society conspiracy theory is that the Earth is like a huge egg, and the liberal globalists are going to destroy the Earth when they leave in their big spaceship. The reality that this reflects is that increasingly far-right and religious fundamentalist elements have been gearing up for a second American Civil War for decades now, and by framing the liberals as the aggressors driving the division in society, they can propagandize and mobilize their base into preparing for war. It's not that the division isn't...
Tanuki says, I joined back into the stream during the Peter music video while in the car and had to shamefully roll my windows back up.
real. It's just the particular framing where liberal hegemony, wokeness, imperialism, used interchangeably with globalism, are the driving forces. In the book, Caleb won't say in totally explicit terms that he finds Trump's faction to be the heroic, morally superior side, but it's pretty obvious that's what he thinks.
During the presidential election, I'm a leftist, I come out of a left background, but I saw Donald Trump speak, and there were many times that he spoke, and I applauded. I heard him talk about how, there's this elite that is not loyal to the United States, these international bankers.
So what does this have to do with BreadTube? Well, Caleb educates his readers on the history of counter-gangs, a divide-and-conquer tactic used by regimes trying to suppress uprisings in which a synthetic opposition is formed to suppress the organic rebellion against the ruling class. That's BreadTube, what Caleb calls the synthetic left, which I cannot say enough. Thank you, Caleb. That sounds fucking rad as hell. What a cool name. BreadTube and their followers, according to Caleb, are a counter-gang, and he repeatedly tries to amp up the fear about Antifa super soldiers inspired by BreadTube liberals who are going to smash and burn small businesses, because all anyone on the synthetic left cares about is smashing. Though
That's
at times
right.
he makes it clear it's normal for counter-gangs not to know they're being supported by powerful allies, at other points he writes things like this.
In many streams, it seems apparent that...
I fucking love Mildred so much. Mildred is literally like one of the best voice actors. Holy shit. Hang on. I think I gotta skip this bit, sadly. It's a good job. It's a good job I saw that.
Way, some active.
The legitimate socialist who is epically owning everyone else with his big muscular brain.
It has become clear to many viewers that the list of quotes has been prepared by someone else, and that Vosh knows very little about Russian or Chinese
Wait, what?
history.
I didn't hear that. Wait, what? I didn't hear it.
However, this has not stopped this smug video game player from occupying the position of being the primary Marxist voice on the internet.
The guy's a streamer. Look, I'm not defending his ignorance, to be clear. I find the guy contemptible, but I'm not going to take his ignorance as evidence there's a CIA agent just off screen handing him quotes either. This is a social media dynamic. A guy who could really benefit from sitting down away from public attention for like a year and reading some books is feeding a mishmash of nonsense to his audience who also don't read any books. It's frustrating.
Don't worry, Sophie. It's going to be fine. Like, it's just like, If anyone is watching this, if any Twitch staff are watching this, I think they'll know that I'm making a concentrated effort to be like not mentioning banned streamers, so yeah.
But it isn't a sinister conspiracy. The book more or less starts by profiling the people Caleb considers to be breadtube, including Destiny, who nobody on of the biggest players in the actual formation of the clique. It's very strange, and it becomes clear pretty quickly to the reader that the people listed are largely just online politics content creators who Caleb has tangled with in some fashion, which is why that part of the book is Caleb's sincere attempt to dig up as much dirt as he can on them.
I'm not going to get into the horrible shit he's trying to spread.
Yeah, she's on about the game. She's talking about the game, that's right.
But Morpin even publishes details of one content creator's family and their criminal convictions. This is so cheap and scummy, and so far from what anyone would call journalism, let alone the writings of a socialist. It was the great American socialist Eugene Debs who said, "While there is a lower class, I am in it. While there is a criminal element, I am of it. And while there is a soul in prison, I am not free." And yet Morpin constantly tries to draw attention to criminality, lack of professionalism, and even drug use, because he's a reactionary talking to reactionaries, trying to scare them into thinking Antifa is coming to steal their lunch money.
In one passage about Mildred from the channel Thought Slime, he says that her
videos tend to fixate on things like slime, feces, genitalia, and other things deemed to be ugly.
Because what could be less professional than talking about slime? Maybe writing a book intended to give as much detail as possible about your political enemies to neo-Nazis.
Like, this was how I learned about Caleb Morpin. So people in my chat were saying the workers hate slime, and I was like, what are you talking about? And everyone was like, oh my god, you don't know about Morpin? And I was like, I do not know. One more mention coming up when you hear skeletons. Thank you, Sophie. Appreciate you.
Andrew Anglin loves this book. Andrew Anglin, for the blessedly uninformed, is an American neo-Nazi and one of the lead moderators of Stormfront, the neo-Nazi messaging board. Anglin wrote a great big post on Stormfront about how good the book is when it came out, and it's very helpful because it's basically just a decoded version of what Morpin's trying to say. Breadtube is the term these people use to refer to themselves. That includes Piker, Vorsh, and some other freaks and traps on YouTube and Twitch. It probably also includes TYT. Piker is the genetic nephew. Genetic nephew.
What the fuck?
Neo-Nazis.
Genetic nephew? That is not a thing that like a normal guy says. He's not a normal guy.
Write one single normal sentence ever challenge. Difficulty rating impossible.
This is so fucked. This is so fucked. Like, talking about primarily they are obsessed with promoting gay sex and identity race politics, both of which are considered bourgeois values by communists. That's not true at all. This is Andrew Anglin speaking. Yeah, for sure. Genetic nephew.
Obviously, normal working class people are not into gay sex or all of this progressive stack identity politics stuff. This is all stuff from universities that you could never get a.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty big on promoting gay sex. I'm pretty big on promoting gay sex, and I'm a communist. So, you know, like I have gay sex like a lot. Like that's why it's promoted. You know.
Factory worker or a farmer to go along with. Basically, communists believed in empowering the working class, whereas Breadtube believes in forcing decadent, elitist values on the working class. Yeah, elitist values like gay sex. Bottom comrades, we must rise up and end the oppression of the subretariat by the domjoisie. Hey, Andrew, just so you know.
That is very poggers, Sophie. Holy fucking shit.
Every Spartan warrior had hot, wet in his ass and loved it. Anyway, it's all very telling that Andrew Anglin loves this book so much because neo-Nazis love the model of the world that talks about globalism, because it fits in perfectly with their great replacement shtick. Anglin loves the anti-imperialism. Can you hear me using air quotes here? Morpin's anti-imperialism. Anyway, look, this Nazi's talking about imperialism, all these conspiracy theorists are talking about imperialism. I'm realizing I should probably provide a working definition of imperialism before we carry on so we can distinguish between the actual phenomenon and what these clowns mean when they say the word.
Imperialism is no longer the way it was for empires of yesteryear.
I mean, it wasn't really that way for them either, but this image that people have of troops and armies occupying imperial territories is a very narrow view of empire. In reality, imperialism has a lot to do with economic domination, arguably more than it has to do with military domination in the modern context. States like ancient Rome had...
You know who else did a big 3-hour-long discussion on imperialism with an imperialism expert? That's right, it's Red Planet. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Hang on. Why can't I... What the fuck? What's going on here? Let me just... Let me find it. Let me find it. Where the fuck? Oh my god, what is happening? Why can't I, like, get my old messages from chat? Ah, fuck it. Never mind. It's Red Planet. It's Red Planet. It's Red Planet. I have the link. I have the link here. I could have just copied and pasted it. There you go. It's Red Planet. It's Red Planet. You can find it there. There's a playlist of Bad Bunny's official clips. Yes, I do need a Red Planet command. I do. You can find it on Bad Bunny's official clips channel. There is a playlist called Red Planet full episodes, and it's called what's it called? That one? Imperialism. It's just called Imperialism. That's this Red Planet thing is low-key based. I know, it sounds pretty cool, doesn't it, Sophie from Mars, my co-host on Red Planet? You mean the hit online show Red Planet? That's right, it's a hit. It's huge!
Client states, which were dependent on Rome economically and had to follow the political mandates of the Senate, even though they weren't technically part of the empire. And today, much of the world finds itself in similar relationships to more powerful and richer countries, especially America. This is because capitalism is a system by which the rich get richer on an individual and international scale. The legacy of colonialism means a lot of things, but one of the things that it means is that the world today is broadly divided between the descendants of the beneficiaries of colonialism, whose countries were able to take the wealth plundered from the rest of the world and turn it into even more wealth, and the people in the countries that were plundered. Enormous monopolies in the imperial core grow to such a scale that they're essentially able to own whole countries in the imperial periphery, countries whose resources and labor their production relies on. Oligarchs rich on investment in speculative markets, playing with debt and fictitious capital, while people directly impacted by their decisions starve or go homeless, are able to buy political influence to continuously protect both their profits and their picture of what a moral, fair world looks like. And it's a terrible picture of what a moral, fair world looks like, because we're talking about billionaires, usually with dynastic intergenerational wealth. America controls much of the world with its enormous buying power, because the freedom in the free market is the freedom...
This is why, when discussing violence, we have to remember that financial violence is one of the most used forms of violence all over the world. Now, again, I'm on twitch.tv. I legit can't promote violence, but when people say they have a problem with certain political parties using violence, then it is always correct to point out that violence is threatened to us on a daily basis by the monster of capitalism. So, yeah, and it is exacted in countries in the imperial periphery all the time.
Of the most powerful, the richest party, to do whatever they want. American money buys goods...
Oh, Sorka, they are not doing a joke indicator there. They're being facetious.
Manufactured in countries dependent on the dollar, because exported capital from America forces those countries into dependence by design. American foreign aid, even. Massive shipments of wheat or cotton don't help other countries, but rather completely flatten their domestic wheat and cotton markets, devaluing the crops...
That's right, class system is the foundational violence upon which all others are built, period. I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's upon which all of the others are built, but all the other forms of violence do prop it up. I agree with that. Hey, Stewie, how are you doing? I don't think you were promoting violence. No, I know I wasn't promoting violence. That's why I said what I said.
Of local farmers and forcing dependence on...
Not just an imperialism. Financial abuse is a common and ignored aspect of domestic violence too. Yes, that's right. There's a war with financial right now, especially against sex workers. Yes, absolutely, yeah, 100%.
America, and if they refuse the aid, America quickly threatens violence. Violence, military intervention, military domination aren't irrelevant in modern conversations about imperialism. They just aren't most of the imperialism actively happening, because most of the time the threat of violence is enough.
but the threat of violence has to be credible for imperialism to work. This is why America models themselves as the world police, because they need to constantly show the rest of the world how powerful their military is and constantly give themselves a justification to upscale their military spending. Inside the imperial core, the engine of capitalist growth works as it ever does, walking on two legs, apocalypse and future. Surpluses of labor need to be absorbed with low-paying jobs, so working to stop some kind of collapse or catastrophe works perfectly.
Why? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Yay20361 says, why are you promoting violence? I'm going to have to report you now. Yeah, man, you go ahead and file a report, my friend. I'm sure that Twitch will take that completely seriously. Thank you so much for chatting in my channel, giving me a view, increasing my engagement. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Surpluses of capital need to be absorbed by big projects.
That's right, Sophie. Sophie read Lenin's books to Deadpan's dad in bed. It's true. That's right.
To throw money into. So why not imagine a bright, beautiful future sponsored by Dow Chemical? Usually, of course, these two work in concert, keeping the machine running. In the 60s, it was the space race, with the promise of a bright future among the stars on one hand, and on the other, the nuclear Armageddon implicit in...
I've got an accounts on here, band pal. Oh, mate, I am fucking shaking in my boots. Holy shit. I'm coming, I'm crying, I'm pissing. Apologize or say bye-bye. Oh, man. Oh, please don't report me, man. Please don't report me, please. Oh, fuck. I'm so scared. Yeah, I'm fucking little dickhead. Fucking little dickhead.
Hello, me old chum.
Come on then, pal. Come on. Come on then, pal. Get me banned. Let's go. Come on. Let's see it. Come on, bro.
In any conversation about whether the US or USSR would put rockets...
I've got people fucking banned on here, mate. I'll fucking ban your fucking channel. Oh, reported for violating terms of... Oh, fuck. I'll get me fucking brother on you. Oh, I'll get me big brother on you, you dickhead. Bro, do you think, do you think I've never been outside before? Like, I grew up in Manchester. Like, you know, having baseless threats thrown at you is like, it's been my life for like 25 years. You're gonna get banned, bud? Yeah, it's not gonna be because of you, bro.
It's into orbit
Yeah, my uncle works at Twitch.
Today's imperialism is green, with American elites like Bill Gates warning that the global north has to lead the way in coming decades, because on a purely economic level, if a different country than America led the charge in combating climate change, America would have...
Yo, see you later, Dave. Thank you so much for being here, pal. Appreciate the support. Take it easy, man.
...defeated.
All the best to your missus and all.
...in the global free market.
Like, you know, tell her to get rested, stay safe, drink lots of water, all that stuff.
Imperialist capitalism dictates what these global conversations are about, how we imagine the future and how we conceptualize threats to it, so that we can be grateful to the status quo for keeping us from destruction and...
I love that this guy was like, oh, I'm gonna get you banned, I've reported you for violating terms of service. Yeah, well, look who got banned now, pal. Look who actually got banned. Oh, dearie me. Uh-oh. Looks like you can't chat in the Twitch chat anymore. Oh, no.
Cheer on imperial powers as they shape the future for...
I love the idea that a report resulting in someone getting banned is reflective of who submitted the report. Right, exactly, right. Right.
So yeah, the rest of BreadTube is seriously lacking in this regard. But it's not because they're paid, it's because of imperial core privilege and how the ruling class obfuscates international struggle from the imaginative landscape. It's because you're looking at a bunch of content creators and gamers who are responding to fascists, American conservatives, and anti-feminists online. Yes, they could do a better job talking about geopolitics. No, and I can't believe I have to say this, none of them are CIA.
So the reason I gave so much background on the schism in BreadTube is because anyone aware of BreadTube would be aware of the deep divide in the community, the messy political alignments of various members, and the deep disagreements, often on the specific issues of imperialist foreign policy that Morpin is talking about. And Caleb Morpin claims to have worked on this book for a year, which, if he wasn't a hack fraud as well as a conspiracy theorist and a Nazbol, would probably have led him to talk more intelligently about this loose affiliation of YouTubers and streamers. Instead, Caleb uses the idea that YouTubers go viral sometimes as an example of shady secrets in the breadtube elite.
Some of them have odd skeletons in their
Oh no. Uh-oh.
closet. These indicate that BreadTube has powerful allies who are using them to serve a purpose other than communist revolution.
Caleb's historic examples of similar programs form the bulk of his arguments. For example, he claims that while the USSR turned more socially conservative and progressive socialists in the West expressed their discomfort with that, the CIA exploited the division, saying,
During this time, many pro-Marxist college professors and writers in Europe received covert support from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. They were carefully being nudged to push a more anti-Soviet brand of Marxism focused on cultural issues.
That's the funniest thing he's ever said. That's the funniest thing he has ever said. You're telling me that the CIA were telling people to push A, Marxism, and B, a brand of Marxism that is anti-Soviet and focused on cultural issues. Oh man, that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. A Marxism that is cultural, Burger King.
Rather,
yeah, I love the CIA. It's intersectional. It's an intersectional, it's an intersectional fucking, paradise. It's great. The CIA was secretly making more people support civil rights. That's definitely what was happening, yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, if we make America more Marxist, Marxism will collapse, yeah. Correct, yeah. What a mind. What a mind. Only the brightest and best of minds.
Than class struggle.
Per the book, BreadTube is
most likely serving one section of the American ruling elite and the intelligence agencies.
And then, on Christmas Eve the same year, the Grey Zone published leaked files expose serious PSYOPs veteran astroturfing BreadTube star to counter COVID restriction critics. Buckle in, we're in for some extremely grey zone journalism. The article begins,
leaked documents have revealed a state-sponsored influence operation designed to undermine critics of the British government's coronavirus policies by astroturfing a prominent founder of the BreadTube clique of anti-fascist YouTube influencers.
It's about a video that Abby Thorne of PhilosophyTube recently released, which at the time, Grey Zone staff apparently had decided was part of a plan to mind control vaccine-hesitant people and bring them under the thumb of the New World Order. The video, which wasn't actually out at the time, was about how different types of vaccine-hesitant people defend their refusal to get a vaccine, and prominently featured explanations from vaccine-hesitant people in their own words, not to debate or debunk them, but to examine reality and talk about why people move away from it. This was all made possible by a study that Abby and others at a group called Challenging Pseudoscience had conducted with help from the Royal Institution. For Grey Zone, however, this vaccine apologia was altogether too much. Anti-vaccine sentiments are pretty common among the conspiracy left, and this is just my speculation, but Grey Zone's pivot to anti-vaccine content seems like the reason that co-founder Ben Norton left the publication. He's started his own thing, Multipolarista, which sticks to the aims of a multipolar world, and he hasn't shared any of the anti-vax stuff that Max Blumenthal seems so keen on pushing. And he left about the same time that they started opposing vaccines. Max strikes again! The article, which is showing supposedly hacked documents discussing the plans for the PhilosophyTube video, was written by Max
Thank you for the
Blumenthal
follow.
and someone called Kit Clarenberg. Oh my god! Why did these guys keep dressing themselves like this?
They're just the same guy. They're just literally the same guy.
Why do you look like side characters from Better Call Saul? Also, Kit, your Twitter bio could use some work, because I haven't seen any journalism so far, buddy. So the article, which at time of recording is still up, paints a connection between PhilosophyTube and the royal family by way of basically not understanding in the slightest way that what the royal institution is, because they're desperate to prove that BreadTube are all controlled by sinister forces. The actual funding for the study, as Abby discusses in the video, came from George Soros's Open Society Foundation, so they really missed a great opportunity to tie Soros in as well. You know? Their links to a Syria PsyOps veteran are about as tenuous and nonsensical as you'd expect. Someone Abby works with on challenging pseudoscience is on a commission which is headed by someone called Peter Daszak, who was involved with the blah, blah, blah. How does anyone read this, honestly? The whole program would be sinister if the royal family actually had anything to do with it, and the people they say are involved are actually involved, and if you agree that vaccines are bad. So, you know, solid reporting there, guys. The article has since been edited, but the original really doubled down on courting reactionaries, listing one of the groups victimized by BreadTube as
female high school athletes who complain about being forced to compete against biological males.
Oh boy, there it is.
The only reason anyone would call the article transphobic is because it talks about a trans woman. Look, this is in line with Morpin's slipperiness. Like, he'll say that he's happy to work with anti-abortion advocates, or claim to not be anti-trans, but he'd be happy to work with transphobes. And unfortunately, I'm used to this shit from Morpin by now, but God, the used car salesmen seem to be multiplying. Karenberg continues to be a weird Twitter reply guy.
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, I was just trying to move the things. Nazi philosophy says COINTELPRO is real and undermined the labor communist movement in sometimes nefarious subtle ways like dulling revolutionary retaliate, but it's not how Morpin writes. No, of course not. Hey, Aslan, what's going on? Yo, gang, go show some love to Aslan Silver, a lovely streamer, a top lad. How is it going? Welcome in. Hello, Leftist as well. I love that name, just Leftist. And also welcome in Johnny. Welcome in Johnny. Go show Johnny some love as well, gang. Another top streamer.
Guy. Even now the video is out, claiming it to be a limited hangout, an intelligence community term for revealing a part of the program as damage control. Debate me! Debate me! I have a 2006 Honda Civic your family would look great in. So why are we talking about this? I'm giving the BreadTube is CIA conspiracy theory so much attention because it's the first big breakthrough the conspiracy left have concocted, rubbing their little brain cells together to produce this new theory, totally their own, and it's drawn them all together. Jimmy Dore had Max Blumenthal on his show to discuss the article and Sean's video about him, claiming that Sean had clearly been boosted by the YouTube algorithm, which is to say, whoever controls the YouTube algorithm.
And then you have Sean, who made a video about you.
Oh, the huge manatee. No one is obligated to answer your questions in this chat. It's very clear that you are a fan of these guys and not a fan of Sophie from Mars. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm biased or whatever or, you know, anything like that. I don't give a shit. You either watch the video, open your mind a little bit, or just go back to your little fucking losers who look like car salesmen. Failed car salesmen. You know? Just admit it then. Admit what? Like what do you want me to admit? I'm on the CIA's payroll. Like I'm pushing gay sex. Like what do you want me to admit? Like what exactly do you want me to admit? Do you have any criticisms of the video? No. It's absolutely fucking perfect so far. I've not finished it in case you're wondering. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a whole fucking 40 minutes to go. You just admitted your bias. I know I did. I fucking know I did. What do you want, bro? What do you fucking want? Like, the video's not even finished, and you're in here like, have you got any criticisms of the video? Like, bro, it's not finished. Why so triggered? Because people like you are fucking ruining people's fucking lives. Because of you, we don't have a fucking solid movement that can actually stop imperialism. Not the imperialism that you think it is. I'm just going to ban them, by the way. I don't give a fuck what they got left to say. Because people like you are stopping us from having a fucking cohesive movement that can actually stop capitalism. It's actually really easy to do. But fucking idiots like you fucking harass my friends, make them feel like shit, and you think you're being fucking smart. I'm triggered because you're a piece of shit. You're a privileged fucking piece of shit. Fuck off.
You attacking you, who I actually didn't know he was affiliated with BreadTube, but he's considered part of their constellation. And it was very strategically placed. It was algorithmically boosted on YouTube.
Oh, it was definitely algorithmically boosted on YouTube. No fucking doubt about that. That was given the favored treatment on YouTube. The CIA and the intelligence, beholden that Google and YouTube, they're in bed with the fucking intelligence community. Of course they are, Google.
And in the episode, they also watch a video where Morpin is talking to one of his disciples, Jackson Hinkle, about the BreadTube conspiracy. Morpin is actually quoted in the Grey Zone article saying,
"It does not surprise me at all to find out there is documented..."
Like, these motherfuckers think they're so fucking smart when they come in a chat and they're like, you know, they come in and they're like, oh, you admitted your bias. Oh, why are you so triggered? It's like, bro, I'm triggered because I'm a human being. I have feelings and emotions. Like, the fact that you don't get triggered by all of the shit that your, like, weird little fucking dad says is actually really concerning. Really fucking concerning. Do you know what I mean? And isn't it funny that they come in with the why so triggered nonsense? Doesn't that sound a little reactionary? Sounds a bit reactionary, doesn't it? When they say that. When they say things like that. Wow. Wow, that's the left I want to be a part of, gang. Yeah, for sure. It is actually good when you have an emotional response to things. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, admitting and acknowledging bias isn't a bad thing. Like, they're thinking it's literally like, you know? The triggered stuff is literally from fucking 2013. Yeah, literally from 2013.
Evidence that the British royal family and an intelligence contractor is bankrolling the work of Abigail Thorne. It lines up with everything I have observed about her and the BreadTube trend overall.
And you know, when he talks about the book, Morpin insists that it's other...
Yo, multitude of drops. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Transgender. Still, one of the best names I've seen in the chat tonight. Enjoy your outfit viewing your sub badges and your emotes.
The people uncharitably mischaracterizing it when they say that he's saying BreadTube is CIA. But not only is that absolutely what the book does say, but his orbiters like Peter Coffin are pretty explicit about what is really being said here.
Something y'all need to think more about. A couple of days ago, PhilosophyTube was outed as working with USAID-aligned imperialist MPOs and the British government. IMO, that probably has something to do with Lindsay Ellis quitting. Just saying.
Uh-huh. Is that right, Peter? Is that right, Peter? Sorry, I'm fucking muted. Yeah, so like, just want to say that like all the so this like beautiful juxtaposition of you know, Peter Coffin being a total piece of shit, and then showing some of his cringiest shit. It's all Sophie. It's all Sophie. Sophie is behind the scenes pulling the strings. You heard it her first, gang. She's literally feeding me content to do. This is Sophie's stream. This is Sophie's stream. Just letting you know, I can't be praised for finding these clips. This is great. It's Peter. This is Peter. That's Peter Coffin right there. There they are. Yeah, that's right.
Must be those feminine. Must be those.
I've got handlers. I've got handlers. Sophie is literally my handler.
Won't have sex with you. I'm a beta and I'm a beta, and we're both beta as fuck.
Oh, this is so cringe.
Alpha male here, then you're shit out of luck. Domination and total power. These are not things we crave. Our self-worth is not contingent on how many women we've laid. Never felt comfortable acting invulnerable. Never felt compatible with acting infallible. I never felt entitled enough to act hostile. Never felt exceptional just cause my genitals. Full Macintosh.
What's this? Fucking phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, I think we've gone full Macintosh. Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, I think we've gone full Macintosh. I'm a beta and I'm a beta, and we're both beta as fuck. If you're looking for an alpha male here, then you're shit out of luck. Domination and total power, these are not things we crave. Our self-worth is not contingent on how many women we've laid.
I just can't figure out if this is satire or not. I'm finding it really hard to find out if this is satire or not. Like, was this like, yeah, okay, an actual response? Because here's the thing, right? If it's not satire, it's like a really shit version of, you know that guy, Your Pal Austin, on TikTok? He does that whole thing about like, yeah, I'm like, you know, I'm a guy, but I'm not like toxically masculine and stuff. You know? Like, there's that guy, he does it really well. But this is just like, oh man. Do you think Peter sent this to Steve Harvey begging to be put back on TV? I don't know, you know, Husker. I think that's a pretty good theory. Satire that is bad is indistinguishable from sincerity. Yeah, I know. Like, that's what I mean. It's like, is it sincere? I don't know. Peter's been on TV. You mean you don't know? You mean you don't know?
Right here on this stage, please welcome the groin kicker himself, Peter Coffin.
Peter Kaufman. Roll the clip.
Pete, how you doing? I am good, Steve. By the way, I gotta show you this. Step over here. Did you notice how Peter was walking out? This is the look of a guy that's fitting to kick himself in the nuts.
That's the whole reason Peter Coffin went on The Craziest Person in America, because he said, I could kick myself in the nuts.
That's exactly what it is, Steve.
I'm telling you, man. Let me get on this side, because I mean, hey, come on, Peter, let me see.
All right, here we go. I'm just going to stay here for a second.
Isn't it weird that this guy grew up to be like, yo, I'm going to try and do every single bit of content I possibly can and in order to get views. I'm going to do so much.
Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jester performs for the royal court. That's giving him way too much credit. That's giving Peter Coffin way too much credit. Stop it. Come on. Come on. He's nowhere near as good as a court jester. Speaking truth to you know, to power? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Jesus Christ. So Lindsay Ellis is CIA. Okay, who else is CIA, Peter? Is Doug Walker CIA? Is Jake Paul CIA? Morpin also went on Peter's stream to talk about the book, where, hilariously, he said,
If Lenin were alive today and he saw this happening, he would have written a book about BreadTube. You can bet if Mao was around today.
Lenin would not be writing a book about how BreadTube is CIA. Dude, come on. That is so fucking funny. Tell me you've never read Lenin. You know, I've never read Lenin, and I know that he wouldn't. There's no way. Lenin, the ultimate BreadTuber. Yeah, that's right.
He would have written a book about BreadTube.
yes, Caleb, you're just like Lenin. Just like Mao Zedong.
And that's what he's doing as well. Yeah, Sophie's right. He's trying to say he's like Lenin. That is so cringe.
Everyone is very proud of you, and you're definitely a real communist.
Here too, Morpin says that anyone who's saying that he said that BreadTube is CIA is taking his words uncharitably, and at this point it's just absurd.
Lenin's, yeah, he's mummified, so he's rolling in his body, I guess. I don't know.
This is the conspiracy left's own conspiracy theory to prove how they're cool and normal, and everyone who opposes them is a fake liar. Everyone's getting in on it. Morpin may as well just own what he said and be proud of his invention. But hold up a sweet, tender, loving minute there, bucko. Is this an original conspiracy theory? Let's investigate.
Sophie, I love when you say words. I just love it when you say words. It's so good. I just love it when you say things.
Chapter What and Who is BreadTube? Morpin lists all the content creators he thinks are involved. But then, he also talks about someone called Dr. Steve Hassan, who Morpin says has friends on the inside, and is
definitely not a part of the BreadTube universe, but certainly lurks in the background of discussions about, quote, deprogramming.
Okay, this is promising. We have some kind of sinister, shadowy figure pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. So who is this? I've never heard of this person before. Steve Hassan is a pop psychologist and cult researcher whose main contribution to cult research, the bite model, has been debunked by more serious...
Hey, Squid. I see Skidadir is in the chat. Hey, Skidadir, you just hit 700 followers. Just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Serious cult researchers. But he called Trump's following a cult, so that's probably why Caleb doesn't like him. Just like with Greyzone's serious PsyOps veteran, Dr. Hassan has next to nothing to do with BreadTube. Actually, he thinks that trans people are a cult, and he tweeted about how hypno-porn is brainwashing to trick people.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, I know this guy. Holy shit. Yeah.
People into transing their gender, which would probably make it pretty hard for him to engage with the majority of BreadTube at all. So I don't really understand what reason Caleb has for bringing him up here. Oh, except maybe that Dr. Hassan was raised Jewish, and every time Caleb Morpin points a finger, there is a Jewish person on the other end. Okay, let's see what Caleb actually uses as evidence that this kind of manipulation could be taking place.
There's a historical precedent for this called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. During the 1950s, the CIA had a program for covertly funding left-wing voices, artists, intellectuals, and others. They set up a magazine called Partisan Review in the United States. They set up a magazine called Encounter in Britain, and in Germany they had a magazine called Der Monat. That's where the Frankfurt School received a lot of its funding. And
oh my god! It was cultural Marxism the whole time! You only have to Google CIA Frankfurt School to see it. This is this cultural Marxism conspiracy theory from the LaRouche movement, which Caleb is part of. Holy shit! Okay, shit. Lyndon LaRouche, American politician, anti-Semite, and conspiracy.
No fucking way. I mean, I'm like not surprised at all. It's just like, you know, when you see someone sat there with the Nazbols, it's like, okay, they're a Nazi, innit? Do you know what I mean? They're a Nazi. But then, like, with how vehemently they say, like, I get called a Nazi all the time, you know? It's like, come on, man. Come on. Oh my God. Sophie says, gotta go record a podcast, but hopefully I'm back before the end. Love you loads. Yo, Sophie, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for helping out with the video and stuff, and chucking those links in Discord for me. Appreciate you a lot. Love you lots. Good night, gang. Go follow Sophie from Mars. You know why. You know why. You know why. And also, just like a quick video check as well, make sure that you're subscribed to Sophie on YouTube. Make sure you go give a like and a comment. And, of course, get the video playing in the background so that she gets another view. Very, very important. Very, very important. Yeah. There's a clue in it being called a Nazi all the time, and these people seem incapable of self-reflection. That's true. Yes.
Conspiracy theorist spread the idea that Marxists in the West were being manipulated into hating Stalinist cultural reforms that made the USSR more conservative because he was a reactionary and didn't like the Communist Party of the USA being progressive. So they all had to be CIA agents. He called Angela Davis a CIA agent.
Insane! It's absolutely insane. There's no fucking way. That's just fucking racist. That's like that's a new. Is it a new kind of racism? No, I don't think so. It's an old kind of racism that's been modified for his language, right? Like, not just like anyone I don't like is a CIA agent. It's like people who want civil rights are CIA agents, you know?
She went to jail, and he called her a fucking CIA agent. I want to say Morpin is living up to being the Lyndon LaRouche of our time, but I'm really worried he'll take that.
They may not self-reflect, but by God, they self-report. True.
As a compliment. Would it shock you to learn that LaRoucheite cultural Marxism also claims that European leftists are paid by, yep, the royal family? Yes, this isn't just Caleb's thing. Even Greyzone are getting in on it.
Oh
God, I can't believe it's still cultural Marxism after all this time. I think H-Bomb's video on that was one of the first BreadTube videos I ever watched. Yeah. Truly, the woke Ouroboros is complete. Sad though, really. They don't make cultural Marxism conspiracists like they used to.
Wait. What did I just see?
Sad though, really. They don't make cultural Marxism.
Is this an H-Bomb's video? Racist, a made-up word by Leon Trotsky in 1927? Wait, what? What the fuck? I missed that in the video.
Conspiracists like they used to. We used to get lectured by a buff Swedish beefcake. Now we have Beaker from the Muppets wearing his dad's suit. Getting more serious again, this is a perfect demonstration of how you cannot use conspiracy
Trotsky invented the word racist, yeah.
Theories as part of a leftist project. As Michael Barkun puts it,
there can certainly be conspiracy theories that are not anti-Semitic, but contemporary conspiracy theories manifest a dynamics of expansion. The movement from event conspiracies to systemic conspiracies to super conspiracies. As this progression occurs, two characteristics appear. First, the more a conspiracy theory seeks to explain, the larger its domain of evil. The conspiracy includes more and more malevolent agents. Second, the more exclusive the conspiracy theory, the less susceptible it is to disproof. For skeptics and their evidence are increasingly identified with the powers of evil. The result of those processes is that the villains who populate conspiracy theories tend to multiply rapidly. Conspiracists find it difficult to keep out new putative evildoers. UFOlogists begin with conspiracy theories that had nothing to do with anti-Semitism, yet in some cases end up testifying to the veracity of the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
It's a one-way train and it has no fucking brakes, so your best possible option is to jump off before it gathers steam. Hey, I landed that one. Good metaphor. Good for me. Conspiracy.
Sophie is smart and you should give them money. I agree. Sophie is smart and you should give her money. It's actually really cringe to not give Sophie money. You know? Hey, Britty, what's going on? That's right. Me. Caleb Morpin. That's correct. That's what he says. That's what he says all the time. Hello, Van Gogh Vroom. Morpin Express. That's right. All gas, no brakes to racist town. That's exactly what it is, yeah.
Conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts. And it's just pretty sad to be able to say the social conflict being reflected here is that Caleb Maupin and the Grey Zone feel embarrassed they aren't as popular on YouTube as other leftists, and that Peter Coffin used to be friends with them before embarrassing themselves publicly, and that the audience they all share dislike the audience that BreadTube creators share and the content they make. Besides, all of this massively overstates the significance of leftist content creators. Streamers have found a new level of popularity, but the entirety of the leftist content sphere is just a teeny little blip in the grand scale of YouTube and Twitch, which for over a decade now have had shockingly far-right, reactionary, and bigoted politics as the absolute default. The
Very
internet
true.
is still a growing new thing, and the pattern of social development on it is fascinating. The most easy to produce, attention-grabbing content will always dominate a space without sufficient moderation or conscious thought by the people running it, and then, as audiences get tired of and desensitized to constant shock content, they turn to more well-produced, high-effort stuff. Often biased by who already made money off cheap shock content and therefore has the money to produce more, but eventually more people will fill that niche. Hopefully, people with a basic understanding of what they're talking about and the ability to establish some expertise and scientific rigor in the space, or, at the very least, the appearance of it. And that's BreadTube. It's just a dynamic of the space. That's also why tons of people have noticed and correctly pointed out that BreadTube is overwhelmingly white. It's a dynamic of YouTube audiences and how the algorithm pigeonholes marginalized creators.
Huge shout out to FD Signifier. Yeah, Feek's been in this video. He's been reading out quotes and stuff. We watched this video. We watched this, when did we watch it? I think it was when it came out 3 months ago. I'm pretty sure that's when we watched it. We watched it like as soon as it came out. That's crazy. It's been 3 months. That's crazy.
It's worth engaging with those kinds of criticisms because these systemic biases have real effects.
Yo, no worries, Squid. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and being a good friend. Appreciate you.
Just like it's worth pointing out how lacking in geopolitical understanding many content creators are, because acknowledging that kind of problem can allow us to tackle it. For Maupin, though, BreadTube is the CPUSA to his Lyndon LaRouche, a bunch of CIA-funded stooges trying to lock the real Marxists out of the conversation. One gets the sense, watching enough Maupin, that his audience are probably a bit older on average than BreadTube's. It's in the way he talks, like he wants to emulate being an expert on something. That's why he dresses like that, right?
Yeah.
Like it's this aesthetic of intellectualism where he's dressing for the job he wants, but the people he idolizes are all grifting shitbergs he thinks are geniuses, so he's accidentally dressing like exactly what he is, a snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
He takes himself incredibly seriously, but he doesn't want to put any effort into making his work more suited to the medium, which creates this kind of naive feeling. So he simultaneously looks young and old, which is why there's such a bring your child to work day energy to the guy. And that's part of the weird magic of the internet. Older people...
Okay, I gotta make a comment before I forget it because I got ADHD. Okay, none of you are gonna understand what that means, but that's okay. Me and Sophie, one of the first times we ever hung out, we watched a film called Ben. And the main thing that was funny about the film Ben, it's about rats, by the way, in case you're wondering. The main funny thing that we found about the movie Ben is that everyone in the cast looked like they were old, like an old young boy. So yeah, I hope Sophie
People
gets
have
that.
been online not just for less of their lives proportionately, but often literally fewer hours of their lives than younger people. So younger people online can spot a nice solid type of guy from a mile off, but many older people can't. Look, I guess I'm speaking about the whole conspiracy left right.
Ben is in the Mickey Jackson rat? Oh, that's right. Michael Jackson did the theme tune, didn't he? You're right. It is that same Ben. It's that same Ben. The tune came from a movie. It's available on Amazon Prime. You should check it out if you've got Prime.
Right now, but there's this naivety to the kind of world that each of them projects that says to me,
holy shit, I forgot about that, Anthony. Yeah.
the audience they all share are themselves kind of naive. And that makes the way these guys act seem somewhere between gross and absolutely horrifyingly predatory, at least from where I'm standing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was going to go on from here to a conclusion where I talked about broad lessons on the topic, but then something happened which made the conspiracy left utterly explode into the most unbelievable takes, mental gymnastics, and new conspiracy theories.
Oh no, here we go.
Russia invaded Ukraine.
I know. Conspiracy nuts and right-wing treat.
All right, gang. Before this, quick bio break. Look after yourself. Stretch your legs, stretch your face, stretch your arms. I don't know, stretch whatever you got. Not like that. I'm gonna go have a little wee, tiny little wee. Back at a tick. Okay, right. That's the funniest shit, right? That's the funniest shit. I know that I like said to Sorka, like, oh, you know, don't talk about how many viewers I got and shit like that, you know, because it like gives me anxiety and stuff. But like, okay, I knew that I had like about 90 odd viewers or whatever, but it's so funny. This guy that got banned in the chat is like so mad at me. So fucking mad at me. He's like, you muted us for asking a serious question and have deleted your post full of wait, what? Deleted your post full of replies mocking you for it. What are you talking about? Bad faith 90 viewer Andy. Right, let me tell you something, gang. My average viewer, my average viewership is like 33. If you think saying that I've got 90 viewers is an own, you are a fucking idiot, bro. I've deleted my post full of replies mocking you for it. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? What do they mean? What are they on about? That's so funny. They really think that calling me a 90 viewer, triple average viewership Andy. Well, that's what they do. They say everything that they don't like is bad faith, isn't it? That's what they do. I just have no idea what he means. Deleted my post full of replies mocking you for it. What are they talking about? I haven't deleted anything. I don't delete shit unless, like, it's offensive. What is going on here? Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Streamers, YouTubers, anti-science, alternative media people. I'm not saying I'm a Nazi. I don't see a lot of difference. Widely denounced wokeness, postmodern stuff. Everybody around you thinks that you're wrong.
On February 24th, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced an invasion of Ukraine, calling it a special military operation to demilitarize and denazify the country, though his speech strongly implied the erasure of Ukrainian sovereignty altogether. Shortly after his speech, Russian forces began a ground invasion of Ukraine along with airstrikes, and at time of writing, Thousands of civilians have been killed, with thousands more wounded.
No, it wasn't an unban request. No, it's on Twitter. They're pure brainworms. They've got pure brainworms. I know, yeah. It's crazy, innit?
Over 2 million Ukrainian refugees have fled, although hundreds of thousands of people are still trapped in cities like Mariupol, which Russian forces have surrounded and shelled. The Western response has been broadly sympathetic to the Ukrainian people, with many people organizing fundraisers to support the victims of the invasion, though the far right seems split between whether fighting on the side of Ukraine would be defending the West from Eastern threat, or whether Putin is the last hope to save the white race from globalist liberalism. As the invasion began, the conspiracy left immediately began denying the invasion altogether. As the military project became undeniable,
they've been in your mentions calling you fat and cattle for at least an hour. Yeah, I mean, that's like the extent, right? That's like the extent of these guys' activism, right? Just being fat phobic on Twitter, you know what I mean? Cattle are supposed to be fat. That's how you get the beef. Yeah, that's true. Oh, God, it's so fucking stupid.
They shifted to claiming that it wasn't technically an invasion, but rather an operation to protect pro-Russian separatists from persecution by Ukrainian nationalists. Here in my editing chair recording audio at the last minute, I can say up until now their primary focus has been on the presence of neo-Nazis in Ukraine and the Ukrainian military. It's actually a good case study for everything we discussed earlier about how misinformation often comprises true facts being used in a malicious way or being promoted to frame a conversation the way one party wants. The Russian invasion is indefensible, and the mass slaughter of civilians is not something history will look kindly on, and the presence of the Azov battalion doesn't change that. Then, as Russian citizens began protesting the war, well, Peter Coffin's particular strategy of denial is to dip into classic anti-Semitic tropes, literally claiming George Soros is funding any resistance within and without Russia to Putin's invasion.
Likely funded by Open Society. Guess Open Society is feeling the burn.
And that's completely asinine. Bernie Sanders is an American congressman. He doesn't have to be paid by George Soros to be anti-Russia. And Peter Coffin went on Moats to talk with George Galloway about what Vosh thinks about Ukraine.
What the fuck?
What about left of the Democrats? Where?
How do I get past this bit? I don't want
to. Really taking a different line than the Democrats. I mean, we see people like
most unhinged video I've seen from Caleb, and that's saying something? Breaking down Putin's Ukraine speech.
Go and watch Putin's speech for yourself, right? It was a great speech. And for a while, they were showing it on CNN, and then they were like, oh, shit, kill it, kill it. People in America might hear this and realize not only that he actually has a lot of very good points, but also that our leaders are fucking...
Yeah, man, that's why. That's why they did it, Caleb. Yeah, they stopped showing Putin on CNN because he was too based. It just is like everyone I don't like is CIA. Everyone I don't like is an idiot. It's a conspiracy against everything that I do. Everyone's against me. So ridiculous. Yeah, he did just say the arsler. Yeah, of course he did. Are we surprised? Are we surprised? You know? Wait, that's a screen behind him and not a photo frame? No way, that's not a photo frame. That's a screen behind him? Also, he has like an office. Like, what's going on here? He's got like a glass mirror and then like he's got like one of them glass office cubicles. Hey Super, what's going on by the way? How you doing? God, I love Keffel's new emote. Little Keffel wiggle. I love it so much.
And Putin's a genius.
In the video, Caleb condescendingly tells his audience 5 times in a row that Stalin
it's a screen? That is like how desperate he is to like appear normal. Isn't it, right? He also looks like a prefect. You know, like prefects? Yeah, Caleb uses the arsler there. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's in a rented office. You see he's in a hotel. You see a cleaner go by? Wait, what?
wasn't Russian?
Stalin wasn't Russian.
What?
Yeah, I know that's a shocker, right? How can Stalin not be Russian? He was the leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin wasn't Russian. Stalin was not Russian. Stalin wasn't Russian.
I'm so glad you said it like an extra 4 times. I'm so glad you said it like an extra 4 times just to drive it home. You know, it's almost like you're trying to convince yourself.
Stalin was Georgian.
Insist Putin...
What's the point? What's his point? What's your point? Who cares?
Obvious anti-communism is actually a huge win for communists.
And it wasn't a communist speech, per se, but the speech said a lot of things that a communist could agree with.
Claims that the USSR invented Ukraine.
Putin remarked, he said, it's so funny that these people that are Ukrainian nationalists are constantly talking about decommunization. Because there wouldn't be a Ukraine.
There it is. There it is. There's the cleaning lady.
If it weren't for communism, Lenin, the guy who created
I thought it is. It actually is. It actually is.
modern Ukraine, they're tearing down all the statues to him. They're tearing down all the statues to Lenin.
This is so funny. This is like a bit. It's like a bit. How is this not a bit? This is like... Oh, man.
And they're tearing down all the statues.
It's like an ancient Hoover. It's like the Hoover that my grandma had. Is this real? Am I streaming right now? Is this real? In a minute, I'm gonna like come round and it's like, it's not real. In a minute, I'm gonna come round. I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm streaming. All right. It's not real, is it? It's not actually happening. This is like, it's too, you know? Those industrial vacuums are really good and durable, yeah. It's like that meme of long-winded people going on for so long, the whole building shuts down, the night crew starts clocking in and wondering who the fuck's still here and why. That's right.
To Stalin, and they're tearing down all the Soviet memorials. And again, there would not be a modern Ukraine if it weren't for the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union designed it. And he said, so these people really want to decommunize. Maybe we will. And he was hinting at the fact that, if these people really, really want to completely decommunize, then they'll be absorbed back into Russia. And what?
So why does he support Russia then? What? I don't understand. What does that mean? What does that actually mean? Hey, Brad, what's going on? Wait, what?
Putin argued in his speech is that belief that all nations have the right to national liberation took it a bit too far.
Oh.
Best smart politics boy. There you go. There's Caleb Maupin's participation trophy. Fuck yeah.
My favorite. For absolutely no reason, Maupin stops himself from saying that Lenin was Russian to speculate about Lenin's possible Jewish ancestry.
Because Lenin was a Russian. And Lenin was a Russian. He had some Jewish heritage, but he was ethnically Russian.
Lenin was Russian.
Why does he even say that?
Well, a bit Jewish, but he was still Russian. He claims that the Ukrainian people didn't even have written language before the USSR.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd. No, there's not even any kind of illusion that you could get. This is just like, I've never heard of this country before. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just going to make everything up.
And giving them and these people, they wouldn't even have their own, a lot of them wouldn't have their own written language if it wasn't for the Bolsheviks.
And that Stalin built all their infrastructure and power plants. Look, I know he's not being literal, but it has to be said. Stalin didn't build fucking anything, Caleb. Ukrainian workers built all that stuff.
Yeah.
And this is typical of Maupin's great man approach to history, which is just so hysterically anti-communist. His point, as far as I can follow it, is that Ukrainian people are ungrateful for the USSR. inventing them and giving them all their technology, including written language. Therefore, they should just be Russian instead. And it needs to be said, the conspiracy left's denial, first of the invasion, and then of the violence against civilians, pivoting into justifications for why the invasion and the violence are good, actually, is exactly what the victims of misinformation in within Russia are hearing as well.
Yeah.
And I also need to say, I know some people will go from what I've been saying, the focus on Russia today, the blindly pro-Putin takes on Ukraine, and say that the people in the conspiracy left are funded by the Russian government. And I want to try and avoid that accusation because it's not something we have evidence for. These guys are cranks. They suck. They spread ridiculous misinformation. But beyond some of them working for RT directly, I don't think there's any kind of underhanded secret funding going on.
Yeah.
I don't think these people are secretly paid by the Russian government. And I'll tell you why. Alex Jones is defending the invasion as well.
Yeah. And also, let's face it, right? I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny here when I say this. I give sort of like, even though Russia are a piece of shit, in terms of the government, the imperialist ruling elite of Russia, the oligarchs, all disgusting people, right? But they're smarter than that. They're smarter than that. Yeah, why would they pay them when they do it for free? Exactly. There's that as well, right? There's that as well. But let's face it, they would get something a little smarter than like Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin and Jimmy Dore. Like they absolutely would have to. Absolutely. There's no way. Because these guys have influence, but they're not like that. Do you know what I mean? They're not that big. You know? Hey, Kusi, what's going on? Welcome in. And hey, Cold Banana. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. I don't know, proteins in my brain cut when I hear leftists being pro-Putin. Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%.
There's a sizable audience who want to mistrust everything the American government does for some good reasons and some bad ones. And Alex Jones and the conspiracy left all cater toward them. And to that end, Jones has been sharing a conspiracy theory popular in Russia and China that there are bioweapon development labs in Ukraine, which are funded by the West, which Putin wants to seize. And by extension, possibly because those labs are where they manufactured the coronavirus. And the conspiracy left are sharing the same theory. Maupin is sharing it. Peter Coffin is retweeting Maupin sharing it. One of the few Maupinist disciples, is sharing it. George Galloway produced a whole segment talking about it. On the American
What the fuck?
right, of course, it's much more popular to talk about the possibility of coronavirus being manufactured, but among the conspiracy left, their main focus of this story is the possibility of, and this is their term, not mine, weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine.
That documents and other evidence have been found very close to the Russian border of a full-scale biological weapons laboratory that was manufacturing and stockpiling.
I remember when someone on Twitter shared a map of Ukraine. No, a map of the world, and it was like focused on Ukraine, right? And there was like US NATO military bases like in Ukraine apparently, and it was like, oh, okay, all right. The well-known US NATO military base in Donbass. Yeah, that's right, man. That's fucking right, dude. Holy fucking shit. You know? Just like, what?
Weapons of mass destruction in the Ukraine.
These people will just like say anything. They'll just say anything. And it's really annoying because it's like, I know that there's like, there's a want to be, fighting the good fight, right? This is why I do what I do. Because you want to fight the good fight. You want to end oppression. You want to end capitalism. This is why I stream politics. This is why I talk about politics on my YouTube channel. This is why I do as much activism as I possibly fucking can, right? Because you want to make a difference. You want the world to be a better place for everybody. To be honest, like my whole reasoning for being communist is that all I'd really like to do is just like spend a lot of time like doing art. You know what I mean? And like chilling out and just like playing video games. I'd love that. That's why I want capitalism to end. That's why I want hierarchies to end. But I can't just sit around doing that while I know the world is the way it is. You know? That's all I want. I just want that stuff to be over so I can just hang out and make art with my friends and be gay, you know? Holy shit. These guys, I don't know what the fuck their deal is. You know? George Galloway ranting about how a made-up weapon mass destruction reports justify invasion. My dad liked him a while back when he opposed the invasion of Iraq. Right, you know? Hey, Babs, what's going on? Go follow Babs, everyone. He's bloody lovely. More annoying thing is that they have the same points literally all the time. We've circled back to weapons of mass destruction after the imperialist success of the Iraq War. Right, exactly.
Not to say that none of them are claiming coronavirus was made in a lab. Jimmy Dore, of course, is
right. It's about wanting people to survive, Crobbersaw. Yeah, I'm obviously being flippant when I talk about that's why I want communism. Do you know what I mean? Like, as I alluded to, I can't sit by and do nothing while all this shit is happening. You know. So yeah, I'm not just being selfish about it. It is important to me that other people don't suffer. You know what I mean?
Absolutely saying that on Moats with George Galloway.
And so who aren't you allowed to? And so now they get to decide what's true, what's not. And look at all the things just around the coronavirus that turned out to be false, that you weren't allowed to question. You weren't allowed to question if the virus came from a lab.
No one has made a law about that ever. What are you talking about, Jimmy Dore? Look at these fedora-wearing Muppets. What the fuck? More annoying, these guys don't believe in a better world and instead want to live in this world as comfortably as possible. Don't get hurt. Don't care who gets hurt along the way. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Governments can't agree on anything yet. These lot seem to think every government in the world agreed to make up a global pandemic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Activism is unpaid labor. It's not laziness at all. Wait, did I say that? That's my bad.
I'm so done. I've got no words left. This essay is already 40 pages long. To be clear about this, there are biological research labs where pathogens are stored, but much like KGB propaganda the US was using mosquitoes for biological warfare in the 80s, they're just pointing at fairly innocuous research facilities and claiming it's the center of a conspiracy. Alex Jones does this all the time with abortion facilities, claiming there are babies being kept alive for organ harvesting that good American patriots should go and liberate. This is the manufacturing of consent for an invasion, and it doesn't matter that they can point to a specific research facility, it's not a biowarfare lab.
Yeah.
Culture is not a monolith, but rather comprises the infinitesimal actions of individuals, many of them overtly positive, while contributing to an overall larger harmful pattern. American NGOs helping people start businesses in the imperial periphery are part of imperialism, and they are helping those people. US-funded labs in Ukraine stopping the spread of disease are part of imperialism.
Hey Carpe, what's going on? Is Jimmy Hat fighting with Galway? No, he's not fighting with George Galloway. He's fucking agreeing with him. Gang, please go follow Carpe Pax on twitch.tv. If you like my politics, you'll like his politics. Very, very good streamer. How you doing, friend?
And doing something uncomplicatedly good. But that doesn't make for as good a story. We might be bad, but they're worse. The eternal projection of conspiracy theorists is driven by a need to...
Gayhawk says, I don't know if it makes me a bad leftist, but I do believe empathy is a learned behavior, and there are a lot of people who never learned it. I disagree only in the sense that I think that empathy is something we have from the moment we're born, because it's the first thing we know, right? We have a strong connection with our mothers, right? Whoever raised us, we have a strong connection with whoever raised us, right? Whether it be your mother, your father, your parents, your guardians, whoever, right? Some people don't have that, but generally speaking, that's how it's supposed to go, right? You're supposed to be surrounded by people that you love and show empathy for you, right? And I think that we all do know it straight away from birth, but I think it gets de-learned through neoliberal conditioning and capitalist conditioning. That's my take on it. I agree that it gets lost somewhere down the line, for sure.
To prove that their enemy is the greater evil, and that's why they're directly copying the strategy the American media used to justify the war in Iraq. Yes, we're fearmongering about weapons of mass destruction to justify a vile and genocidal empire-building war, but our WMDs
definitely exist for sure. When there's a war, these people tell you exactly who the fuck they are. They don't speak for the American working class. They don't speak for the Russian working class. They certainly don't speak for the Ukrainian working class. They don't speak for the working class anywhere. They just want to be the only ones their audience can listen to because everyone else is part of the globalist new world order, and they don't care who it hurts or how much damage they do.
Yep. Pretty much.
Fire safety lesson, and this one is very important. Now, water can be very effective at stopping fires. I mean, it's basically the first thing we all think of when we see a fire. It works so well because it smothers the fire, depriving it of one of the two things it needs: oxygen. However, water isn't always good at fighting fires. If you see a pan or pot of burning oil, just about the worst thing you could do would be to pour water into it. When you pour water on a pan of burning oil, the water, which is denser than the oil, sinks to the bottom, where it superheats, turning into steam and propelling the burning oil out of the pan in what fire safety experts call an explosion. And that's how you burn down your house. The water doesn't feed the fire, but it does help the fire travel much, much faster than it would otherwise be able to. Sometimes water is the right thing to put out a fire. Sometimes it's something else. But if you want to put out fires every time, you need something more powerful than water. The truth.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the time, a large amount of well-intentioned response to conspiracy theories is to try and combat them with facts. The thing is, facts and the truth aren't really the same thing. Lots of disparate facts can be used together to create a false understanding, and that's exactly what this does. Twitter has started pulling these little blurbs on its trending topics with the hopes of combating conspiracy theories, and that's really stupid, because giving people this information will not and can never simply on its own dispel conspiracy theories. If anything, this is strengthening it. I would go as far as to say this is dangerously inept.
Facts and the truth are different things, and the truth requires actually imparting an understanding to people. Stories can be reflections of the truth, and facts help build stories. But the way an artist uses fiction to tell the truth, conspiracy theorists use facts to create fiction.
So for example, the Great Reset conspiracy theory won't be countered by showing
Strangle the fire with your bare hands. Fucking choke it. Okay, calm down, gang. Holy shit. Calm down.
people what the World Economic Forum is up to, because the World Economic
Chill out, take a chill pill.
Forum is a neoliberal capitalist institution of American imperialism, and a lot of what it's doing is genuinely sinister. Reading about it might help people who believe...
I misunderstood the assignment. I tried to debate the fire in my house, and now I'm homeless.
Alex Jones's version of the Great Reset, where we're all in a...
No, I'm not joking. I mean, calm down. Stop saying that you're going to punch the fire and shit. I'm being genuine.
Tricks-like simulation, but it was...
Don't make more jokes about how you're going to do violence on the fire, because, you know... people are going to read that in a bad way.
Help them to understand the way the world really works.
I'm just going to start
fundamentally
fucking timing
the shape
people
of
out.
The story that people believe in remains the same if you aren't imparting a different understanding to people. Facts that agree with the conspiracy theory are fuel to the fire, and facts that disagree are all mainstream media lies. And the problem with the conspiracy left is they aren't imparting a different understanding to people. Their understanding of the world is conspiracist, attributing malice and collusion to every party that they oppose, which increasingly is just every party that isn't them. I started this project in part because I saw a lot of people who haven't got much exposure to real communists or Marxists.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, Power Frog, right? This is why I was talking about, you know, like, I know why I don't want to fucking, I know why I don't want the way things are to be the way they are, right? I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing Twitch politics. I know why I'm making political videos, right? It's not because of the money in it. It's because it's the right thing to do. Like, you know, yeah, I need money to survive, which is why my dono goal is like hellishly low, right? But I know that there's not a lot of money in it. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. It's like, why the fuck are these guys doing it? How much money are they making? Do they really think it's the right... You know what I mean? Do they really think it's the right thing to do? Are they that convinced? Capitalists never want to admit that before firefighting gangs became a publicly funded service, firefighting gangs would often show up to blazes and fight one another over whose outfits were sexier. What the fuck? Right, grifting is profitable. Right, I know that. Right, that's right. But how much, like, are these guys getting paid? How are they doing that? You know? So ridiculous.
Marxists and conflate these people with Marxism, or call them tankies or red browns, and I don't think that's enough. The reason that the analysis is incomplete without pointing out conspiracist logics is that the bigotry of fascism is not like the bigotry of your man in the pub. Fascist bigotry is inherently esoteric, utilizing greater explanatory power than official, politically correct accounts and using stigmatized knowledge to spread that bigotry to others. Fascist bigotry.
They're not getting paid for enough for how much they embarrass themselves. Yeah, that's right. That's right,
is
Kit Kat.
inherently conspiratorial. The reason these people are dangerous, though none of them have succeeded at it yet, is that even the most well-intentioned of them, hoping to use conspiracy theorist audiences to spread Marxist ideas, is getting up every day and trying to dump water on the oil fire. The real reason I find the methodology of creating conspiracy beliefs so lacking is that they assume there is a spectrum, and on one end lies a person who believes everything they see on the news, and on the other lies someone who believes in conspiracy theories. And the truth is, more often than not, these are the same person. Skepticism is good. A critical, analytical approach to what you're being told is good, and more often than not, conspiracy theorists are people who are already treating authority as truth and have just switched out one authority for another. These people have switched out America for Putin. So we should avoid platforming these people, sure, but there's more we need to talk about here, because this is about how popular socialist ideas are becoming. Enough people are coming around to socialist economics, understanding that it can really help them and the people they care about. Even prominent far-right figures are voicing anti-capitalist ideas. And on the other side of the gap, these people are trying to build an alliance with the far right.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, what Sophie's saying is so important, right? Not just because of the far right thing, but because it's like, this is how similar. This is why we have to, like, actively talk about this stuff and debunk it and get rid of it. Do you know what I mean? And, like, do our best to squash it, because as you will have seen in the chat, like, it's happened on my channel, like, months before this, like, maybe 3 months ago or something, maybe a bit more, I don't know. A guy was in my stream, and we were talking about how debates suck, and how debate bros are the worst thing. Like, they're really damaging to the left, right? And this one guy was like, oh, actually, debating is really good. It's really important for leftists to see victories in the marketplace of ideas. That's what he said. And I was like, no, dude, that's a bit dumb. What are you talking about? The guy came in the very next day in the chat. I timed him out for 24 hours because he was pissing everybody off in the chat, right? He came back the next day after his ban. The moment, in fact, I think it was like the minute that his ban ended, came into the chat and said, yo, did you see Jackson Hinkle destroy Sam Seder last night? And that was the day that Sam Seder debated Jackson Hinkle and, like, actually destroyed Jackson Hinkle. This guy came in and was like, yo, did you see Jackson Hinkle destroy Sam Seder last night? And I was like, you have got brainworms. You've got a problem. You like, don't see reality. Like, go away. Like, I just had to ban the guy. So, you know, these guys, they have a crossover with our community because they know that, because socialist ideas are good, right? Socialist ideas are good. Communist ideas are good. Anarchist ideas are good, right? And that's why it's so harmful that these guys are trying to desperately, they look like the majority in the imperial core. They're white, they're cis, they're men. I'm pretty sure most of them are heterosexual apart from Peter Coffin, right? They look like the majority. And they're there saying that intersectional politics is a waste of time. This is why it's so fucking important. Do you know what I mean? This is why it's so fucking important to talk about this shit. Yeah, we have victories in the marketplace of ideas and they're not via debates. Well, it's because these ideas were debated long ago. And the people long ago lost the debate who were on the other side.
They're organizing, they're getting together, they're meeting up in real life, and they're holding rallies.
This is so bad.
The CPI, or Center for Political Innovation, is Caleb Maupin's organization, which, as far as I can tell, is called the CPI, sometimes styled as the CPI USA.
Look at this fucking Nazi shit. This is Nazi shit. The way that they're marching with the flags? Oh my god. Hey, look who's in the far right, bottom right corner there. You see that? See that guy there? See that guy there? Bad luck to post cringe, Caleb. That's true. That's true. The marketplace of ideas is a game. People who care about debate care about it because it's the most fun way to do politics. Most of them don't have skin in the game. Yeah, you're spot on, Sorka, yeah. Spot on. Yeah, this socialism's looking a little nationalist, if you know what I mean. It's looking a little social national. Natsock, you could say. You know? The idea of American patriotism being any way compatible with socialism is endlessly baffling to me. Like, they don't understand communism. Communism is like, it's the abolishment of the state, class, and money. But they love the state. You know? The far right, you say. Yeah, look, there. Look, there's a guy on the far right. Who's that? It's in a fucking hotel conference room. That is funny. It is funny. It is funny. Because they are trying to, like, make it, like, a legit thing. They are trying to make it a legit thing. But this is, like, you know, it's so funny. Like, this guy, how they commissioned this, like, big Lincoln head. It's nowhere near as big as the one that they're mocking, by the way. Do you know what I mean? Natsock cringe, Natcom based. That is the cringiest thing I've ever read in my entire life. Look at ye, posting cringe. What do you mean? This is clearly City Builder HQ. If no one had told me this wasn't a socialism rally, I would have thought it was only nationalism. Yep, that's right. They just think it means the state helps them and any other Americans. Right. They made it as big as they could fit through the door. Oh, God. The organization's name even sounds like a shitty liberal conservative think tank. That's right.
We're gonna get there.
Oh my God, Vord, thank you so much for the £9. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Gang, we're at 720 quid. Another 80 quid. And that's a DJ set stream unlocked for next month. Along with the extra trash bingus. Very exciting, very exciting. Only another 80 quid. Sub off Twitch. Do the exclamation mark sub off Twitch command in the chat. You know.
To just riff on the branding of the CPUSA, because Caleb conceptualizes himself as a modern LaRouche, splitting from the Communist Party of the USA and trying to steal their membership.
Look at their face. Like, he's suspicious of everyone around him. Really thinks that, like, you know, everybody around him is out to get him. That's Peter Coffin's life experience summed up in a picture. You know? Jesus Christ. Like, for those of you that don't know, Peter Coffin got mad last night because I saw that Peter Coffin had retweeted a tweet saying that Kadyrov, you don't know Kadyrov is the Chechen leader or politician that put gay men in camps and had them tortured and executed. So Peter Coffin retweeted a tweet that said Kadyrov would be a better ruler for Mariupol in Ukraine. So I obviously tweeted that and was like, yo, wait, oh, that's weird. Nothing to see here, just like this. Peter Coffin, like, instead of being like, you know, because if you did that, right, and you didn't know who Kadyrov was, and you do not, like, you know, want to endorse fascists or anything like that, like, you know, you would be like, oh shit, sorry, you're right, I didn't know, I'll unretweet that, and I'll block that guy. You know, you'd do something like that. No, what Peter Coffin decided to do was, oh, sorry, don't know who that is. Anyway, maybe don't support Ukraine because they've got Nazis there too. I'm sure that Kadyrov is going to be, yeah, really, really good chums. Good chums, good pals.
These be some interesting socialists.
Babs, thank you so much for the £10. And you're right. Very interesting socialist. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for choosing sub off Twitch and support the stream. 730 quid, gang. We are at 730. Can we make it to 800? I wonder. This looks like a Magic the Gathering tournament. Madness. Coffin is the platonic ideal of epitome. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You know? Yeah, it does represent the binary thinking a lot of these folks in their mind. Only Azov or Kadyrov could control Ukraine. There's no nuance. Right, exactly. Like, that is the binary that they're going for. It's like, a lot of libs do that. A lot of libs do that. Like, if they hear you talking about, like, like the fact that there are literally Nazis in Ukraine, or if you talk about, like, you know, Russia in any other way, libs won't attack you for it, but they'll be like, you know, libs will say shit like, oh, so you support Ukraine, oh, so you're parroting, no, you don't support UK, you support Russia, you're parroting Russian propaganda kind of stuff. It's like that similar kind of vibe. It's like, no, I'm saying that, like, there are Nazis in Ukraine and that's bad, and the military in Ukraine is bad, and it sucks for the people of Ukraine. But I'm also saying that, like, you know, Russia is also bad, and they shouldn't be invading Ukraine just because there are Nazis in the military. Like, in that, if that was the case, they should invade, like, every country ever. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible to have nuance, and if someone has a take on something like that, maybe that's not all they're saying, especially if you're seeing it on, like, twitter.com. You know? You know, if you're seeing it on twitter.com, it's just so absurd.
The so-called American left, in its entirety.
Here he is. Here he is. Yeah, there's Nazis in every country. There's Nazis in Russia. There's so many Nazis in Russia. Like, we were just speaking about one. We were just speaking about one that has power. You know? Anyway, look at this guy. He's my favorite guy. He's my favorite guy.
Cannot be redeemed whatsoever. It's not simply that we can build something from scratch, but we should cease to see leftists as a reservoir from which we should attempt to draw support.
Here is Keaton Mansfield, the central CPI figure, interrupting a DSA conference to yell at AOC. Here is Keaton Mansfield holding a Z symbol at the opening of the CPI conference. And here...
By the way, that's just the symbol for Russian Nazism. By the way. Are they blocking a fire exit with the Lincoln head? Probably. Yeah, they probably are. Actually. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God.
He is wishing he was Pope so that he could raise a holy army to fight for Russia in Ukraine, which he says is a new holy war and modern-day crusade.
And,
wow, yeah, okay, that's not problematic at all. That's not problematic at all. Loving the, you know, the Crusades. That's a very, very, extremely normal. It's an extremely normal take to have. The Crusades were good.
I also put the Orthodox cross because this is a holy crusade. I wish I was Pope for many reasons, I suppose, but primarily right now because I would, if I was Pope, or at least could speak to Pope Francis and nudge him in a direction, I would have him raise a crusading army for the Vatican, of any Catholic male who is between the ages of 18 and 35, and we would go launch a crusade against Ukraine.
See, Maupin and his orbiters espouse an ideology that they call patriotic American socialism. There's a whole book someone could write about why this is a fucking nonsense idea. Maybe someone already has, actually.
Very normal thought to have, yeah.
Okay, no, political theory nerds, here's a great niche for someone here.
Political theory nudes?
Go nuts. I will say someone holding up the flag of the USSR and the US together doesn't really scream communist to me. If anything, it just reminds me that Caleb went to that Nazbol conference with the founder of the Nazbol party. The original Nazbol...
It does.
Nazbols were people from the Tsarist army in the Russian Civil War who defected to the Red Army when they saw which side was winning and convinced themselves they could support communism as the next great era of Russian glory. Nazbols saw Stalin's theory of socialism in one country as a victory for their beliefs, and Nazbols are class enemies of people building a real communist society. Oh, and that's not me saying that, just to be clear. That's something someone in 1922 said. A little-known public speaker called Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin. But a real Marxist like Caleb Maupin wouldn't want to hear what he had to say. He was a bit Jewish, after all.
That's true. That's true.
Progressive communists of different tendencies need to have solidarity with one another.
Alexander Dugin looks like a Civil War Confederate officer. Yeah, he does.
We need to organize together and we need to work together because in different places with different material conditions and different popularities of different tendencies, we all share the same class enemies and we all are working towards the same thing. Conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts, and there really is a division, a culture war, within classes and stoked by ruling class manipulations, the woke and the anti-woke. However, tons of young people online are quickly realizing that this situation, these divisions, this oppression, cannot be resolved unless and until the existential threat to the oppressed is defeated. And if you say, I'll stand with people who oppose abortion, I support trans people, but I'll have solidarity with and organize with the people who are trying to exterminate them, you aren't impartial, you aren't movement building, you aren't having solidarity with your comrades, you are siding with oppression, and you are making your movement irrelevant. This isn't the same as helping people who have reactionary views. Unions and organizations...
That's literally it, and that goes for, like, debate bros as well, right? If you're going to platform a fascist, allow a fascist to, like, earn money and have an audience by being on your show, you've made any kind of movement that you've made towards leftism completely meaningless, right? You know?
Don't kick people out for believing shitty things. Unions and organizations don't deny people help for believing shitty things. But someone who storms out of a union meeting because they ask people's pronouns isn't someone you can organize with. They're too sensitive. And someone who supports genocidal regimes in places like Texas against trans people isn't someone I could ever call a comrade, unless and until their understanding of the world fundamentally changes. These audiences cannot be reached out to through conspiracism, because what they are trying to emotionally defend with their conspiracism is bigotry, and for those purposes, the belief in coming change, the revolution, the civil war, breakaway civilization, the storm, day of the rope, is just millennialism. The coming storm is just another reason to disregard social progressivism in order to prepare more efficiently. Social progressivism is, after all, just another tool of neoliberal social control. It does suck to see someone who doesn't understand socialist theory or world history or even geopolitics today become someone that people turn to for leftist analysis, but calling them CIA really doesn't help anyone. And I would rather people were watching the most moderate, liberal breadtuber than the openly Nazi shit that dominated the space before. If people who care about marginalized people and understand socialism work together, we can create a rich and dynamic space for progressive leftism and hopefully raise the standard of education that people expect from their political content creators. And then maybe we won't have content creators who call themselves socialists who are openly thirsty for America to invade countries in the global south. We need to have more intelligent discussion of leftist politics, and we need to have more discussion of the kind of world we would all like to live in. And maybe if we talk about the kind of world we'd like to live in, we can talk about how achievable it is. And maybe if we talk about how achievable it is, we can talk about how to get there. We have the capacity to produce everything we need for everyone on the planet right now. More food than the hungry are lacking, more empty homes than there are people without shelter. We could end war, hunger, and poverty if we could see that we are just one big family and start to act like it. But we can't treat that coming change, that shift, that revolution like a day of judgment for our allies to be vindicated and our enemies punished, because any story that simple is a comforting lie to get us to help kings make serfs of us into perpetuity. Workers of the world unite doesn't mean clinging to communist projects of the past. It means working together to build a future where no one is of more consequence than any other.
Based!
Communism will never come from angry microphone boys in their bedroom teaching you arguments to make your racist uncle shit his pants, nor from guys in shirts and ties, cosplaying Soviet apparatchiks. Socialism that isn't led by indigenous people, queer people, people of color, disabled people will never lead the wave of the future, because the future will come from us feeding one another, sheltering one another, the ways that we will turn to one another for protection and care as the forever wars of the ruling class spin out of control. The future will come from us taking back society's fruits for society and no longer allowing anyone to declare society's creations theirs alone, from which they alone can profit. We have to organize, we have to have solidarity, we have to work together as progressive communists, because the people who want a change in regime, who see progressive values as holding them back, are organizing already. These people are actively harming our ability to advocate for a better world by associating communism with crank conspiracism, Kremlin apologia, and reactionary gibberish. The Russian war in Ukraine is an illegal war of aggression which has already killed thousands of civilians and will continue to harm the people there for generations. And these people are making a ridiculous false dichotomy for leftists by insisting that you have to choose a side between US imperialism and Russian empire building. But a real socialist would say, no war but class war.
That's
and
right.
Real activists are working in Ukraine right now to help refugees, not giving speeches in a conference room in Texas about how smart Vladimir Putin is. We just passed the point of no return for climate chaos. Climate scientists around the world got together to announce that we are past a point where the consequences of climate change are irreversible. And the thing about climate change is it's not going to kill us all in one big catastrophic collapse. It's going to kill and is already killing the poorest people in the world first.
Yeah.
People without the legal freedoms or resources to move are going to be the ones trapped in the harshest climates. Countries that don't have the money to build protective infrastructure are going to be the ones that see the biggest mass deaths, and imperialism is going to shape that because it's already the shape of global power. I am frustrated and angry, and I know that a lot of other people are too. I want to organize to change the way that our world works so that we can not just survive, but thrive as a society, thrive as a species, and even expand to new frontiers of exploration and discovery and human expression. And I know that we can do it, and I think other people are starting to realize that too, because the contradictions are sharpening, and people can't just look down and ignore them anymore. But to make the best world for everyone, the truth has to matter.
Yep.
The truth has to matter because the fucking planet is on fire, and a lot of people deny that, either explicitly or show in their actions that they don't really believe it. Whole countries, whole governments, our entire economic order is built on denying the obvious death we all face if the system is allowed to go on as it is. Nuclear war, climate change, even the pandemic would have killed fewer people on a communist fucking planet. People die every day because they don't have food or shelter, and that could literally not be the case. The truth has to matter because the planet is on fire, and only the truth can be used to fight fire.
That's right. She's fucking right, and she should say it. Bravo. Honestly. Like, fucking spot on. You know, those of you that have been here for a long time, you know that I agree with absolutely everything there. The world is very, it's actually incredibly possible to change the world for the better. That's why I do Red Planet. That's why I you know, always promote optimism, you know, revolutionary optimism in the chat. Do you know what I mean? I do fucking slap down doomers. I do that shit because it's important. Because it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help anyone to be a doomer. If we're doomers and we don't do anything, people like Caleb Morpin will go ahead and, like, you know, just be fucking Nazballs. So that's what you gotta fucking remember. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely fucking right. 100%.
Out of the sewer, literal vampire potbelly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Literal vampire
Luna!
goblins.
Yo, Luna, what is going on? What is going on? Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Hang on. Let me sort this right out. You won't be getting your gay frogs. You won't be getting gay frogs. You will not be getting them. I'm sorry. That's not the one that you get when you bring a bunch of heads over here. What you get is this one. Yo, what's going on, everyone? Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm also a Soulsborne streamer. Just doing a little look at a video, but the video is done now. You missed the video. You should all go check out the video in the chat if you've not watched it already. It's about conspiracy on the left. It's really, really good. It's by my good friend Sophie From Mars. Please go and check out Sophie From Mars. Gang, please go and show Luna Mothwings some love. Thank you so much for the raid, Luna. What were you streaming tonight? Luna is in my stream team, not mine. I don't own it. It's you know, we're in a stream team together. It's the Rage Club. What were you up to, Luna? What were you doing? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Who else is in the chat? Who else is in the chat that I know? Cunning, hello. And Tejan, welcome back. Corgi, hello. Welcome to the stream. What's going on? Frymaster, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Your first playthrough of Silent Hill, you got a bad ending. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you got the bad ending. Silent Hill's very good, though. It's very fucking poggers. I can't wait till you get to 3 if you're not going to, you know. You were totally not already here. You can multitask. Oh, okay. Let's just see the end of the video.
Hey, everyone. I was going to do a whole bit here doing Alex Jones and doing another animation where Alex Jones is telling you to go and subscribe to patreon.com/Sophie From Mars and all of that, the whole thing. It was gonna be fun, but honestly, this is the longest video I've ever made, and so complicated, so much research, so much everything, and so instead I really just want to thank all my friends who looked over the script. Molly, obviously, for making wonderful music like she always does. Everybody who read quotes, that was wonderful. Nat for drawing all the drawings for the animations, because they were really cool. My brother Martin for doing the neural net AI generation stuff that you saw in the middle. And my patrons for making everything possible. And I am going to get... You don't know this, but the last thing I do is record my credits outro every time, and that's what I'm doing right now. This is the last thing in the middle of the night. I've just finished, and wow, all is all I can say. So I'm gonna go now and rest, and please go to my Patreon so I can buy myself treats.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah, we love Sophie. What a fucking video. What an absolute banger. Absolute banger. Yeah, I got no notes. Because as everybody knows, Sophie is my CIA handler. She controls everything I say. You know, I stick to the line of Sophie. Otherwise, I don't get paid by George Soros and the Queen. So, you know, I have to just agree with her on everything. And if you don't agree with me, you'll get banned from the chat forever. That's how it works. That's just how it works, basically. My brainwashing has been updated. It really has. It really, really has. I don't think, you know, I think that I would like to see other creators do a video like this. I would like to see other creators do videos like this. I would like to see more, you know, cis white men talk about how these other cis white men are extremely problematic. You know, I think that that's really important because it seems to be really sort of like seems to be just really one kind of guy doing this, and there's a few of them, you know what I mean? There's a lot of them. So I would like to see more cis people being allies and being like, oi, you need to sort this shit out. I think that's something that's got to happen. Like, cis people, like cis white men are just like on the left doing nothing about these guys, and it's annoying. It's annoying. That's why I do the videos that I do. That's why I do videos about Dave Rubin. That's why I do videos about Debate Bros. Maybe I'll do a video about the conspiracy left. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a little one, because I think we do need to see like more content creators talking about this. At the very least, like Sophie's final message, like there, the conclusion, was that we need to organize better. We need to organize. We need to mobilize. You know, this is something I've agreed with Sophie on for a long time, ever since the first time I got her on the stream. You know, that's why we do Red Planet. That's why we love Red Planet so much. That's why we promote it so much. You know, conspiracy left in the UK. Yeah, I think there's only really like George Galloway, to be honest. I think Sophie hit it the nail on the head, you know? Sophie From Mars says, I have come to Earth to promote the Martian ways, communism, bimbo power, and fungus thought. Fungus thought is the most important one. Join the Spore Collective. That's right. That's right. Again, you can go and support Sophie on Twitch. Please go and check out her Twitch. You can also support Sophie on Patreon. And because I'm a Patreon boy now, I know how to just search. I just know how to search Sophie's Patreon. It's right there. Go support her on Patreon. The fact you all exist in this weird little place called the internet lets me rest easier. That's good. Neutral AI says we got most of the weird ones, sadly. That's right. Oh, let's go show some love to Neutral AI, gang. Jolene is an absolute legend. Please go and show us some love. Top streamer. Is David Icke a righty? Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, he's one of the main people behind the secret Jewish Kabbalah lizard people nonsense. That's right, yeah. Transvisibility Day in the next 15 minutes. Is that tomorrow? You know, the one who made the video, give that love to Sophie? Yeah, but you deserve a shout out. You're really good. You're going to make videos soon, aren't you, anyway? You're going to be doing that. Hey, Aquatic Alice, good to see you. Edinburgh has a commune of sovereign citizens now after the COVID lockdowns. Conspiracy is growing on the left. You think those guys are leftists? Do you genuinely think those are, you know, leftists? Monty Pulsian, like, there's always a guy like this. There's always a guy like this. Monty Pulsian in the chat says, hello, my fellow bald human. Weird thing to say anyway, so I just kind of ignored it. But then tags me and says, old videos show that there were no bald people back in the day. What do you want, bro? What do you want? What are you doing? Oh, okay, he's one of these. Right, he thinks he's being funny, right? He thinks he's being funny. He thinks he's being funny. Okay, all right. Yeah. I thought he was just one of these guys that's like, doesn't know what to say to people. But that guy was actually trying to troll me. So fair enough, man. You trolled me, but in a way that you didn't really know you were trolling me. You know? So yeah, gang, I don't have much to say about Sophie's video other than it's awesome. What about me, though? What about me? Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for apparently tripling my average viewership, according to that one guy that we banned, who thought it was an own. But yeah, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you so much for donating, getting us to the March dono goal yesterday. Not quite hit the stretch goal, but that doesn't matter. I appreciate all the support nonetheless. Thank you for getting us to a hype train. Thank you for giving us subs. Thank you for giving us bits. Thank you for donating. Don't forget to check me out on Red Planet every Sunday with Sophie from Mars and our co-hosts Bad Bunny and Conquest of Dread, where we talk about how you can actually do the organizing and the mobilizing that Sophie spoke about in that video. So, don't forget that, you know? Also, thank you for all the follows today. Appreciate that. We got a lot of new peeps here. It's been really lovely having you. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to go raid somebody now, by the way. We're actually going to go and do that. We're going to go and show some love to another streamer. I'm not playing Elden Ring anymore, so I'm not doing any more random 8-hour streams, okay? I'm sorry, gang. I love you, but politics requires a lot more energy. It requires a lot more energy. Let's go and show some love to another streamer. It's weird in Scotland because they talk about the Scottish claim of right and things like that, so it gets sold to more than just right-wingers here. I don't know. Well, yeah, I can, yeah. Yeah, you know, I get that. I get that. Before we go raid someone as well, don't forget to follow me on all my socials. I got Instagram, YouTube, Patreon. I got a VOD channel. I'm going to be uploading a VOD channel. I'm going to be uploading videos to the VOD channel every day, maybe 2 a day at the moment, because I got loads. I got loads of backlogged VODs that you can check out. So go check that out. Who are we going to go show some love to? Let's have a little look. Let's see who's streaming. See if someone's doing politics. Shouldn't be as hard to find someone streaming politics as it was to find someone streaming Elden Ring that wasn't like, you know, the biggest streamer of all time. Who can we show some love to? Jesus Christ. Already so many people online. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Anyone doing politics? What do we got? What do we got? We are going to go and raid Marina Dove. Marina, if you don't know Marina, an absolute legend. Proper good lefty. I think they're doing... I don't know what they're doing right now. They look like they're just doing some React Andy shit. They looked out like they're doing some React Andy stuff. So we're going to go raid Marina Dove. Come with me, show some love to Marina. They're great. I promise you'll enjoy the stream. Peace out from the JNCO gang. Yeah, that's right. Wait, I don't know what I just did. I just did a command that doesn't make sense. Just ignore that. There's the raid command. Copy and paste the raid command. Get it in your clipboard. Get it in your chat. All that nonsense. I will see yous tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm hopefully going to be having Sophie on the stream tomorrow to chat about this video and some other stuff. That's going to be cool. In the meantime, I'll see you. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. Stay excellent to each other, gang. Good night, good night, good night.